Good afternoon. Welcome to our fourth, I believe, live stream from Cass Community Social Services. We're here today. You've just seen a video of Visitation Church that's part of our capital campaign, and we're joined today with people who are helping Cass prepare for that campaign. And so I want to introduce them to you and then allow them to introduce themselves. And we'll talk a little bit about what's going on behind this live stream, if you will. Lola is with us on the Cass staff. Tekla is on our board of directors and also on the committee that's in charge of the campaign, soon to be our board chair next year. And Rick came to us as a consultant and now is on our staff. So if you could each just talk a little bit about how you got here and maybe even one thing that excites you about this campaign called Seasons. Who wants to start?
I'll start.
All right. Nice and loud.
My name is Lola Russian, and I've been here 5 years. And I got here by having a conversation with Reverend Fowler about doing some database work. And I just thought it was a regular conversation, and it was, so when can you start? And I was like, tomorrow. I mean, and that's just how Reverend Fowler is. That's just how Cass is, especially when you're doing good work. It's just easy to come in and do what you have to do to make our community and our world better. So I love being here. You asked two questions. I hope that was one.
So what excites you about the campaign, if there's one thing that has you geeked, if you will?
I think it's the endless possibilities, right? You know, here's a campaign. It's the first time we're doing this type of work, but how it will leave a legacy and provide other opportunities going forward for Cass to live beyond 2025, 2035, 2055. So it's that greater possibility of just expanding the growth.
And did you say you've been here 5 years?
5 years.
Woo. And in dog years, that's a lot longer. You know, just saying.
Great.
Thank you very much. Tekla?
So I'm Tekla. I am retired from General Motors a few years ago with a really great career at GM Design. And after I retired and got myself settled in, I was looking for ways to occupy my time and give back in a meaningful way. And I had a good friend that introduced me to Cass and to Faith. So I came down and took a tour, and before I knew it, I was involved. I was invited to join the board, which was a big learning curve for me. It was great. And through that process, got involved with the philanthropy committee. And then the philanthropy committee turned into the campaign committee. So
Metamorphosis.
it morphed right into it.
Yeah.
So I have the privilege of serving as one of the co-chairs with Bill and Frank. We make a good team. I think we have a wonderful steering committee. Yeah. And we have a lot of people working very hard on it.
Absolutely.
We're making great progress. We're almost, it's a three-year campaign, and we're almost through the first year and almost to our first year's goal, which is really exciting. I have to thank Rick, Lola, Faith, and Melinda, who's not here today, on bringing me up and teaching me about fundraising. You can teach an old dog new tricks, so that's great. I guess what I'm most excited about with the campaign is, I'll kind of build on what Lola said. It's been my opportunity to connect with the very many people that have supported Cass for very many years, and very generous people with their treasures, but also with their time and their commitment. And those donors are setting a foundation for us to start the campaign. But what they're also doing is introducing us to new people. Right. And we're having activities where We're being introduced to individuals, but foundations and corporations, and building relationships that when we're done with this successful campaign,
Right.
those people and those organizations are the ones that will carry us forward. And I'm excited about that growth that's happening.
That's key. We have had donors who have been with us a decade or 2 decades and stuck with us no matter what's going on in the economy, no matter what new program we've suggested. They just show up and show out and lift us up when we're down a little bit. And to really say thank you to people and nurture those folks and find out they have friends who might be enticed to come and join what we're trying to do here. So good for you for saying yes. And by the way, you've brought us a long way in terms of marketing, right? Materials. Soon we'll have a new website for the campaign, thanks to you and your friends. So you're good.
Well, thank you.
Rick.
Like so many of the supporters and volunteers here at CAS, I first was introduced to CAS through my church, which is St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Rochester. And I'm an associate pastor there. So been involved with CAS through the years in different ways, through fundraisers, and we've sent work teams down here to volunteer, and just a lot of activity around CAS, and the church still is a good supporter of CAS. I was introduced to Reverend Fowler through a friend, Melinda, who said, there's another consultant that you might want to take a look at. And so it all worked out, and I started working on this campaign almost 2 years ago, I think. And all the pre-planning and everything that it takes to get a campaign off the ground, recruiting volunteers, starting to talk to donors, just a lot of prep work goes into a campaign. And so that's what I've been working on for the past couple of years. One of the things that excites me most about the campaign is expanding the ability to serve more people. CAS serves 700,000 meals a year. So we have hundreds of people that are sheltered every day, 3 meals a day, and their needs are taken care of in other ways too, with clothing and mental health services and a lot of medical clinic and a lot of other things that CAS does. And to think that we can expand the number of people that we're serving now through this campaign really does excite me, because the need is so great for the people on the streets and people sleeping in their cars and people couch surfing and trying to find a place where they can get a little stability so that they can find their way in life again.
I recall you started, Rick, really the campaign with an exploratory time of conversations, interviews, if you will, that were confidential with 40 of our
40
key supporters, and got
Right.
feedback from them, seeing if there was really an appetite to do some stretching financially, if they would be supportive in making a gift in addition to their regular donations to CAS. And you found out we had that support. We've never done this before, although we did raise $10 million for the Antisdale building. It was almost government funding. This is no government funding. We're going after government funding for other things, and you'll hear about that today. But this particular campaign is focused more on private gifts, which means individuals and families and foundations and corporations, but not government money, to do the kind of growth that Tekla was talking about. So if I recall correctly, you came back and said not only would they support it, but they'd support it to the tune of about $12 million. Is my recollection good? Between 10 and $12 million?
Yeah, I talked to 40 individuals one-on-one, as you say, through confidential interviews. And a couple of things I learned from there is there's tremendous loyalty to CAS. People give year in, year out, exceptionally compared to other nonprofits that I've worked with. They really believe in the mission, and I think a lot of it started when they were volunteers here at CAS, and that sort of cemented their loyalty here. And the number one thing that came back from those people was they want to keep people warm in a warming center. They want to provide meals and other services for them. Out of all the different projects that we talked about, that was the number one. People really care about their neighbors that are having to live on the streets. And that came through really loud and clear in the study.
Yeah, so we gave them a whole list of things that we thought might make sense to do to expand or start new programs. And what they came back consistently with was they want to make sure people are fed and clothed and showered and have a bed at night.
Exactly.
And so a big chunk of the campaign will go to expanding our emergency services. And indeed, you may have read recently that we got a grant to begin a new drop-in center that we'll talk about further when we deal with unhoused people. But in short, last winter, there were a couple of months, maybe as many as 3 or 4, where there wasn't a vacant bed in the shelters, not just CAS shelters, any shelters in the city of Detroit. And so there were no places for people to go within the system, the continuum of care. And so this new shelter has the goal of catering to or tailoring for people who are being picked up by the police and then have nowhere to be let go. Maybe it's just something minor, or maybe not, or they're in area hospital waiting rooms and they have no place to go. And so hospitals can send people. They're victims of domestic violence and they don't have any place to go. By the way, that's one of the reasons we're not sharing where our drop-in is, so that people are safe there, that people can't identify it who are outside of the system. But yeah, they're able, as with our other places, to have a bed to sleep in, not a chair, but a bed. They'll have shower access, they'll have laundry access. The new drop-in will have mental health workers, they'll have doctors, they'll have case managers. CAM is already here on campus that helps people navigate the system to try and identify shelter and housing. So all kinds of rich resources and personnel that we've never had at this volume before. We're really excited of what it will mean. But in order to do that, even though we received a very generous grant through the city of Detroit, we're having to modify our buildings to accommodate more people, because you want there to be enough showers and enough bathrooms and enough laundry and enough space to eat or relax. And so we're fixing one building as a drop-in. We're fixing the other building for sleeping at this point, that many people. By the way, it was the Scott building where we're going to sleep, most people. It was the OBGYN annex to Crittenden Hospital, which is out by St. Paul's Church. And do you remember what things we need in that rehab project, renovation project, Tekla, or no?
No.
Okay,
Well,
good. Help her out, Lola.
Other than appliances, boilers, heat.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Very good. Very
I
good.
li- I
Yeah.
did
Yeah,
this.
you did.
That's the structure of the building, right?
Yeah.
To bring it up to speed so that people are comfortable. But
Yep.
then once you get that,
Yep.
then you need the stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So, and it's beds and linens and towel. It's all the things to make people comfortable.
I apologize. This
It's
is not
okay.
this is not a scripted show. I knew she'd know. So she hit the most important thing. and that is a heating system.
Yes.
Last year we had to nurse that baby back to work 4 different times, and $100,000 of the campaign will put a new boiler in the Scott building and new heating in the other building, right? So the new showers alone are $180,000. So it's a big investment that we don't mind, but we rely on people to help us do it because it's not in the grant. It needs to be done to take care of people as they deserve to be taken care of. In addition to that, it's an older building. We haven't done any major rehab on the Scott building since 2002. So we need new windows, we need roof work, we need tuck pointing, we need elevator work, just so many things, many of them big ticket items, unfortunately. But together we can do this. We've done it before, we'll do it again as a community. In terms of the unhoused population, we not only receive them in the drop-in, we go out into the streets. Do you know a little bit about outreach? We'll talk about it in depth later.
Yeah. Well, I do know we have an outreach program that works Monday through Friday. And it's from 4 p.m. to midnight. And those are the most vulnerable hours for people who are unhoused. So we go out and we meet them where they are to hopefully bring them back either to Cass or somewhere else to provide them shelter.
Yeah.
So I believe that we probably have seen over 104 people within the last 30 or 40 days. And that's a lot of people.
Yep.
That's a lot of people.
And unfortunately, it gets worse when the weather
There-
gets worse, right? When the temperatures drop, people no longer feel they can stay in their car overnight. They can stay in a vacant building overnight. They can stay under a bridge overnight because Michigan is a dangerous place in the winter. The combination of snow and cold means people are looking at frostbite, right? And often people lose their fingers and toes and nose and other things due to that getting out of control. So if we can get them in and give them a hot meal and give them a hot shower and give them a bed to sleep in, makes a big difference. And I'm thinking this Thanksgiving, which is just Thursday, not only should we be thanking the Lord for the Lions, who've made us all very proud and happy. Not that we didn't love them before, because we've always loved them, right? But man. So not only should we thank the good Lord for our coach and our players and the support team that have caused them to be so super, but if you're going to sleep in a bed, if you're going to sit at a table that probably has more food than you can consume, if when you get up in the morning before the parade, you take a shower and it has hot water, right? You put on clean clothes because you've got laundry. You can drive a car to where you have to go because, you know, you've been able to afford a car. Maybe it's older now, mine is, but it drives.
One of the things that I find moving is all the children that are served in our shelter.
Yeah.
Think of the person at the end of the interstate ramp panhandling. That's just one type of homeless person. There are homeless families, and some of these children are under the age of 5. And to think that if you had a family and you had no home to put them in, how desperate you would feel, and how amazing it would be to have a resource like Cass to take them in and to provide safety and warmth and food, things that so many of us take for granted every day, is beyond a gift to them. When we've taken people on tours through the shelter, the Fox Center, and you see children in the hallway with their parents, and your heart just goes out to them because they're at such a disadvantage. They don't have a support system. They don't have families they can rely on outside of the family in the shelter. And to think that through our giving and through making this campaign work, we can change the direction of the life of some of those kids. And one other thing that just I find incredible is babies are born in the shelter. Uh, you're in this place where you're with a lot of other people, and to deliver a baby in the shelter, I just can't even imagine doing that. But thank God they were in the shelter.
I think during my time with Cass, 4 babies have literally been born in our shelter.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a warming shelter, maybe it's a shelter at Scott. Initially, it was the shelter at the church. One of my favorite stories to tell, because it makes that point that homeless people experiencing homelessness aren't only adults, right? They're kids and newborns. So I'm at home, the phone rings, it's about 7 o'clock in the morning. It's a college student who's working at Cass in the warming center, which is meant for people who can't get into the shelters because they're full. And the woman, who's 19 years old, says to me, Reverend Fowler, so-and-so is having a baby and EMS isn't here yet. What should I do? And I said, catch. And she did.
Wow.
She caught that kid. So the little child didn't end up on the floor. And the ambulance arrived and cut the cord and took the mom to the hospital. One of my favorite pictures from Cass is her with the baby at the hospital, reunited after, everybody was cleaned up and made sure they were okay. But yeah, and I often liken that to going to a baby shower. When you went to your last baby shower, what did the mom get?
Clothes,
Clothing, diapers,
all the stuff she needs.
yeah, strollers, car seats. What's it called when you bottles?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just diaper bins. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a whole room full of stuff for one child, right? And then you have a baby born in the shelter, and there is no shower. There is no stuff. The mom loves the child just as much as the mom who's at the shower loves the child. But what a different beginning, right? And then I think of the things, because of our donors, we are able to provide. We just finished Halloween. I know everybody's already on to Christmas, but Halloween comes first. That's the way it goes. Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. So Halloween, and for the last few years, we had a high school student who collected costumes for all the children in the shelter so they could go trick-or-treating. You don't think about that. But if every other child in the neighborhood or every other child at your elementary school has on a costume, but you come without one, what are the other children going to say? So, Halloween night, here they come, witches and ghosts and vampires and Paw Patrols, and they're just kids, And Thanksgiving, they'll watch the parade on a large screen TV. For Christmas, they'll have presents because we run a Christmas store. 1,300 children last year received presents from our Christmas store that the parents picked out, so that on Christmas morning, like your children or your grandchildren or your neighborhood children or whoever, they're going to be happy. They're still going to be in a shelter, but it's much more normal, right? So that's one component of the campaign, is creating more and better space for people who are very, very vulnerable, who didn't have space last year. And I've got to give a shout out to the city and the Continuum of Care and HAND for recognizing the great need and helping us pull this together. And now to our donors for helping us set it up. But that's only one part. Another part is solar. And why is solar so important, Lola?
It's, it creates, I was going to say sustainability. But it decreases the use of power in a way that will help our global, that will help the world globally as it pertains to energy.
And where do we have it here at Cass?
Yeah, well, we have it almost everywhere.
Just about. All right, all right.
Which also helps in our bills too, in our DTE bills. So that helps. We have it at Tiny Homes, we have it at Fox Family Center. We have it around our campus, in our parking lots,
Yeah.
where they're well lit. And it's very important, you know, you work late or you get here early and it's dark and you have this nice solar array right there.
That isn't costing us anything,
No,
right?
yeah.
So you're absolutely correct. We currently are in the World Building, and the electric bill last year in the World Building was
52.
$50,000. So next year we're going to put up a huge solar array that we think will cut that by at least a quarter, and be a symbol, I think, to everybody that we need to take care of our planet while we take care of other things. That you can solve more than one issue at the same time. So a big amount of money, a big amount of the $13 million is going to solar. And we had a very generous donor that gave us most of that money. So that's why we're actively at the Fox building. The solar you mentioned, they're actually carports. It's really cool. It's like out of the next century, you know, it protects the cars and at the same time it flows electricity into the building, the family shelter. So a drop-in warming center at Scott and elsewhere, solar. The next thing was the video you saw at the beginning, probably, is an old church. It was Visitation Catholic Church in the 1920s and was that way until the 1980s. And then it became another church, and then it became really nothing. It had the goal of becoming an art studio. And we bought it during the pandemic. The board gave me permission, sight unseen, gotta love our board, to buy the building. And who wants to say what's going in there?
You know,
Go ahead.
we have wonderful plans for what's going in there.
We do.
The first step right now is, again, to make the building habitable, right? And we have ideas for what that church could be. But I think what was important is that you ask the community around us what the community wanted. So it will service our campus and you know, the people that we're serving, but it will also reach out to our neighbors and include them and provide a service. So some of the things that they asked for that we're exploring and working on, one is a grocery store, a convenient grocery store, because there isn't one here. And it's hard for people around here to get to a real grocery store, or then they shop at the party store, and so what we want to do, again, healthy eating. So that's one area that we're actively working on building plans for. There's a gym in the basement, so a potential for a recreation center. The sanctuary you saw in the video is magnificent, and the opportunities there for performance and the arts and things to bring the community together, presentations or theater, anything, right? So, but to get that space to somewhere that we can use it, there's, you know, there's offices, there's a balcony, there's the industrial designer, the creative designer in me walks in there and I see visions. I know you walk in and see visions. So when we're ready, we'll start visioning. And that's the next step, right? That's why we're laying this foundation to get it ready, to get people excited. And then that's our next conversation. But it really is being done thoughtfully, not just, hey, here's a building, let's do something, but to define the needs and then address the needs.
Very good.
And so that's what's exciting.
Good job. Yeah, so the building has had some deferred maintenance, just a little bit. And because we don't buy old buildings unless they need some maintenance.
It's
No,
it's the
believe-
challenge.
We believe in saving buildings, especially ones that are as beautiful as this one, right? I mean, we took the old convent, bought it from Rescue Ministries, by the way, and kept it in use. And it was amazing to see when we opened it, some of the nuns from back in the day came to see the building, were appreciative, talked highly of how it was put back into use, right? So the very first step after we said to the community, what do you want? And they told us, and we're trying to accomplish that, is we put in for an Environmental Protection Agency grant and received $500,000 to do the remediation of lead and asbestos. So it's a safe building. We don't want to take people in there and have somebody get sick, or lots of people get sick. And that's scheduled to actually start this January. Should take a couple months. We've fenced around it so nobody will sneak in and breathe bad things. We have architects working on plans for the board to look at. But you're absolutely right. We're hoping to have an entertainment center, a recreation center, and a food center that's not as big as a Meijer, but not as small as a 7-Eleven, and certainly better than a gas station or a liquor store or a dollar store, in terms of having fresh and affordable, and to the extent possible, local food. I mean, tying in with our sustainability things, the less you have to ship food from California, the less gas you're using, and the more you're supporting the local economy, which makes us happy. So potentially in the next couple of years, we'll have the money not only to sort of keep the building safe and enclosed, but then to build out the vision that's approved by the board.
Another feature
Go
is
ahead.
that this is all, if you look at the Cass campus, I think it's 34 buildings. It's all within walking distance. So the Visitation Church that we're going to be renovating will be accessible by pedestrians.
Right.
Because transportation is really difficult for unhoused people, and being able to walk a couple of blocks to get your groceries will be a real plus for the whole neighborhood.
That's a great point. So there is a new store. There's a new food co-op, and there's a new, relatively new Meijer. But if you don't have a car, you're not going that far. Not only to walk to get there or take a bus to get there, but then to carry all your groceries back, sometimes with children, right?
Yep.
So it becomes a much more tedious task. And so people do settle to buy at the liquor store where they're getting food that's not up to our standards. All right, so now we've got the drop-in center, warming center. We've got the solar. We're working on the community center, which are all the things Tekla talked about. Is there another category?
The endowment.
Yeah, why is that important, Lola?
The endowment is important because if Cass is 100 years old, there are funds in this endowment that will help take care of Cass and the programs. It's just another way. It's like a savings account in a way for an organization. And so one of the things is building a bigger endowment to help Cass continue to do the work that we want to do from now into eternity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a very small endowment already with the Community Foundation. We started a couple years ago, but it's not nearly big enough to provide the kind of safety net we need. One of the things we learned during COVID is that if we hadn't received the government loans that became grants, we would have been in serious trouble. And so to have an endowment that generates enough interest to carry us through the next pandemic kind of experience. We don't know when it's coming or what it will be, but we've been on the planet long enough to know that you have good seasons and hard seasons, lean seasons, seasons where you need help. And we're expecting that endowment account to help the organization stay viable and relevant. And also, I think sometimes we dream big dreams and we don't have any seed money. And so to have a little bit of interest on an endowment that you never touch the main part of endowment. You leave that in and let it grow and grow. But the interest, you could use a small part of it to try and launch a new idea, to bring in a consultant to say, is this going to work? To engage an architect to say, would this work in this building or on this location? And so it will be helpful to us that way. And then there's one more category within the campaign, which is undesignated, which means it helps us cover, some staffing, some postage, some printing. We talked about a new website, and it gives us flexibility if we have to shift. If one of the areas is doesn't make it, we can shift it because people haven't said it has to be spent on solar. It has to be spent on the community center. So it gives us a little flexibility. It has to be spent on the campaign, but it doesn't have to be spent on a specific project the way we've called out the rest.
The other part of the campaign is tiny homes.
Oh, thank you.
Where the tiny homes, many people are familiar with that project. We have 25 tiny homes that have created a neighborhood where there were once vacant lots. And these homes are beautiful. They're small, but they're treasures for the people who live in them. And the plan is to build 20 more tiny homes and add to that neighborhood that's already been developed.
Thank you, Rick. Yeah, we put up 25. They're all occupied. People are happy. 2 of them now own their own homes who didn't before, who had an income, but it was a low income. They're able to grow their income while they live there and not have to pay more money. The rent stays the same. It's all done with private dollars. We don't have any government money in the program. And we've picked up enough property to keep building within one area. So it feels like a community. Just when you cross Woodrow Wilson and you feel like you're somewhere else, right? There's lots of flowers, there's dogs, there's turtles, there's decorations for Halloween and Thanksgiving and Christmas. Go wild. Tiny houses gone wild because they're competitive people. These folks are. But it feels good. It's an innovative program in that it helps not only people get a house to live in, a shelter, a roof, but it helps them have an asset. It helps them in a way join the middle class. And I think Detroit is the land of opportunity. We have so much space and such a great need for affordable housing. Basically, these houses are $1 a square foot, so they're a third to a half of what people would pay anywhere else, but nowhere else do you end up owning the home. There's no mortgage, there's no balloon payment, there's no qualifying like you normally would with a bank or a credit union. As long as you have an income and it falls within HUD's low income standards, you're able to move in. And they're small, so you're not going to move in with 10 kids. Although you may have a kid while you're living there, you're not going to move in that way because there's just not enough space. And people have, by and large, been happy. People have come from all over the country to find out how to replicate parts of the program. I'm going in February to talk in Tennessee at a university about how they can start it there. So it's kind of fun to share what we've learned, mistakes we've made, things that have gone extremely well, and to see what will translate in the new area. Hey, Ben, do we have the tiny homes video that you could pull up to show people what they look like? Rick was talking about how they are all different.
Hold on to me as we go, as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this way stringing us along. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble it might drag you down. You get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble it might drag you down, and if you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home.
So that should have given you an idea of how the tiny homes look and a couple of the tiny homes residents. We're very proud of what we've done. There are very few organizations that would give away houses, but nothing has made us happier. Donations are coming in. I would remind you that you can call them in and speak to someone here at CAS at 313-826-0282. We have people waiting to take your calls. You can also go online and make a donation that way. Thank you, Mr. Isabella. You've made my day. We're grateful for your donation. We actually received one before the broadcast started, but I don't know the name of the person, so you do. I thank you for your donation. I would point out, have a matching gift for today of $25,000 to start. And so anything you give is giving us $2 for $1. So be generous, please. I'm also told that I should tell you we're giving away free stuff all day long. The first is if you give $25 or more, we will send you something. Every hour the gift changes. For the first hour, we're going to send you a keychain, which has a Detroit Old English D, slightly different from the Tigers, but identical enough that you'll know what it is, with the CAS name on it. It's made out of recycled tires. You know, we recycle tires that are legally dumped here in the city and turn them into mud mats. We take pieces of the rubber and turn them into these Ds that are sold with keychains. You can buy them two for $5 or one for $3 on our website. But Michael, you're getting one for free in the mail, so look out for it. It's coming your way. If you'd like to get a prize watch, every hour is a different one, and we'd love to send you something. I'm also told that She-Wolf, which is one of the best restaurants in Detroit, has offered up a gift certificate for 4 people, dinner, and I think drinks as well. No, yes, maybe so, could be. Good question. Cooked by Anthony, who is the chef, winner of Iron Chef this year, next door neighbor to Cass Church. It is a hot spot. You will want to try and get in on that drawing. So we're not sending that out to everybody who gives, but if you give $100 or more, we'll put your name into a drawing container, and during the last hour, we'll pull it out, and if you win, you win. I mean, you're going to have a very nice dinner at a very excellent restaurant because of your generosity. So be generous. I thought I'd give our guests, our esteemed guests, a minute to say anything I didn't ask you, or anything heavy on your heart, or anything, you know, if you're pregnant or you just bought a new car. Rick's not pregnant. Anything you want to share online for the whole world to know. By the way, we've got a good crowd watching on YouTube, so it's not just Facebook. If you want the YouTube link, you can find it on the Cass website, casscommunity.org. Lola, what did I miss for you?
Excuse me. I think we talked about everything. But one thing I will say, you know, as we go into Thanksgiving and we think about what we're thankful of, let's always think about Cass, and thank you in advance for always thinking about Cass. But let's be very thankful, and let's be intentional on what we want to be thankful for, and that is making a gift today. So I ask you to I ask you to think about being thankful, and I do ask you to support Cass today.
Thank you.
Well, I am thankful, and you know, I'm thankful to have this opportunity to talk about something that has become so dear to my heart, and an opportunity that I didn't expect, that I fully embraced, and I really do know that the work being done here is great work, that it does make a difference in people's lives. And when one has an opportunity to give time, to give money, to just be part of it, it helps the people, but it also helps individuals personally.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that opportunity.
You're good. Every Monday she shows up at a meeting. Every single Monday for more than a year, she showed up at meetings and brought good ideas and insight, and sometimes food. So we're grateful for you. Rick, what do you think?
Yeah, something people should know is that Cass is very efficient with the money that is donated. Very little percentage-wise goes to overhead and administrative costs. Not that those are bad things. You have to have that to run an organization. But the money goes right to services. I've worked with other organizations where not as much money donated goes directly to the services. Here at Cass, they stretch $1 till it screams. And so you should know that when you make a donation, thank you for that, and that it is going to have a lot of muscle behind it in how it's used.
Until it screams. We'll be using that over and over. Thank you.
Here's a new motto.
Thank you.
It works.
It is true. We try and use money well. We have come from lean years in the past, and we learned lessons from those times about, you know, well, for instance, the chairs we're sitting in today are from the Dearborn Inn. They were bringing all new furniture into their hotel. Could we use their old furniture? Heck yeah, looks pretty good, I think. Our Christmas tree is made out of hangers. Our turkey is borrowed. Our stockings were sewn here in-house. I mean, if we don't have to spend money, we'd rather use it on things that are going to benefit the people we're meant to serve and work with. And so we try to be good stewards if it was our money. And indeed, it's not. You've entrusted us with it. And we try and make it do double duty, if you will. So come on now, give us a call. Offer up a small gift, even $5, $10. It doesn't have to be $1 million. Although if you want to give $1 million, I'll give you all the gifts from today. I'll personally drive them to your house and name my next dog after you. So, no, I'm kidding. Every gift matters. Every gift is a sign that there's support in this community for the work we're doing. That is so important to people who, have had some hard luck. Maybe they lost a job. Maybe they lost a loved one. Maybe they were evicted. There are things that happen in life that are hard to recover from, including, by the way, addiction and or mental health issues. And so we try and stand in that gap, and we're only able to do it because of people like you, sharing with people like us, sharing with people we care for. So again, give us a call, try and get a keychain, put your name in the bucket for She Wolves 4 dinners by giving $100 or more. Make the phones ring so they're running in the call center to pick them all up at the same time. We want to hear from you. Give us a comment online. And Ben, why don't you send us out with the Visitation Church video? This is the church we're going to rehab. Welcome back to the second hour of the CAST live stream. We're here at the World Building. We finished up speaking about the capital campaign. It is time to talk a little bit about the programs we offer for persons, men, women, and children who are unhoused here in the city of Detroit, Highland Park, and Hamtramck. I am joined by our experts, Erica and Rebecca. And you're not sorry. Go by. I asked the last crew to introduce themselves just a little bit, to tell how you ended up here at CAS and what role you have. I'm going to start with Erica because she's the deputy director who really runs everything at this agency and gets not nearly enough credit. So you want to begin?
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone, and welcome, and thank you all for joining. My name is Erica George. I'm the Deputy Director here at CAS. I have been here now almost 11 years. Right? Something to celebrate. My time here, I actually started off as a manager, overseeing one of our largest permanent supportive housing programs. I moved into our director of our housing, and now currently in the last, 5 years, it might be, about 5 years, 4 years, been in this role as deputy director. You lose track of time around here.
Yes, you did.
Actually, my background is in education. I worked for a previous nonprofit before coming here, working with women and children, finding affordable housing. So it was a perfect fit 11 years ago.
Wow.
And still is.
Wow. If you look at the video that we have of opening the Tisdale building, you'll see that Erica was 12 and with the same smile. Rebecca?
Yes, well, thank you. I had started off at CAS as an intern, actually, about 3 years ago now. Started off here under the amazing guidance of Pat Green, who helped me get my master's degree in social work. And then after a couple of years of being here, volunteering my time, I was brought on as the Director of Emergency Services. So I oversee all of our emergency services programs, including the Family Shelter, Warming Center, Rotating Shelter, the outreach team, and soon to be drop-in center. Again, I've been here about 3 years now, and I'm loving it.
3 years.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you guys got my good side.
Good.
So my name is Jacqueline West. I am the program manager for the Family Shelter, which is called Clock Center. And then we also have our temporary shelter or seasonal, which is the Warming Center. I got here, I actually came to the open house at Fox.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yes. And sat at the table with the big wigs. No. And they, we were out. So I have some experience in financial literacy. I was a financial literacy coach. I love the tiny home concept. So just was talking to them. Ms. George said, come in, let's chat, let's see. I was in transitional for a career change, and here I am. So thank you.
And we're delighted you're here.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we are. So I'm assuming that many people in our audience know everything about homelessness, and some people in our audience know nothing. So you all know there's sort of a continuum within homelessness, people who are unhoused, that we do work with folks who are still in the street called outreach. We're going to talk with them later, so we're not going to do that right now. Then we have emergency services that include our warming center, our rotating shelter, our family center, and soon to be our drop-in center, right? I'm going to come back to you in a minute. And then we have permanent supportive housing, which I'm going to click on you in a second. And then we have tiny homes, which is home ownership that we'll talk about later in the day. So basically, I want to focus on emergency services and permanent supportive housing. What is permanent supportive housing?
Permanent supportive housing is kind of what the title says. It's a permanent housing structure where we provide supportive services through case management. We work with those who were formerly homeless coming into our programs and who have a physical or mental disability. I think we're kind of lucky as CAS to have permanent supportive housing where we actually work outside of or inside of the individual's homes. We service all adult individuals over the age of 18. And as a staff, we are here pretty much 24/7 providing services, working on goals, helping them to connect with any outside resources, if that is trying to obtain employment, Social Security benefits, food benefits, anything that will help them to sustain and be stable while they're in our housing. And they can stay indefinitely. They can stay indefinitely as long as they're abiding by the lease. Every tenant is on a lease, just like you and I would go out and have a lease on a home or an apartment. They pay 30% of their income for rent. So if for most of our programs, if you do not make anything, you do not pay anything currently. But if you do have some form of income, you pay only 30% of that income. Did I miss anything?
Good. How many units do we have of that?
Yes. In total, right now we have 123 units.
And is it just for adults?
Yes.
Married couples okay?
No.
Really? We don't have any married couples?
You can have them. You just can't have your partner there.
Are you kidding?
They can come visit you.
Is that true?
That's true. One person on the lease. I think I shocked her.
It did.
Learn something new every day, right?
I think we'll want to come back to that later. Not
Not
on
tiny
air, but-
homes and things come in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there's been a lot of reporting in the newspapers and on TV about the elimination of vouchers through MISTA. First of all, what is a voucher? What does it mean that they've been eliminated to our people and our staff as we're trying to help folks?
You want me to take that one too?
Yeah, and then I'll
Swap
swap
it
over.
out.
Yep.
Okay. So vouchers are what most people I think know as Section 8. So where government assistance kicks in, and again, people are only paying a portion of their income to have a subsidy or a voucher or Section 8 to live in their own home outside of typically receiving services from an agency like CAS. In July of this year, we were told and informed through MISTA themselves that there will no longer be any Section 8 vouchers for the unforeseeable future. I think as a continuum, as providers, we kind of saw it coming. There had not been any pools for a Section 8 voucher for a whole year prior to that date in July of this year. So we saw it coming, but officially received word that they were no longer going to be available. And so for our system, I think right now it is figuring out what are other options that we can research, utilize, or bring to our continuum of care right now. And also what's going to be some of the best ways to support our consumers, because now that is no longer an option for them to receive a voucher.
So initially, when you came on to Tisdale and back in the day, it seemed like we talked about permanent supportive housing as being indefinitely, you could stay forever. And to a degree, that's still true. And yet there's sort of a push to move people out to free up units for others who are more in need of the services provided. Right. So for those folks, there's no help to go anywhere else. Right.
Right.
And the same thing is true of the shelters, I believe, that women in our case, and in some cases soon to be men, you could help them acquire a voucher and then help them find some place to live. I know in helping somebody else within the agency, they were paying a small rent of $300 or $400 or $500. And when I went to look for a 1-bedroom here in the neighborhood, they started like $1,000. And so if they don't have a voucher, there's no way they're ever, and it's not like a family that has a two income, right? It's usually a mom and kids or a dad and kids, and so the length of time people are staying in the shelter has grown exponentially.
Yes.
And do we, first of all, either one of you, because you both work with our programs, talk a little bit about how women and families, and to some degree men, end up in our. First of all, how do they get there? And I know not everybody's the same, but what are they dealing with when they arrive?
So you're not talking about CAM, how they come through the
Well,
system.
people watching us wouldn't know what CAM is, I think, mostly. So you have to say it. Assume that folks don't know.
Okay.
Maybe they're not from here. By the way, when you were talking about the vouchers for Mishta, is that true across the country?
No.
So do we know why that happened here?
To my knowledge, budget.
So it was a budget decision from Lansing?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
And I would just say this too, just for
Yeah.
viewers to understand as well. Here in Michigan, I think we prioritize kind of that voucher process, whereas in other states, they have a different process. Now, I think that's twofold, because I think we have more needs as far as for support in housing than maybe some other states do. But this is now our time to look at how we prioritize that subsidy, those vouchers, and at other ways of living and other setup of living right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So what is CAM and how does that relate to our people?
I'm gonna throw that to Rebecca.
I think she said, hey, boss.
So yeah, I can explain a little bit about CAM and the process. So anyone who comes in the city of Detroit, in Wayne County even, although a separate portion of that, they connect with CAM. It's the Coordinated Entry Access Model. So they connect with them via phone or coming into an on-site location, which actually here at CAS, we have one of the on-site locations at our Scott building. So people can come here to meet with CAM to get put on a prioritization list to access shelter. And they score people based on need, based on outside factors, based on physical and mental health needs, which puts them at a certain ranking in the prioritization list. Last I was told, and don't quote me on this because it's been a few months since I've had an updated, but the last data showed people on average waited about 14 days to access shelter from the moment they get on that prioritization list. So about a 2-week wait, and then they get a call to get shelter. So once their name reaches the priority list, they get a call from CAM, text messages, emails, whatever forms of communication they put on their contact sheet. CAM will reach out to them, and then they have about a 4-hour period to respond to get shelter. If they don't respond in that 4-hour period, then the availability for that shelter bed goes to the next person in line. So that's about how we get the names. They get sent to us so we know who's coming and who to expect, and then we give them access to the shelter depending on the program that they qualify for.
So it used to be years ago, because I'm as old as Abraham Lincoln, people would just walk in the door and we'd say, come on in, right? Man, woman, child, family of 300, come on in, welcome home. We can't do that anymore that way. They have to go through CAM, who then decides where there's vacancy in the whole system. And what you're saying, what I heard you say is, often if I call today, it's going to be 2 weeks before I get into a shelter.
Yes.
Which is part of our issue here in Detroit.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any time CAM would say, you just don't qualify?
Absolutely. That does happen. If they just, they do scores, it's called a BI SPDAT. And if they don't score high enough for shelter priority, then they just won't be added to the list. And they offer diversion techniques, and which includes, potentially a bus pass to somewhere, try to connect with families or friends that they can send you to. I think recently, CAM, I had overheard some conversation from somebody who was waiting in our lobby working with CAM, and they were getting them a bus pass or a flight actually to Los Angeles. So they're willing to go across country to get people connected to their families and friends again, so they have somewhere to stay for the night.
My family lives in Hawaii. Should I?
Yes.
No, but you think of what a savings that is and how you avoid trauma if you can keep them from sort of entering the system. I mean, the system is better than nothing, but it's hard. It's emotionally hard and physically hard and the rest of it. All right, so somebody gets referred to us, they show up at the door. What happens then?
So we are a CAM access point at one
Right.
of our buildings. So they come to CAM. If we happen to be where the referral is, if it's for CAS, then they don't have to go far, which is nice. I do have Fox Family Center. So my shelter is just for families. So women and children, men and children. We just opened, or we just moved over there not too long ago. It's really nice. So we're excited. So thank you all who's already donated. It's being put to use. The warming center is where Camp Access Point is. But as far as how people get there, it's various reasons, right? So some people may have gotten evicted. Like you just said, rent starts at $1,000 and they're not even making enough, or, trying to work and you have 5 kids, daycare, that's expensive. So between trying to pay daycare and rent, it's just, not impossible, but it's hard. And then you don't have support. So you don't have a family member that can watch that child for you. Some people are fleeing different situations. So, we provide a safe space for them. But I mean, it's just so many reasons why people are homeless. We work with outreach that some people are literally, on the streets. So we work with them, we have a space, and we allow them to come in. But again, they have to go through CAM, they have to do the testing, the prioritization. So, I mean, it's so many reasons.
What about when CAM is closed?
So when CAM is closed, we have overflow, but that's limited space also. So we're not able to take everybody, but they can stay in that area for overnight. CAM opens from like 10 to 6. So once they see CAM, then we go from there.
So we just can't keep them because they came in after hours. They have to report in and go through the system the right way. The other thing I've found out in trying to help some people is not only are rents $1,000, $1,200 for people who are unhoused, but now, and I don't think this was true before the pandemic, but now they're asking for $100 application fee in some cases, non-refundable. And they're asking for not only security deposit, first month's rent, they're asking for you to document you have 3 times in income what the apartment's going to cost, which just locks everybody we know out.
Yeah, it does. And CAM, it depends on their funding. Sometimes they can help, sometimes they can't with maybe like a down payment, first and last month's rent, but funding goes so fast because everybody is in need of that. So they don't always have it available.
Yeah. And I think with all these needs too, a lot of, a population that's increased for us is just first-time homelessness too, right? With inflation being so high and everything that we just mentioned, people are experiencing homelessness for the first time right now as well. So we've seen that throughout the pandemic and still kind of seeing some trends with that.
And I was saying to Devin Skillian the other day, when I started, homeless people were mainly men, middle-aged men, and now kids, children, little babies being born to 18-year-olds. Do you know the numbers from last year? I got them somewhere, but
I think just this year I ran them, and we've serviced a little over 200 folks this year, which is pretty low for us just because of the vouchers and things not moving.
Right.
But 64% were children.
Yeah. So let's talk about the children for a minute. I just sent out a newsletter this morning talking about the doula and what a difference it made to expecting moms and dads. how is life different for the children than children who are growing up in a traditional home?
Well, I can kind of speak to that a little bit. And it's it's difficult,
Boy.
right?
Yeah, okay. Never has she been at a loss for words.
I know.
I just want to say I've known her quite a while now, and she's very articulate. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I just like to speak a little bit about secondary trauma and toxic stress that happens for our families that are dealing with homelessness. And it's not even just being unhoused. It's having to find support and having to find someone to help pay bills and to get you someplace. Even just the act of locating shelter and finding shelter and getting to a safe place is very traumatizing, not only to the parents but to the children. And we know now research shows us that trauma is contagious. It's infectious. Like if mom's experiencing trauma because she can't feed herself, the kids are feeling that and they're struggling and they might not even realize it, and mom might not even realize it, or dad or parents, whoever is in the household. But they're experiencing it on an emotional and mental health level that we're just now starting to discover that this is something that people are experiencing. And so a lot of our folks who come to us don't know how to deal with this. They don't know how to, express themselves and the experiences that they're having, and that all falls down to the children. It's like a trickle down thing. So they're experiencing things that the parents don't even understand why they're experiencing it. So I think that that's a huge thing. We really try to build support with the moms and the parents in our facilities, to rely on one another, to share resources amongst one another. We do a really good job, I think, of bringing in outside programs to help facilitate some therapeutic interventions and giving them space where they can share about these experiences, because we know that just bottling it all up and trying to manage on your own is not effective. And we have to have a community and we have to have support in one another. And we really try to offer that to the folks here.
And I know we do a really
There she goes.
All right.
I know we do a really good job of just welcoming customer service. We're really big on that, making sure we welcome the families. And I think just taking the basic needs off helps out a lot. So, we're making sure they're safe. We're making sure they're fed. We're making sure they're clothed. We let them get clean. We offer free laundry. We offer 3 meals. Our rooms have doors now. It's not a congregational setting. And yeah, just friendly smiles, right? So it was funny because this weekend I was at our clinic and I had one of the nurses. She was so troubled. She was like, we assessed this family and the mom didn't know the kid's birth date and the kids didn't know their ABCs and colors. And I was like, what family, right? But they just came off the streets and you're asking a mom all these questions. You're trying to get information.
Yep.
And I reassured her, I had the family go back. And she was like, is this the same family? I'm like, yes, but now they're safe, right? They have a room. They're fed. They're loved on. They can shower. They have clothes. And I was like, yeah, that's not true. You need to see this family again. They're doing awesome. The kids are in school. The mom is happy and they're safe, right? So to me, that was a win, right? So you're talking about trauma. That parent was probably, and the children were traumatized, but once they felt safe and in our environment, then they know this.
Yeah, of course. I remember watching Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith back in the day, based on a true story. And he's running away with his son, trying to protect his son. And they're in I think it's a train station, maybe it's a bus station at night. And he physically puts his legs against the door to protect his son. And the streets can be a very dangerous place, especially for women with or without kids, by the way, I would say. So coming back into a space where you're safe takes a minute, maybe takes more than a minute. In terms of talking about children and trauma, in looking at your own life, where you were raised, with whom you were raised, how you were raised, it has an impact on your whole lifespan. It's not just when you're 3. It's not just when you're 5. It affects everything and every relationship for the rest of your life. So the best we can do to reduce trauma and be responsive to safety concerns. I know the clinic, I went to the clinic Saturday too, not for me, but to make sure they had what they needed. And the nurse was telling me, well, they're not meeting their milestone markers. And I have a dog. I don't know what the milestone markers are, but there are markers about when you walk and when you talk and how much you weigh. And, you give them time, the staff will work with them. But if you've been living on the streets, you're not taking vitamins.
Yeah.
You're not eating food made from scratch. We're going to talk about next session, but it takes a minute to come back out of that sort of dark hole. And we've got staff who are committed to helping them.
Yeah, just when I just left, my security person was doing ABCs with the client's child and doing colors. So yeah, we're very hands-on and community. So I saw another client, they were singing this ABC song with all the little kids, or some parent will grab all the kids and go to our library and just read books to give, some relief to the other parents. So we're creating community at Fox Center.
It's such a great building, and that
Yes.
just having this space, not only for the families to have privacy, but the space to offer program and to spread out a little bit. Even, we're working on the stroller container, but to walk in and see all the stroller, we never had that before.
Yeah.
We didn't have the high chairs before. We didn't have a lot of it before, and much of that is due to people giving us money.
Mhm,
Right?
yes.
So some of it's government money, but much of it is not. It's from people sharing with us $5, $10, $20, whatever they have. We're able then to translate that into, those dollars make change for those families. So what else should we know about homelessness here in Detroit at the shelters? Tell us about this new drop-in center we're planning, either one of you, because it's a big deal. It's a big leap for us as an organization.
Yes.
And it's a really good thing for the city to be investing in, to recognize where there are some gaps in services and to take a gamble that this will make a difference. So what is it?
I think Rebecca swung at me for this one.
This is a group you don't want to work with too long.
We've learned each other.
They're almost kicking under the table.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So you see it move, it's okay. So for one, I was saying, just because I've been around the continuum of care for a while now too, we adapt to change, right? We adapt to kind of what's going on and what's needed. So back to kind of your point where before 2016, we were able to take anybody off the streets. They were able to come in, walk in, and we were able to provide services. Even when I started in Tisdale, we were able to receive applications from people all over to come in as long as you met the criteria. Once CAMP came in place, we called it at that time, we're closing the side doors, then that was a new process, right? And so the system recognizes some of that stuff. And when they do, right, we try to adapt to that. And I think this is another way to adapt to our times right now. Nobody expected a pandemic to come and to hit us as hard as it did. So nobody expected the effect that would have on our community and the people that we're servicing. And I think you already talked about this earlier, we've been without shelter beds for quite some time now, or even having lengths of stay in our shelter be more than 6 months and almost to a year. So we have to come up with other solutions. The other piece that we know is as it gets cold, people need to find shelter and housing, right? We are not California. We are not the sunny states where people can kind of fend for themselves against the weather. We know that we get temperatures that can unfortunately kill someone if they are out in it for too long, and that has happened. So with this drop-in center, I think the city is really trying to take a stance on making an effort toward helping our situation right now. The drop-in center is a temporary solution for an individual or families, men, women, children that are coming through our doors. However, it will be supported by those supportive services that we already mentioned. This will give us an opportunity also that we have not had in forever, I think, to hire staff who are nurses, who have counseling backgrounds, social workers. We're in a social service business, but we want to be able to have the folks and the qualified people like we have today sitting here even with us. Y'all too, to be able to come and service our folks. So what this drop-in center will do is we'll be able to take in people. Again, it'll be a temporary stay. We'll have them go through checkpoints, seeing a nurse for their vitals, seeing a counselor, seeing a housing case manager to try to help them and support them to find other resources for them to go to. The capacity for this program is at a minimum of 75 people per day, which again opens up a lot of doors for the amount of folks that are waiting just for a space right now. So I think it'll be a great idea, and I think it'll be an awesome new adventure for us at CAS, because
It'll stretch us.
it'll stretch us, but I know the team is working very, very hard to make a space that will be very welcoming, that will be warm, right? And that will be able to accommodate all the folks that we have. We'll be able to service meals to this population as well, just like we do any other population. We'll be able to have security as well in this too, because we know we're getting people that are off the streets, police, hospitals. So we want to make sure safety is a priority for us too. So I think it would be a great program. We are excited. We only a couple of weeks away from this right now.
Send money.
Please.
So again, like I said at Fox, there'll be for the first time ever as an agency, we'll have metal detectors.
Yes.
And yet we know people sometimes come with knives and guns, and we want to protect everybody. But now we'll have that ability in both buildings to do. We've increased our showers by double. We've increased our bathrooms by double. We've increased just the square footage tremendously. It will mean that we're having to give some things up, like administrative offices.
We can work from home.
And there'll be some growth.
We can work from home, remote.
Just saying.
No.
You need
I
space.
guess that's one point I would make, you silly thing, is that while everybody else, some people were complaining about, shelter at home, right? I don't want to shelter at home. I don't want to do whatever the government is telling me. We had to shelter at the shelter. We didn't get to shut down. We not only didn't get to shut down, we didn't get to turn anybody away. We didn't get to say your 60 days are up. So we went from 50 to 75 to 129 people a night. And there were some very hard years. But no, we don't work at home from here. We can't. I mean, how are you going to make sure people are showered and fed and taken care of from home? You can't. You have to be here.
So now we're getting more staffing, right?
Yes, we're getting more staffing. So let me tell you, each hour we give away a gift. If you make a donation of $25 or more, we have these handy dandy holiday towels that we've thrown our own logo on with Santa figure and tree. We'd love to send it to you, $25 or more. If you come in with $100 or more, your name and phone number will go into a drawing at the end of the day. We have dinner for 4 at She Wolf, which is a very fancy dancy restaurant right next to Cass Church. And we will pull one name between the 7 and 8 o'clock hour. So you have to turn back in. You'll have to see it that point to where we are in terms of our goal. You know, going in, we have a match for $25,000. We're hoping to turn that into 50, or maybe we'll have a match for $50,000, and maybe we can turn that into 100. That would be half of what we need for the new showers. So please, 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 what I'm saying to folks is this Thanksgiving, you're probably going to be with people you love. Maybe they're family, maybe they're not. You're probably going to get up in the morning out of a bed that has a blanket and a pillow, and maybe you have a spouse or a kid who's crawled in with you during the night, but clearly almost everybody I know has been in a bed. And you go usually and you take a shower. Not only is there water, there's hot water, and there's shampoo and soap and clean towels, and then you put on clean clothes because you have a washer and dryer at your house. Probably. Some people don't. Some people still go to the laundromat. I remember those days. And then you go to the refrigerator and you open the door and it's full of stuff because it's Thanksgiving. And now my stuff might be different than your stuff because I'm a vegetarian. You probably have a turkey or a ham or some dead animal, but it's going to be full of food. And you're going to put on a spread, or you're going to someplace they have a spread. And we'll have a spread here. Our chef, you'll meet him next hour, does a great job. But nobody goes to the refrigerator and picks out what they want. You just don't.
And you mentioned family. So we don't specify what a family is.
Yeah.
We, if you're on the street and you have a niece or a foster child, a child off the street that you just, they were in the encampment with you, you can put them like that's your family. So
Right.
A family isn't a mother who birthed a child or a father who has his children. So these days, family has so many definitions, right?
For everybody. Huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So I heard you say family. My family is from the South, but then here I have church family. I have work family.
Notice we took
Yes,
the back.
right. So I don't know. I just heard family. It made me
Yeah.
think the definition of family is so diverse nowadays.
Thank you for that. I thought I said, but maybe I didn't. Yeah.
No, you
whoever
did.
you include in your circle of love, right? And by the way, if my family's a dog, and he is, he can come in the shelter. Probably my dog can't come in your shelter.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No dogs can come in anymore.
Service animals.
Service animals. Okay. Watch my dog lead me through a dark room. At any rate, we have had some dogs. I don't know that we've had turtles. A turtle is a pet of preference in the tiny homes. We have 3 now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's hard to walk your turtle, but they love them.
Yeah.
They do. Okay, so what else we've talked about the drop-in. You mentioned, I would emphasize, imagine you're homeless to begin with. You go to the hospital because you're sick, because lots of people who are unhoused are sick because they're not eating properly, they're not sleeping properly, they're not clothed properly, they're stressed, and any doctor will tell you stress leads to disease. You go to the hospital, they fix you up, they patch you up, and then they go to send you out, and there's nowhere for you to go. How much better are you going to get? We've had people come from the hospital with bandages and dressings that need to be changed, and you're sick. This drop-in center is meant especially for people coming from the hospitals. And by the way, the nurses and doctors and medical personnel aren't really happy with the emergency rooms being jammed full of people who aren't sick, who just want to get out of the cold, right? So they're happy to have someplace safe to send people to. We already mentioned the police. You can't just say, get out. It's 5 degrees. It's snowing. You don't have a car. You don't have any money. Your family's not talking to you, maybe your biological family, or your friends are mad at you for whatever reason. Get out. It's Michigan. So this place will be a safe place um, for a large number of people who are very vulnerable. And that makes me proud of our staff and what we're trying to do. We occasionally make mistakes, never on purpose. We try and admit our mistakes and learn from them and move on. All right. So I've read that the point in time count emphasized that there's about 200 people who can't get into shelter. I've also read that Cam says there's about 1,000 people who can't get. Can you tell us off the top of your head, because I didn't warn you, what is the number of people who are in the system now, and what do you think the real number is who can't get into the system?
Got real numbers.
Anybody?
So I know as of 2024 pit count, like for the city, which was coordinated with HUD, they're required to do that biannually. We had, I think it was over 300 people who were unsheltered on the night of January 31st, 2024. That was more than 50% increase from the previous year, which was the 200 number. So we have a lot more people struggling to just get into shelter. And that can be a variety of reasons. We talked about how when Cam is trying to get a hold of you to let you know that there's a shelter bed available, they're calling, they're texting, they're emailing. If you don't have access to a phone or don't have access to Wi-Fi when you do have a phone, or just in the 2-week wait at that moment in time and 4-hour period, you didn't check your phone, you've lost your opportunity to get in shelter and you go back to the bottom of the list. So that's very limiting for a lot of our folks who are unsheltered and are living on the streets. So that's just one factor. Another factor is, sometimes people do have families, or they are connecting with friends who let them stay on a couch, or, maybe give them some money to get a hotel for the night. At that point, they're no longer considered unsheltered. So they lose that priority status because now they're technically housed for a night or two. So even when people are trying to take steps to get, themselves to safety, it can limit them from being able to get shelter and a place to stay a little bit longer temporarily. So those are just a couple factors that I'm aware of.
Good. Did you go out for the point in time count?
No,
I
we
was,
did.
yes. We were.
So again, most people listening to us probably don't know
Yeah.
what a pit count is.
Yeah.
Can you explain that and why we do it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we coordinated with HUD this year. They're actually talking about doing another one with just the city as well. So that might be potential something we'll be doing just to keep our records, what's happening, what the unsheltered homelessness looks like for the city of Detroit. So last year, well, I guess it was in February or January of this year, last winter, we coordinated with HUD. So they actually had given us an app for our phones. And so when we connect with people out on the streets, we left out about 10 o'clock at night, and we were out until, gosh, I think we were out past 2 a.m., but we were supposed to be out till 2, and we had set areas. So there were teams all across the city of Detroit who had a map of where they were supposed to be checking, and we were checking, frequent spots where we know people like to sleep, know where people like to hang out, checking parks, certain facilities that we're familiar with, and we were just connecting with them, getting their names, their number, asking them if they wanted shelter. We had shelters on call for that night to be able to transport people. We had drivers who were just strictly ready to come pick people up and take them to shelter. And so during the course of those hours, we were just counting people, figuring out, where they often stay, and then connecting with them later the next day and the following day to get more data from them, find out, a few more details about their homelessness experience. And then we also, a part of that, we're counting people who were sheltered at that time in our shelter facilities. So it gave us a really good picture about the number of people who are sheltered and the number of people who are unsheltered, and just what that looks like for the city of Detroit.
Yeah. And I would just add our partners, like our lead agency, HAND, Homeless Action Network of Detroit, the City of Detroit, the Housing Revitalization Department, all play a role in this as well, in coordinating this pit point in time count that we do every year. And we've been doing it now, definitely since I've been a part of this system. And January is always kind of the biggest one that we do as a whole continuum. And just to piggyback and follow up with what Rebecca was saying, not only do we do it in January, that's the biggest one, but we also do it quarterly throughout the year so that we can look at our numbers, more on a frequent basis, which also kind of plays a role into our funding and looking at capacity to make sure that all of our programs are at capacity, utilizing all of their spaces, which I don't think we have a problem with right now. But obviously, as a good check and balance, we make sure as a system that we're doing those things. So just wanted to add that.
And we were out
Yeah,
until
we were out
2:30,
together.
and it was cold.
It was cold.
It was cold that night, and we ran into a lot of people who, we were offering shelter to, and some of them were just no. So we were giving blankets, we were giving food, we were coordinating with other teams to say, hey, go check on these people later. And I think that that's another limitation for people trying to get shelter too, is they don't want to be in the shelter system, or they've experienced shelter and they don't want to be there again for a number of reasons. So that puts a lot of people at risk. And even if we could just bring people in for a couple of hours or for a couple of days because they're in this transition period, or they just need a break from being outside, the drop-in center will definitely open up a lot of space for that, for them to just come on an as-needed basis.
Some of those reasons, again, if you're not working in the shelter system, maybe you've been kicked out. Maybe somebody has threatened you. You don't want to go back in. Maybe you've had a disagreement with the staff, and so you don't want to deal with it again. Maybe you have some sort of mental illness that you can't be in a crowd of people. So there's more than one reason why folks stay up. Maybe you're just very private. Right. The other thing that makes the point in time sort of important in a city like Detroit is that you don't really always know, because we have so many buildings that are abandoned and people go inside to stay warm. That's often where you have fires, by the way. They're trying to stay warm, or they think they can stay in their cars and have the privacy and dignity that they so desire. Used to be we met and engaged with a bunch of people downtown underneath the but speaking of fires, we had a fire this year in one of our buildings, and although we have insurance to cover it, it meant that everybody had to move out. What happens when something like that occurs, Ms. George?
Yes. So one of our permanent supportive housing units did catch fire. And again, that just goes back to what I was talking about earlier, where we have tenants that live in some of our apartment buildings and units where they lease from us. And back in August, we unfortunately had a fire to start inside of one of the tenants' units. And it destroyed the apartments from the third floor down to the basement, making the building inhabitable for people to live. So that night, staff were quick on their feet to get there, and then connecting the tenants to Red Cross to provide some supports. We were able to get them some vouchers. As a team, we were able to research and find a hotel that was able to take 6 of our tenants there that night that were willing to go, right? Obviously, our services are all voluntary, and especially in those type of situations, but we do everything that we possibly can. So our tenants were able to go to either a hotel, stay with friends and family, and then after that day, probably by Monday, we were back to figuring out what we could do. So our staff jumped right in and were able to connect with other providers to find housing and other permanent supportive housing programs for folks. So huge thank you to those providers that supported us through that process and who are still supporting us through that process right now. I think that was just tremendous and just shows and speaks volumes to our system and how much we do try to work together when we can, and especially when we're in those type of situations. Our tenants as I mentioned, 7 out of the 10 tenants that were living in that unit have been housed, thankfully, and the other 3 we are still working with. So we have not just let anybody go to the wayside. We are truly still working with those tenants, and for various reasons, right? Again, like I mentioned, people have mental health challenges that might prevent them from moving forward. And some people may be dealing with substance abuse as well. That's a real thing. And especially here, and we see it. So we try to give them those supports too, to help them to be able to maintain housing or to even accept it. So I think those are some of the key points there.
Yeah, I would echo that. Not only did we have partners we expected, but the Detroit Fire Department showed up in mass to make sure that the building was vacant, cleared, and it was. No one was hurt, thankfully. Salvation Army showed up right away, and it felt good to know that we were not alone. And the other thing is, I think it sort of highlights the fact that permanent supportive housing means that you've got a staff and people are going to make sure you have a safe landing, right? And in a normal apartment building, I'm not sure that safety net is there in the same way.
Yes.
That all this time later, we're still trying to make sure, right, trying to help, trying to make sure you're going to be okay. Yes. So I've got some good news. Do I have a drum roll this year or no?
We can make it.
So I'm told from our call room that we've had $850 donated over the phone. Yay. From Julia for $100, from Shelly for $100, from Michael for $200. Thank you. From the Greens for $100, from Russell Moore for $100, and for, I can't read it, something $250. I'm sorry, but I'll find out who that is. In addition to, first of all, thank you. Thank you very much. Second of all, we have some corporate sponsors who are also helping us today, including Contractors Fence Company.
Oh, nice.
We use them quite a bit. Yes. Because it's a good company. And when we call, they come promptly and do good work. They have given us a check for $5,000. So how's that? Yeah. So I'm here to say, if you want to give, they keep scrolling across the bottom how you reach us by phone and how you can reach us online. $25 wins you a free complimentary "We Love You" set of Christmas towels. A gift of $100 or more puts you in the drawing at the last hour for dinner for 4 at She-Wolf that I promise you will satisfy every taste bud you have. Chef Anthony will cook it for you himself. Now, I always at the end of the hour turn to the guests, the staff members' guests, and say, what didn't I ask, or what do you want to say? I would start with Jackie, but I know she'd look at you. So, Rebecca?
I just want to shout out Cass Community Social Services in general. The staff here is amazing. And just while you were explaining the situation with the fire, it just brought me back to how we coordinated together with other partners, but also within the agency itself. We had permanent supportive housing staff assist during that time. We had our outreach staff assist during that time. And that just goes across the board. Anytime that there's something that's going on or there's a need, people just jump in. We have from all over the campus, we have program managers that assist other program managers, and just coordinating with one another to really make this agency flow. And that's one thing I love about this agency, and I think is amazing, that a lot of places I've worked and a lot of other places I've experienced, they don't have that. They don't have that support with one another. But we know how important this is for the community and for the city. And I think that is just a big draw for people to want to give their all when they're here.
Thank you.
I just want to echo off Rebecca. So this position and agency has definitely stretched me, but I I needed that, right? They're allowing me to grow, to learn, to be stretched. I like the cross training. If I need help from somebody in the staff, or even, I say big wigs, right? Like you have an open door policy. It might not be. It's for me. It's open door. But I do come in. I might kick the door open, and I really appreciate that, right? And then I was just talking to a resident today, and they were just telling me how welcoming we are, and how they do see, because I always remind my residents, the goal is housing, right? So let's push through all this other stuff,
Right.
and let's get to the goal of housing. So just small things, having them exit at a certain time. I said the goal is not to just exit and go outside and hang out. The goal is to go into an educational training program. The goal is to make sure your kids are in school, or you utilize a community partner in the area and do your resume, or get a job, or it's just life skills.
Right.
So even by you getting out at a certain time, that's going to help you later in life and create structure, back to a norm for you. So I like hearing those stories from the residents. I had a success story last week. They even emailed me, sent me pictures, let me know that they were thankful and grateful for getting the home. It's furnished now. The kids are flourishing. They found a church home. They're getting ready to get a car. So, we have success stories. You don't hear those too often, but people do appreciate what we're doing. And then under my leadership a little bit, I really want to encourage our residents to give back, to start volunteering. So even in your exit during the day, go down and help another agency,
Right.
volunteer, come back, help us. There's always volunteer opportunities. And I think they're wanting to do that because now they're realizing, oh, I can volunteer. Yes, most definitely. And teach your children to volunteer, right, and to give back, and to, pay it forward.
Everybody can't they?
Yes.
And nice to hear about being stretched. I think everybody who works here gets stretched, by the way, and that we have that expectation. You're not just here for a roof, but you're here for the rest of your, to set up the rest of your life. So it may be some growing pains, but that's okay. That's what life is made of.
And really quick, it made me think about, with them volunteering, I was telling them, this is good for your resume. Mm-hmm. And then you're networking with others. So if you need a job and you showed up volunteering, they'll know, oh, well, they showed up every, day at this time to volunteer. They would be a good employee because right, we want to encourage them to look for employment. So that's a good start. So there's always somewhere to start. Lastly, I said,
I don't want to talk to you. You can't shut me up.
In Fox Center, I told them this is Thankful and Grateful Week. So I'm going to get a jar and we're going to put some notes in a jar, what we're thankful and grateful for. The negative always sticks out. You always know the negative, but let's take a minute this week and every day, let's drop in something that we're grateful and thankful for. And when we have those bad times, maybe we pull that note to remind ourselves. I'm done.
Beautiful. And just an email from somebody saying I made it and da-da-da-da-da. That goes a long way when you're having not so good days here.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Ms. George?
And you kind of stole what I was going to say, that those are the reminders of why we show up every day and do what we do. Those are the reminders why you as viewers are watching right now, because the important work that we do. So I think just in short, continue to get to know us. If you don't, tell a friend, tell somebody else, come volunteer with us, get to know who we are. Right. We continuously grow. We are a nonprofit that I don't think you'll ever come across like us. We are truly innovative under this woman's leadership right here. So, you can't be a part of anything better, I think. And so I encourage everybody, get to know us, tell somebody about us, and continue to show up and support us. we appreciate it.
I'm grateful for our staff. We have a video clip of a peer staff member. Can we show that? So we try and include people who have lived experiences around the agency, and this woman shared a little bit. Nope, you don't have it? It says Rizzo Pier. Okay.
I lived around the corner from Cass Methodist Church, which is on Selden and Cass, and I can remember going there for Thanksgiving dinners, and I remember going there for Christmas celebrations. At that time, I was sick and suffering. I was highly addicted to crack cocaine and alcohol. And I found out through different people going to the church that they had a program. They also had shelter. I was homeless at the time, so I reached out to a couple of the staff that were there for the different celebrations, and they told me about their program. So they showed me love, they showed me support, and with that being said, it made me go back to school. It made me get my degree. And so after I completed my schooling, I came back and applied for a job, and I was so grateful and thankful that I got hired in. It was difficult for me during my transition, so to see someone smile that I have helped with their homelessness, also with their addictions, it brings me joy to know that they're on the right road, and that just to see the joy in their eye is a wake-up call for me as well, and it lets me know that I'm in the right field, I'm doing the right thing. That's my dream. I know it's not feasible at this time, but I'm not giving up hope. And the one thing that I recognize, just one person, if I can just help, or we can help one person, would be marvelous. But to help 3, 4, 5, or maybe 15 would be that much better, because they will also go out and be able to help someone else.
so this segment's on food. I hope you don't mind that I brought in my pizza. And since it is on food, the gift for this hour is an apron, a very beautiful apron with the Cass Christmas logo on it. If you donate $25 or more, we'll be glad to send you an apron to wear at your gathering at your home. So please send in $25 or more. Also, if you contribute $100 or more, we are wanting to put your name and phone number into a basket, because during the last hour of the show, we will be drawing somebody to win a dinner for two at She-Wolf, which is dinner for four, or you can invite a friend and I to come with you to She-Wolf. For a meal that's cooked by Chef Anthony, who's just really wonderful. Both as a neighbor and as a chef. He won the Iron Chef event this year at Easter Market for us. I think he's going to be up to defend his title next spring. So you will be, if you don't win with us, you might win that night. I am joined again by Erica George, our Deputy Director, and Carl, who is our Food Program Director. And I would ask you both to introduce yourself for a moment so I can eat.
Okay, I'm Carl Angat, and I am the Food Service Director at Cass Community Social Service.
What did you do before you came here?
Well, I've done a lot of things. I started out my career, I'm going to tell you, I started my career in San Francisco. I worked for Alice Waters at Chez Panisse while I was going to school, and then I moved back to Detroit. Worked at the Fox and Hounds for quite a while as one of their pastry chefs, and then I did. And then I went to the Whistle Stop and became a pastry chef there, and then I opened my own restaurant, and where I live in Indian Village, and then I worked at the Whitney, and now I am here at Cass Community. I retired, and then I wanted to do something.
Perhaps you could shift to the camera so everybody's not watching me eat.
Wait, watching you eat?
Thank you, Carl. That is very helpful. Erica, I know you introduced yourself last hour. Maybe make up something different this hour. People don't know about you.
Of course. So Erica George again, Deputy Director here at Cass. For new viewers, maybe that have just joined us and did not hear, I've been here over 10 years now. Started off as a manager and then director of our housing programs, and now the deputy director here at Cass. Something about me. I also am very dedicated to Highland Park, the community there. Especially our police and fire commission. I want to say thank you to them for supporting right now too. So I appreciate you all. And I have 2 children. People may not know that. And I'm a black belt in karate.
Which is why we really didn't need security, for a long time.
Just call me up.
So, Carol, one of the things people often ask me when I go out to speak is, where does our food come from? And they always, by the way, want to pitch the idea that we need more gardens, to have our own gardens. Mm-hmm. What do you think about, what can you say about where our food comes from?
Well, comes from a couple of places. We get it, I order for myself from purveyors, and then we also have Forgotten Harvest that we use. And that's where most of the food that I get, for like meats and stuff, is from Forgotten Harvest. They're a big supporter of us. And we also get it through Gleaners, which is also another purveyor that we use.
Right. So Forgotten Harvest, Gleaners are good supporters. We get much food from both great organizations. Yeah. In addition, do we not have some religious organizations and schools that do food collections that I know we give more out to the community than use in-house, but still it's a big savings for us, is it not?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's, if we didn't have that, I don't know if we could do it. We just don't have the money, we just don't have enough money to run this place. Right. And without the donations, we're not going to get there.
Right.
So,
Okay, so donations are big for food, and so you get the food. Who does the menu? How do you decide what we serve?
so we do a cycle menu, so it's a month menu, and so it's for a whole month, and I do the menus. I provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that's how I do my orders and how I place how I do everything.
3 meals a day, 7 days a week.
Right. And that includes holidays.
Includes, yeah. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what's
It
going
doesn't-
on in the world.
it
Is
does
it
not
snowing?
matter.
Is it freezing? Is it a
That's right.
blackout?
We have to be here.
You gotta feed.
So.
Right. So I know that during the pandemic, we started serving meals to the community out the front door instead of bringing people in who might either get infected or cause infection.
Right.
Are we still doing it that way?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So anybody from anywhere can come, no questions asked, and get a meal every single day at Cass at the front door of the
At the
Scott
front
Building.
door, absolutely.
At
every day.
roughly 12 o'clock, is that?
From 11:30 until 1.
What's the favorite meal they like here?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we make all different types of. Like yesterday, they had salmon Alfredo. We do, gumbo. We do jambalaya. We do baked chicken, fried chicken, meatloaf. They have a variety of food that we do.
Okay.
So, and I don't know if there's one thing. Because there's constantly new people coming in too. So.
Right. So Erica, I know that we are getting ready to open the drop-in, which will cause us to serve food there, and we now have the Fox Family Center. We serve food there. Can you explain how food gets to different places and all that good stuff?
Yeah, so we actually have vehicles with our food department and our employees through the food department who will prepare meals at our Scott Building. That is where we have our commercial kitchen and where we prepare all of our meals. And then we transport them safely to our different buildings that we have to serve our meals to as well. So the same process will happen. So currently, like right now, our Scott Building, they transfer meals to our Fox Center. And then once the drop-in comes, any meals there will have to be transferred to our drop-in center. So we work together as a team to make sure that happens.
Good. So it saves us money not creating multiple commercial kitchens, but
No,
it
absolutely.
does take somebody driving them around, making sure the temperatures are safe,
Right.
serving and cleaning.
Right. Well, each building has their, has a hot box in it, and it has a warming table.
Right.
So I mean, and the food is we serve just for an hour, so we're not really putting anybody in a danger zone of getting that. When it goes out at a certain temperature, they temp it when it gets there, and they're eating it within the hour. So.
We obviously serve a bunch of kids. Do they have any special menu needs that we are
sometimes
attentive to?
Yeah, I mean, we do we try and, I can't do a kids menu per se because there's, I just can't, it can't happen right now. I mean, maybe in the future I can do it. We know exactly how many people we're serving and where again, because it's the winter time, now we're getting new people. So, and there's some are kids and some are not. And so, macaroni and cheese they get chicken things, things that kids like. They don't want,
Yeah. And each day Carl does a great job at making sure we at least have an alternate meal, right?
Something
whether that's a soup, whether that's a sandwich, just in case the main course.
In the case they don't, some people don't eat meat, some people don't, I can't accommodate, I can't make a huge vegetarian thing for one person, so it's hard, it's juggling. They give me, like, each department will give me to say, well, hey, there's 5 people that don't eat meat here, and
Right.
so I mean that works out, so I can adjust.
And I know we run into religious things about pork and other
Pork,
things. And then today, not so much when I was growing up, but today, somebody's allergic to latex, somebody's allergic to peanuts, somebody, you know what I
It's
mean?
gluten free.
Right.
There's a lot of things that are, yeah. So I try to alter the menu if I can.
Mhm.
I mean, I can't do it all the time, but I
Sure.
do try, because they got to have something to eat.
Absolutely. Do I remember right that last Christmas you did Christmas cookie decorating with the kids?
Yeah.
How did that go?
That was great. I think you came by, didn't? No, maybe you didn't. I don't know. It was you.
Yeah, we
But it was like, and then the year, no, that was the year before. Last year, friends of mine from Chicago sent me a whole bunch of Christmas ornaments they could to paint
Decorate.
and
Oh,
decorate.
wow.
So last year we did that.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do this year. So, but they got to have something to do during the holiday
Right.
between
Of course.
Christmas and New Year.
Yep.
They're just sitting there.
We try and do
hate
some trips with
Yeah.
them. You know, we take them to movies or we
Right.
take them to the
Skating rink
drive-through,
or
Christmas lights or that sort of thing. But it's a long day in a shelter.
It is, and they need something to do. So, and that's
Yep.
my big thing.
I know.
I
you're in
really
with
love the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. The rest of us, you don't care much.
Yeah, no, it's not that. It's just hard for kids, and
It is.
especially at Christmas time.
Sure.
That's got to be tough, right? So,
We try.
yeah, and we do.
So if there was one thing you could have to make life easier in the kitchen, what would that be? Or is there one thing consumers are requesting? Be careful now, not $1 million thing.
No,
If there was
I would
one
never
thing
say that.
Residents were requesting, like, we really wish we had fill in the blank. What would that be?
No, gosh, I don't know. They don't really say that. I think they're just appreciative of what we give them. But I mean, they get roast beef. It's not like they're not getting.
Right.
We're not like a soup kitchen,
Right.
right? Where they're
Talk
getting.
about that for a minute.
Well, we're not a soup kitchen. They're getting a vegetable. They're getting a starch. They're getting a protein. They're getting a dessert. So we do soups sometimes, soups and sandwiches for lunches maybe, but dinner is always something. It's like when you're at home and you're cooking for your family. That's how we do it. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, and you put so much love into it, and the staff put so much.
Yeah, they
love
really
into
do.
it.
They like what they're doing.
Yeah.
We were just making, some of the stuff, how some of the places are. Hot dogs all the time. I couldn't do it. It's not. I wouldn't want to eat it. So I look at it and I say, what would I want to eat, or what do I want, right? Rather than, I mean, I say what do they want, but personally, what do I want? What would I like?
And we haven't talked to them, throughout the year, just about maybe some things that they want to do. And we've even, we've tried it where we've had our clients or consumers help us to either prepare a meal or give ideas of the type of meal they would want to prepare. And so Carl has opened up the kitchen and been willing to work with even the consumers to help them to make that meal that they wanted to make. So
we were thinking about putting in a box where they can put in,
Suggestions.
how about your grandma's, my grandma used to make this, right? Or something like that. So we try to do different things.
Sure.
But again, we turn around, there's a lot of people that come in, but they also get homes and they go. So, and then we're also offering new people
There's
coming.
always new people. And
There
there's
is always new people coming in, especially this time of year, which is the worst time because they're.
How is it with volunteers? It seems to me you use a lot of volunteers in the kitchen. Some of them come every week and some of them come just once with a big group.
Yeah, like certain schools, like we have U of D, they come every other week. So there are 4 boys that we have here, and 8 altogether, and throughout our whole complex. And then there's groups of like churches that'll come, and they come. Sometimes they come once a month. Sometimes they come twice a year, 3 times a year, and we get a lot, quite a few. Like for Thanksgiving, we're gonna have. I'm gonna have 40 volunteers in the morning to help me cook breakfast for everybody, which is the Baptist church. And then we have a lot of people to serve for lunch, which is our our Thanksgiving dinner. So yeah, they're
Seems
always.
to me when you have big groups of volunteers like that, it allows you to get a lot of slicing and dicing and cleaning done that we
There's
don't
a-
always have the staff.
Absolutely, lots of cleaning. That's what
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
like.
I'll tell you what, I've been at Cass 30 years and nobody's kept the kitchen as clean as you do.
Yeah, well,
I always feel like I can walk in day or night and know that it's in good shape.
it is. It is. That was my big thing.
Mhm. Sure.
So yeah, it's very important.
And it's hard when you're serving a lot of meals.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of employees,
Right,
you know.
right.
So yeah, but it's
And I know you got all of our employees Serve Safe certified.
Yeah,
Which makes
everyone.
me happy, so they
Yeah.
understand all the rules around food
absolutely,
safety.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
everybody should have that. I
Absolutely.
mean, I think in every restaurant,
Yep.
right? But
Yep.
they don't. That's not necessary. The health department doesn't ask for that, but I like it.
Yeah. And then in the basement, Erica, I know a couple years ago, the people at Scott were saying, oh, we really want to microwave these. So we set that up in the basement. So if they come in, maybe they're coming from work or maybe they're late from school, they could always nuke something if they wanted.
Yeah.
Occasionally, people also order food out. You'd be surprised, but they do.
They do.
And that's their prerogative. What am I forgetting to ask about food?
It's all fresh. How about that?
Tell me about that.
Well, it's all everything. We use fresh vegetables, you know, and we're not using canned products. So, I mean,
Why
I
is
don't-
that important?
Oh, for me, because nutritional wise, I mean, the frozen's okay. It has more nutrition than the can. So, but I mean, have you ever tried canned green beans? I don't know any of you. They're terrible.
Says the chef.
Yeah. So we're mindful of the fact that it's fresh and that
Yeah.
it's not got a lot of salt or a lot of sugar.
Right.
and
We
all the things
monitor
that are
all
bad
that.
for
Right.
your
We
health.
add to it.
Yeah.
Right. Rather than the can, you open it and it's in there already.
Right.
Which is
We probably don't do macaroni and cheese with a really bright,
no, we
Orange.
don't. No.
which is my favorite, by the
The
way.
blue box.
A lot of people love it. I get
That's
it.
the only way I got through college. It was like 70 cents for the whole thing.
Right.
you know?
Right. It's awful for you though.
It may be, but when you're young, it doesn't matter as much. Did you pull up that video, Ben, or no? Ready? Sure.
Sure.
So you have a staff of about 6 people?
No, now I have 8. 8 people. And I'm going to be getting more.
And,
Well, I have to. We're getting, all that new group in, so it's got to be done.
I know one of your big pushes is for us to go from paper plates to plastic plates
Yeah,
and dishwashing.
I would
and
really like to.
better for the environment. It makes me happy too.
Yeah,
Um,
that was one of my big things too. It's just we're just throwing away, and the products themselves are expensive. The paper,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
well,
like
and it's bad for the environment. too.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think it sends the message to the residents or guests like
Right.
you don't deserve a real plate.
Right.
You know
Oh,
what I mean?
absolutely. Right. Yeah, which is sad,
Yeah.
right?
What are we serving for? So first of all, I want to say we gave out about 200 turkeys and boxes of food to people
Great.
in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Thanks primarily to the Detroit Pistons.
Right.
So I want to give them a shout out for sharing with us so we can share with others. But then what are we serving here?
So they're getting turkey, they're getting dressing, they're getting macaroni and cheese, they're getting greens, they're getting sweet potatoes, they're getting they're getting banana pudding and sweet potato pie. Pretty much the whole shebang, gravy, mashed potatoes. So, yeah.
And
It's
you
a lot
were-
of work.
And you were talking about serving it family style.
We are serving a family style.
So
I found a
people can-
whole bunch of stuff, by the way.
So you don't realize this if you've not either been in a shelter situation or a soup kitchen situation.
Right.
Normally you stand in line and somebody plops stuff on your plate.
Right.
The amount you get and what you get is really determined
Determined
by
by
the
the
people. But for Thanksgiving and for Christmas here, we try and serve family style. So you take what you want, the proportion what you want, and if you run out, we fill it up again.
Right.
And even though it may be you don't know everybody at your table, you probably will by the end of the
Right.
meal. And it really has a different feel to it, a
It
different dignity to it.
It does. It
Yeah.
does. It definitely does. I mean, standing up in line, waiting for food to be slapped on your plate.
Right, right. Even if it's good food, it does.
Right.
It just
No,
doesn't-
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel the same
Yeah.
way. What made you want to be a chef?
Oh, wow. I don't know. I think. I mean, I always like to cook. So, and then, when I'm like 19, I said, I'm going to California, to California Culinary Academy, and went there. And graduated, stayed out there for quite a few years, but then came back here. So I thought, ooh, there wasn't really many chefs in Detroit back in the 80s.
Okay.
And I thought, well, I could just open a restaurant.
And what kind of restaurant was it? that you
Well,
opened?
my first one was a deli and a bakery. It was on Agnes, and it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work that at that time the city. This was in 1995, 96. The city. There was not one shop stopping where you can go in and get your electrical, and plumbing and all that. You had to go
Right.
to different departments. At
Oh.
the time, it was kind of corrupt. Sorry, it was.
Yeah,
And you either paid to play or waited and waited. So it took a couple years to open the restaurant. But thanks to Mayor Archer at the time, he pushed it through. So I was lucky. So, yeah.
yeah.
Well,
I don't have any comment.
yeah.
I just have no comment. One of the things Carl does for us every year is he lets us have a rummage sale, actually twice a year at his property, and we do very, very well there. So I just wanted to thank
Yeah, good.
two of you for that.
You're welcome.
What are you serving? You said you got a son and a daughter. What do they like to eat? Are they macaroni and cheese out of a box?
No.
Oh.
They
I
are
would
not.
think so.
I
Good.
have spoiled them,
Good.
and I actually, it's funny because I just went on Amazon yesterday to buy me the cheese grater,
Oh,
so I don't
wow.
have to sit there and
Wow.
grate it manually by hand.
I've seen those.
Yeah. So they want mac and cheese for sure, if nothing else, mac and cheese. So
Okay.
that's on the menu.
All right.
Well,
What
you
time
serve-
did you want me to come by?
Yeah, but you serve good meals, don't you?
Thank
You
you.
don't do.
Yeah, I try. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not the fast food mom.
No.
I really try not to be that.
She's a great boss too, I have to say.
I know she is.
She really is. She's a great boss.
Yeah.
And I'm
she
not
did a
trying to
great
suck
job.
up to you.
No,
Okay.
no, and you're great as a chef. Like you said, I mean, I don't think we've had a kitchen this clean in
Ever.
years.
I mean, this is a great
And the
place. This is a
meals.
great place to work.
Yeah.
And the people are great here. They're friendly. Everybody helps each other. And that's the way our cast community should be. We're a community.
Yes.
So
We
this is
try.
what we do,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. How about pie? What kind of pie?
So I don't bake. That's one area that I let everybody else deal with and handle. That takes a little longer and a little more patience for me right now. So no baking. My aunt is gonna do that.
Do I remember last year you did one of those throw the turkey in the fryer thing?
I didn't, but I'm gonna pay somebody
Oh,
to
really?
do that. Now I will do turkey wings. I'll bake
Okay.
them and I do a rub and put them in the oven.
So I'm a vegetarian and have been since I was 5 years old. So my whole life, basically. I love the smell of turkey cooking.
Cooking.
There's something about that
It's-
smell
yeah.
that's just wonderful.
Yeah.
So I don't think you get that when you drop it in the oil.
No.
I think you just get sort of
With
crisp
the wings, you will.
stuff. Oh, well, yeah.
Turkey wings.
Okay. Yeah. So when I started at CAS, we didn't have the number of volunteers we have today. And so often for the first few years, I got stuck putting the turkeys in the oven and trying to
Okay.
get them all to come out at the same time. The thing that grossed me out was pulling that
Oh yeah.
crap out. It's just, I dreaded it for weeks in advance, and then they wanted me to cook that and use it for. Oh no! And I think the first year, I think people waited an extra hour for all the turkeys to be done. Because when you're cooking at Cash, you're not cooking just one turkey. You're cooking like as many as will fit into the ovens.
Right.
And at that point, we just had 2 ovens. So I have some really interesting memories of early Thanksgivings. Then one Thanksgiving night, the night before, we got some volunteers to come down and help me. And I went to my office and came back to the kitchen. They're all drinking beer in the kitchen, in the church, in the Methodist church that doesn't believe in drinking back then. And, oh God, you got to get rid of that. I've been waiting for my trustees to come in. Yeah.
How did it turn out?
I guess okay. Yeah. My. Is our video up? So this video is from the opening of Van Tisdale. I told people on the last hour that we had a video from back then and that you could see how young Erica was when she started with us. So let's take a peek. It's taken by Bob Cleveland, who was really kind to us over the years in terms of photography. And he got a gentleman out of the Birmingham area to sing a religious song with it, but a good song nonetheless. I hope you like it. Have you seen it?
lest the foe would dwell within. Keep them pure and free from sin. Bless us all that we may feed the Lord who dwell within. Bless us all that on their way may dwell.
Well, I hope you saw Erica when she was a teenager. That's where she worked, first of all, when she came to Cass, and now she runs the place. So there's great hope for everybody. I'm going to let those thanks notices file up, but I wanted to tell you we have more to be thankful for. The Harnishes have donated $100, the Corey family $100, the Michelson family $150, the Karen Vogt $100, Shelby and Carol $100, Toya Hankins $100, somebody anonymously $100, and Brenda Hicks $50 for another $800. Boy, are we blessed. We are very, very grateful for your support, and we'll be putting your name in the drawing and sending out a gift from us to express our appreciation. So we've got just a few more minutes with Carl and Erica, and I wanted to ask a couple more things about the food program. One is, I know that if people wanted to do a donation through work or their religious organization, what kinds of things are most beneficial to get in boxes or cans or bottles that would help you, Carl?
Like for me right now, it would be like cereal. Any type of cereal would be great. Also snacks for bag lunches. So like Nutri-Grain bars, or bags of chips, bags of peanuts, anything that's small, individual though, because we're sending out. We do a lot of bag lunches,
right?
A day. So that's to the community. So
sure, out to the community, and also with the outreach that are meeting people still living on the street who might really appreciate a granola bar, a bag of peanuts, or whatever. Yeah. Right. Okay, so those are good.
Yeah, those are
if
great.
you have any of those to share, if you have a 2-for-1 coupon and you want to keep one and give us one, we would be most happy to receive those things anytime during the year. I would point out that we have special volunteers for Christmas Day to give our staff some time off. Who are those folks?
That's the Jewish community. They come in and they let me have, not myself, but my staff have the day off.
Right,
which is, I think it's great. It's one of the nicer things that they.
Last year, I remember they were there all day. They didn't just come for an hour. Different teams came in, but they came in all day and worked all day long.
And they do this every year.
Yeah, they've been coming for a long time, so we really appreciate the Jewish community being supportive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then last of all, maybe I'll ask you this, Erica. I know that we have never had a real vehicle dedicated to food service that wasn't donated, and I'm not against donated vehicles, by the way, especially for that program, a pickup truck or a minivan, especially if you can pull the seats out. What difference would, this is the time of year people buy new vehicles instead of selling their own vehicle if they gave it to us. What kind of difference would that make?
One big thing is Cass has grown. We are not just one location out of the Scott building, out of the church. We're not just there anymore. Right. We have a full campus now, and one location that is off-site, who gets meals 3 times a day as well. Right. So a vehicle that is large enough with space in it to be able to put the food, the shipping or the containers that we
Cambros
use
and-
to keep
right.
the food warm
Yeah.
and so that it is healthy and safe for everybody will make a tremendous difference. And it will help our staff to be able to deliver the food on time so that people can eat at the right time that we have slated for them. So a vehicle would be huge.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be brand new, doesn't have to have a radio, doesn't have to have heated
Nope.
seats, heated steering wheel, Cirrus, I don't know what all the other extra fancy things are. Has to drive,
Yes.
right? It has to drive. We do sometimes use the vehicle to pick up from gleaners. Forgotten Harvest drops off, but
They
often we
drop
go
off.
pick up from gleaners. So,
Yes,
you know, going to pick up a bunch
Absolutely.
of food would be
Yeah.
really wonderful.
absolutely.
So maybe you're getting a new car, maybe you'd share your old car or van or truck. We couldn't be more grateful if that applies to you. We do have a short video from the food program that Ben's going to queue up for us now. Ben's been doing all our IT stuff and he's been helped by Spencer, who's a guru on the internet as well. Ben?
All about the people that we serve. I do believe. A friend gave me a book that Faith had written, and I really liked what she had to say in the book about giving back to others. So that's why I came here. The guy that gave me the book is a friend of mine and also knows Faith. And I asked him about this program, and he said it was a great program, Carl. Take the job. So I did. Oh, I've been running the kitchen for about 3 years. I'm a certified chef and a certified pastry chef. I own my own restaurant. I work for the City Bakery. I work for the Whitney. I've had a lot of experience in a lot of high-end kitchens. I mean, the team is great. They were here before I got here, so they're from all over the place. Some of them have restaurant skills and some of them don't. Just some of them wanted to come to give back.
I truly feel in my heart that I'm helping the ones who need it the most. And I take a great joy in preparing the meals for them.
I had to volunteer here because I got court mandated because I missed jury duty. So after doing my community service, I asked if there's a part-time position here and I got the job. It's my first time working in the kitchen, and I think if it's anything like this, I'd like to continue doing it.
Because this is what I do. I've been doing this for years before I even came here. I've been taking care of the community, the elderly in my neighborhood who can't get out to get food. So I will go to the pantries for them and get food for them.
Feeding the children, that's my main goal for coming in. It's making sure that the kids have healthy meals. We provide nourishment for the children. Today I'm preparing a meal, dirty rice. I'm the one suggested it to the chef.
Here, I'm cleaning and organizing the kitchen, make sure everything is nice and tight. We have volunteers here. We show them what they need to do, and they help us in any way. It don't matter, big things, little things, everybody's help. So please come to CAS and help us in any type of way. Your time, it don't matter.
We serve about 130 people. That's men, women, and children. We have first floor, which is a family shelter. Second and third floor are all men. There are people from all walks of life. They're young, they're old, there are lots of children here. 3 meals a day. Impact on them, they don't have to worry about food. That's one thing off of their plate, right? They don't have to worry where they're going to get a meal at. We do a cycle menu, so it's a month menu. It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It varies from, it's all fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. It's all scratch made. I developed all the recipes from my days of my restaurant that I had. I have a very limited budget, so I have thank God, Forgotten Harvest comes every Thursday and gives me tons of food that I can use throughout the week, which helps with my budget, and also Gleaners. I'm proud to have Faith as our leader. I wouldn't be here without her. This is Carl Langat asking for your help for a food service program at Cass Community Social Services.
Welcome back. I'm here to tell you we have some of the finest staff on the planet working in the kitchen with Erica and Carl. They work hard every single day. Again, it doesn't matter the weather, it doesn't matter what's going on in the world. They're pumping out food every single day, every single meal. And We appreciate all the support you have lent to us and continue to give to us as volunteers and donors. As the weather turns cold, the need grows greater here. Again, this is your hour to, as we finish up the food segment, to win your own apron made for Christmas that shows the Cass logo in Christmas attire. So all it requires is a $25 donation, and we'll be glad to send that to you. If you're able and willing and wanting to make a $100 donation, we can put you in the drawing for the last hour, 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, to win a dinner for four cooked by Anthony at She Wolf, which is one of the finest restaurants in Michigan. So get yourself in line for that if you would. Again, the phone number is 313-826-0282. You can join us on Facebook. You can join us on YouTube. Make a comment if you go on. We'd love to hear from you and see if you're getting the kind of information that's helpful to you to know about Cass. We're trying to cover all the programs so that people who've just come for one thing learn about another. Often folks will say to me, yeah, I've served at Cass in the kitchen in the church. Well, that's been at least 20 years ago. And many, many things have happened since then. Or I've come and helped in green industries, but you don't know anything about the food program or anything about the medical clinic or anything about the outreach program. So we're trying really to build awareness, as we are also trying to raise funds for this new drop-in center that we're doing in conjunction with other providers here in the city of Detroit, including hospitals and law enforcement and people who provide services to folks who are dealing with domestic violence. It is a critically needed space. The city has awarded us a very generous grant. We're just needing the funds to get it up and running, as we're having to increase the number of bathrooms, the number of showers, the space for food service. All of that is not included in the grant, and we're working feverishly to make sure people have the space where they are safe and protected and have some dignity. So you can help with that. Call and make a donation today. Maybe you're grateful for something in your own life. Maybe you're glad we're not going to talk politics this Thanksgiving. Maybe you're happy that your family's going to join you from somewhere across the country. Perhaps you're grateful that the weather has been mild so far. I don't know. I don't know what you're feeling thankful for. I just know that when I'm feeling thankful, I want to do something with it. I want to make somebody else thankful. I want to make a difference in the world. We can promise you that if you provide dollars, we can make change. We can provide food and housing and healthcare and jobs on a community campus that's pedestrian for people who don't have cars, who, in a city where buses aren't as reliable as they could be, in a place where people have, deserve a second chance. So give if you can. Give if you can. There's lots of time still to do it. Each and every hour we'll have a new prize to give away for anyone who donates $25 or more. This is really a big celebrating year for us, as we've extended, given the deeds of the first two tiny homes to people, and we opened the Fox Family Center, and we're getting ready to open the new drop-in center for people unable to get into the shelter. So lots of things are happening here, most of them pretty darn exciting, but that require partnerships with people like you. So join us if you possibly can today as we begin this holiday season, as we give thanks. So Ben, I'm wondering if we might show the Tiny Homes video.
Hold on to me as as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble in might drag you down. You get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. If you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home.
So I just want to highlight a few events that are coming up between now and the end of the year. Obviously, today is the Give Thanks live stream until 8 o'clock tonight. I was using that slide. Nope, it's gone. There it is. Thank you. This week with Thanksgiving, we can use some extra volunteers, making food, serving food, cleaning up from food, packing food boxes, also doing some mailing work we need done. So if you're free anytime between the 27th and 30th, you should contact Sue Patude at extension 203 here at Cass. On the 5th of December, we have an event at Franklin Community Church an Advent by candlelight evening. I don't believe there's any space left for the reception afterwards, but there is space available for the service beforehand. Then the Rochester Holiday Brunch is an annual thing we've been doing now for over a decade, started by Sue Thomason. It is before the parade, the great parade in Rochester. And we do it at the Royal Park Hotel. There's a short program, some kids singing, some updates about what our programming is, but more than that, it's just the atmosphere of the place. It's a gingerbread house and trees and caroling and the picture taking, and it really is a nice event. I believe we already have 350 people coming, but there's space for more. If you'd like to join in, contact us and we will make sure you get a seat. Lola Russian is in charge of the event right here at Cass. Finally, This Is Joy is a concert at Birmingham First United Methodist Church on Maple on the 13th of December at 7 p.m. It has some of the finest musical talent in the Midwest. I was going to say Michigan, but I'll say at least in the Midwest. Alvin Waddles will be there. The show is being produced by Deanne Forbes and involves many, many of her friends who have come for years to help us celebrate the beginning of the holiday season with music that's a combination of jazz and gospel and traditional carols. It is out of this world good. They will bring you to tears. They will elevate your soul. This year, the musicians have agreed to stay afterward for Afterglow, during which you can talk to them or get their autograph or take pictures with them or buy their CDs. So we're really excited about that. Come if you can. There are no tickets, although we do a free will offering, and we'd love to have you be a part of that evening. So it's a jam-packed month. Also, the city has asked Cass Church, which is separate from the nonprofit, but still related, if we would allow our parking lot to be used for Noel night. This is the 50th anniversary. It really is a cool event downtown, highlighting area artists and fun activities from big organizations like the DAA to rather small artists who are doing pretty darn creative things. It's $10 a car. If you want to park there, we'll watch it for you and make sure it's in good shape when you return. That's what I know in terms of the events. And Ben's going to bring us back into the program, and we're going to talk to some folks who are involved in green industries. While he's doing that, I would point out our publishing houses published two things for this holiday season. One is a color book for the tiny homes that I'll talk about during the tiny homes time. The other is a book called Living Water, and it is a story of a man who went to a small, rural, remote village in Liberia and discovered that an epileptic young person had died in the stream, and the people of the village were unaware of the situation and were drinking from the stream water, which caused them to get very sick and indeed caused a death. So the building is the hello. Sorry about that. The book is the story of not only him discovering what was happening at this small place in Liberia, but then starting a program to build wells in Liberia so that people have fresh drinking water. I know this Thanksgiving you're not thinking about it. We rarely think about it. We certainly did during the Flint water crisis, but generally speaking, you don't give second thought to whether or not you can have safe drinking water. In Liberia, Often you would have to walk an hour or so to get to a stream, to pick up water in a bucket, bring it back home so that you could cook and wash your clothes and bathe. Hard to believe that that much time of somebody's life is wasted doing something we just turn a faucet on for. So this book then will help this man, Jefferson Knight, the author, purchase the machinery to do wells mechanically and not by hand. And so it'll speed up the process a lot quicker so that more people can have access to clean, safe water. So if you're interested in that, contact us and we'll tell you how to get a book. But I'm joined today by Brandon and Chandra, both of whom work with people in green industries. And I would ask you each to introduce yourself, why, who you are, how long you've been here, what you like about working in green industries. If you would, Brandon, you want to start?
Hi, my name is Brandon Carmichael. I have been working for CAS for about 5 years. And green industry has taught me so much on how to build mats. I learned so much. And like why I like working here is it's an amazing job. Very.
Chandra?
Hi, I'm Chandra McDuffie, Supervisor of Green Industries. I've been working here for 20 plus years. I find green industries exciting. It's fun to work with different people, different backgrounds. You learn things that you didn't know, skills you didn't know, and skills that I have that might be able to be helpful to them to get a job.
Well, let me brag about them a little bit before we go on. First of all, you'll see some of them in the video we'll show in a bit, but Chandra is really good with plants. So when we talk to students or people in green industries about what kind of plants are native to Michigan, what kind of soil are needed for the plants, what kind of trees will make it through our winter season. Chandra's the one, I'm sorry, everybody calls her Shorty. Chandra's the one, she's the expert. She doesn't have to Google it, she doesn't have to look for it, it's just in her head. And she causes plants to grow around the agency as well. Brandon is our expert. I don't know if you've seen a mud mat, but this is a mud mat. Can you tell those folks watching at home who've never heard the mud mat story what these are made of, where we get the materials, how we make them, what's the most popular colors? I mean, you know the whole story.
Well, how do we make it as a tire? Made out of tire.
Okay, where do the tires come from?
They can come from a land. They can come from a abandoned field or in the community. I'll put it that way.
Do we go get them?
Yes, we go get them.
What do we call that?
It's called
Tire hunt?
It's called a tire hunt.
Okay, good. So there are tire. What are they doing out in the community? Are they congregating like a frat party? What are they doing out there?
No, I don't know what they're doing out there.
How did they get there, Brandon?
How do they get there? They just dump them there. They just leave them there and they just dump them there and we go get them.
Right.
We go get them.
Okay, good. So somebody comes and they drop them off at night or whatever, and they drop them off because you have to pay to get them recycled, and so they don't want to pay that. So they what we call illegally
dumping.
And what's the biggest amount of tires you've ever found to bring back to Cass?
I say about 10,000.
10,000. Have you found a whole garage full?
Yes, I have.
A whole house full?
Yes.
Yeah,
I have.
yeah. So sometimes there's like a mountain of tires.
Yes.
And
There-
do the neighbors ever notice that we're picking up those tires? And if so, do they like it or do they hate it?
They like it.
They like it.
Yes, they love it
Why would they like it?
because it's cleaning up the neighbor. It's cleaning up the environment. I mean, the neighborhood.
Yeah, absolutely. Cleaning up the neighborhood. Okay, so you and sometimes Chandra and sometimes Anthony and sometimes D'Angelo, you go out with a truck and sometimes you take somebody else with you.
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
I take Delano with me.
Okay. I was thinking about volunteer
The white.
groups. Volunteer groups?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. And you go out and you pick up all the tires and you bring them back. And then what happens?
And then we cut the sidewall out of them.
Mm-hmm.
And we take it over to the shredder. And then we take it over to the machine to punch holes in it. Then you make the wires to put the holes in it. You put the wires through it to make the, and then with any color that you want to make, you can make it. Yeah, any color that you want, you can make it. Like anyone.
Like the spacers.
Yeah, like the spacers, whichever requested, any color you want will be done.
So I could do U of M colors,
Will be done.
which are what colors?
U of M is yellow and blue,
Good. How about Michigan State?
green and white,
What about Ohio State?
red, white, and gray.
No, red and white, but we don't make those. All right. And sometimes they have sort of a rainbow mat with all the colors, right?
Which is called a multi.
Multi-mat. Okay,
Yes.
good. And so you weave them by creating holes. You weave them into the wires until you have a mat.
Yes.
And are they all the same size?
No, they are not all not the same size. You have some that's small, you have some that's medium, you have some that's large.
Very good. And then what happens to the mats?
After when they're done,
Yeah.
it's called crimping.
Okay.
Crimping as if you bend the wire, well, two ways. Well,
Mhm.
let me see. Okay.
So it's the end part, right?
Yes, it's the end part.
Okay. So it keeps it all together.
Yes.
Then what happens? You picked up the tires, you cut them up, you punched holes, you weaved them, you crimp them. Then where do they go?
Then it goes to sell.
So we sell them.
Yes, we sell them
Okay. Good. All over.
all over.
Sometimes we mail them out. Sometimes we deliver them. Sometimes we sell them at sales ourselves.
Yep.
Sometimes volunteers come in and buy the ones they've made.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Good. All right. I think that's the mud mat. So that was the very first green industry product we had. And we learned how to make it from Native Americans.
Yes.
What else do we make, Chandra?
We also make, we were making flip-flops out of recycled tires. We make coasters out of dilapidated buildings, their wood and their glass. We make t-shirts, we make canvas bags. We even do stockings with your name on them. If you got an order, send it to us. We'll cover it. No problems.
Good. So this hour, every hour, if you give $25 or more, we give you a gift. We send you a gift. This hour, if you do $25 or more,
I get a gift.
If you give $25 or more, we will get you a mud mat, a small one, but a mud mat. So now would be the time to make your gift. If you want a mud mat, you can tell us what color scheme you want, and we will get it to your house. The other thing is if you give $100 or more, we will put your name into a drawing. For the last hour, we will pick one of the $100 donors from the container, and he or she will win dinner for 4 at She-Wolf. The dinner will be cooked by Chef Anthony himself. He is the winner of this year's Iron Chef event at Eastern Market. So I know it's a great meal, and you will want to win. So maybe you can afford a $100 donation, and we'll throw your name into the pot. It's well worth more than $100, I can tell you that.
Give.
So I think we want to show the video from Green Industries, and we can follow it up with some more discussion with Brandon and Chandra.
Green Industries was started back in 2007 because some clients that were in the homeless shelter asked about jobs that they can get, but they didn't have any job skills. Rev saw something about Native Americans making mud mats out of old tires. So we learned how to recycle tires, we get them off the street, bring them back, actually make those tires into mud mats. That assisted with helping the homeless people get jobs. And we also have volunteers that come in to come help with different projects.
I've been working at Green Industry for 6 years. It's a lot of tire dumps in the city because like we go get them. The program has done 10,000 tires. I made over 500. The volunteers we have is AT&T. It's a great feeling to partner with AT&T. It's a lot of experience. You get a lot of experience from them. They get a lot of experience from us. We teaching them how to do the work that we do.
Company time, we get 1 full day to volunteer, do what we want, but we're always encouraged to help our community as much as possible.
Well, I'm making a doormat made out of recycled tires. So far, so good. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be, but not impossible either. And it's kind of fun.
So I've never actually been here, but I've heard stories of Detroit and this part of it. Just driving in, I didn't realize how beautiful the area was. So it was really nice to see.
I used to work right up the street at Linwood and Davison for AT&T for about 10 years. So I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. There were some times when there were, unfortunately, some neighborhoods where the houses might be a little bit abandoned, and yeah, their backyards would be treated as dumpsters, lots of tires, and I think this is great.
And finding a use for all of these tires is, incredible.
We got tires off the streets. And these doormats are for a good cause. And I'm happy to help. I'd like to volunteer.
I heard some of the statistics about how many tires that they've gotten rid of, which I think was like 150,000 since they started, which is amazing. So I would definitely recommend it because I think they're doing great work helping people, cleaning up the city at the same time. Like it's just a really amazing organization they've got going.
Oh, I think it's going to be really cool.
Helping out the planet, helping out the neighborhoods, and helping out people who are less unfortunate because the mats that we make goes back into the industry and we give out gloves and hats in the winter, keeps, this money funding from just nothing because it's a nonprofit. So, the money that we get from selling these mud mats, it's making a difference.
Because it's all we got. We only got one planet. And you better do what you can to save it. Come to Cass Community, come learn a lot, come help, come volunteer. We can always use the business.
So you could see Chandra and Brandon look at Brandon in a tie. Stop it. Up on the Green Industries floor here at the World Building. Couple programs that are part of Green Industries we didn't talk about. One is trading spaces, and the idea is this, that as people downsize or end up in nursing homes or hospitals, or unfortunately when they die, their families contact us and ask us to clean out. That's the name of it, a clean out service, meaning the family takes out whatever they want. the pictures, the furniture, the jewelry, the obviously money, all the stuff they want goes out, and then they ask us to come in and to clean out everything else. So we do. We take a truck and usually some men, maybe a couple women, and we go in, and it could take us all day. It could take us a couple days on some houses that have so much stuff. And we bring it back to the World Building and make sure everything's working properly. And we have some volunteers called castmates who separate and segregate and shelve items that are donated. And we both sell at very discounted prices and sometimes give away, depending on a person's situation, the things that make the owners happy, I think, to know that their stuff is not going to end up in the landfill or the garbage, that it could be their family just doesn't want what they've collected, or they don't have space for what they own, or they live in another state or another country, and transporting those materials would be way too expensive. And so they can't give it to their children or grandchildren or other relatives, and yet they don't want it to go to waste. So we can pretty much promise them that next to nothing will be thrown out, that we'll find a home for all of it. And we've helped students from Wayne State. We've helped people immigrating into this country ready to start in a house or an apartment. We've helped people moving out of our shelter, out of our permanent supportive housing. We've helped neighbors in this area come in, and I think you can set up a whole house for $100. So it's not necessarily about the money as it is in repurposing and recycling and reusing items that are still good, still have a life to them, and at the same time providing jobs. Do you remember the first time you went out on a clean out, or I know you've both been on them.
Oh yeah, it's exciting. You never know what you're gonna find.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you clean stuff up, it's like, oh yeah, I know somebody who can use this.
Right.
But yeah, somebody can use that. Then you go through all the different rooms in the house, and then you think about your own house. How much stuff you got at your house that you cannot use, or it's used up.
Come back and give it.
You have family members, like Reverend Fowler said, you have family members. They could have moved from their house into your house. So you acquire so much stuff and you don't know what to do with it. So call us. We'll come get it.
Yes, we will.
We'll come pick it up. Small fee, but we'll come pick it up. And
sometimes there's some surprises in there, right?
Oh,
some
yes.
Pictures, some artwork that stands out, or some antique that might go on eBay and bring in some money.
Yes.
Some jewelry, something that you just weren't expecting to get. The other thing is, during the pandemic, remember, we weren't getting so many calls from people moving out of their homes as we were getting correspondence from people who are leaving their offices and not coming back. So would we clear out a doctor's office or a lawyer's office or an accountant's office? And we ended up then with many, many desks and file cabinets and lamps and things that still get used by people who come to us in need of furniture in particular. Household goods. What about pots, pans, dishes, silverware, flower vases, you name it. We have it, don't we?
Right.
You name it. And our most interesting thing that we received was an urn.
Was what?
An urn.
An urn. Oh yeah. Yeah.
We had two.
We have somebody's cremations. We're not sure who, but
we have them.
We were respecting them.
Yes.
Occasionally we find money in sofas or desk drawers. But by the time we're done moving things out, it's ready then to give back to the landlord. The other thing that comes in sometimes with these pickups is metal. Like you may have sort of rusty lawn furniture or ironing boards or something that we really couldn't sell, but we scrap it. I mean, we're good at scrapping. I rarely go for a walk with my dog that I don't pick up a screw or a bolt or something that's laying on the side of the road that we add to our scrapping truck. And we go almost every week with a truckload of metal.
Got it broken,
and
we'll use it.
they use it. It means it's not in the landfill. It brings in cash then to help us support other jobs that we create here at the agency for people to get work. The main thing I think about green industries, the reason we call it green, is because we recycle. We care about the planet, right? We're
Yes.
we're
Yes, we
using
do.
tires that would be toxic. We're using wood that would be buried. We're using glass that is broken. We're using, all these things are things that would have been considered trash and ended up in the incinerator back in the day. And now they're put to good use in the future. The other thing we added to it, sort of accidentally, by the way, was how to use solar so that we can install solar security lights and we can install solar generators. In fact, we have gone twice now, once to Puerto Rico and once to Liberia. In Puerto Rico, we went after Hurricane Maria. And in Liberia, we went to light up a school with 300 kids and not 1 ounce of electricity. So 300 children were sitting in the dark without a light, without a fan, without a computer. And by the end of the week, we had set up all of those things. So it connected them to the modern world. So we run a class called Sustainability Institute that helps prepare people for jobs in green industries. And what sorts of things do we teach them in the class? Chandra?
They learned about our waterways, and that we have 5 Great Lakes. And basically all the water comes through us.
And how important fresh water is, how to
Yes.
harvest water, how to
Water.
conserve water. Good. What else do we teach?
They also learned about turbines. They learned about solar. They learned about solar panels and how to cook with solar energy. They learned about the ship house that's made out of all recycled materials, so nothing went back to landfill. They learned about the garbage patch. They also learned how to, those symbols on the back of the paper, plastic, cans, and how to
So what kind
recycle.
of plastic and how you recycle plastic? It's not all the same. And what it's doing to our oceans that we're making all this plastic, right? Yeah. They learn about their carbon footprint.
Yes.
They learn about
did.
global warming.
Learned about Earth Day.
They also learned about the star, Energy Star, and how to keep food safe. They also learned about traveling without using any motors, with carbon footprint, and what the ozone layer was doing, breaking down, global warming, and us basically trying to save the planet. So recycle as much as possible.
And then like it, we usually do a trip at the end of the 6-month semester.
Yes.
So the most recent trip was to Niagara Falls. Why did we go there, Brandon?
To see, why did we go to Niagara Falls? To see the falls.
So we saw the falls, but that's
Yes.
not why we went there.
To see
Remember the hydro plant?
oh yeah, the
What
hydro
was that
plant.
about?
The hydro plant is when the water goes through the hydro just to see the water, how the water turns through the machine.
Turbines.
The turbines.
How the force of the water makes electricity, right? Remember
Yes.
we learned about Tesla and
Yeah.
Ford and the fight over,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Edison and Tesla and how the fight over what kind of electricity we use. And that particular power plant lights up like half of New York State. It's crazy how much electricity it does just using the waterfall. And so that was really good for them to see what a difference it can make without using fossil fuels.
Yes.
Right. So I think I want to talk a little bit about document destruction. So after we started doing the mud mats, we heard from some adults who were developmentally disabled that they too wanted to work. But many of them, not all of them, but many of them are limited in terms of literacy, being able to read and write and that sort of thing. So trying to find jobs or create jobs or have jobs for people who can't read is harder. It finally dawned on us that one thing we could do is recycle paper, because we could say to doctors and lawyers and accountants that we will shred and recycle your paper and it'll be safer at Cass than anywhere on the planet, because the people who touch it, sort it, shred it, bale it, and send it off to recycling can't read, write, or remember. So we have all the bells and whistles. We have all the cameras and the alarms and all that good stuff. But beyond that, the human resources don't have the ability to share your information. And basically, we set up a shredding room that was very small to begin with, just a little itty bitty copier. There you go, zzz, right? Zzz, remember that? Zzz. We had 3 of them that we bought from Home Depot, and 5 adults with developmental disabilities. 2 took off paper clips, and 3 did just that. And it took them about a year and a half to shred a ton of paper, but we knew they liked it. Do you remember why we knew they liked it?
Because it gave them a sense of feeling that, okay, purpose.
Yeah.
Like they're able to work. Like
Gave
I
them
can
something to
do
do,
what you
gave them
can
a
do.
job, gave them a paycheck. All of a sudden, we're starting to see stuff like new tennis shoes and new watches and new hats and new coats. And I went on a date and I went out to eat and I'm going on vacation because all of a sudden they had
got money.
right? So we knew it worked, and then we went to mid-sized machines that actually ate up the paper clips on things. So with the 4 machines actually, I'm sorry, 4 machines, we could do a ton of paper a lot faster. I think about 6 months, we could do a ton of paper and employed more people. And then we came in as sort of a second chance through a Chase online voting competition. And they gave us the money to buy big machinery where we can literally shred a ton of paper an hour. And we sell truckloads full of paper, 28, 30 bales of paper or 15 tons of paper at a time that goes to where, Chandra?
Wisconsin or Upper Michigan?
No upper. There is no paper mill in Michigan. That's why it has to go to Wisconsin. There used to be in the Upper Peninsula, you're right, but there is no more. So it goes all the way. A big semi truck will come and we'll fill it up using our forklift. Yep. And off it goes to Wisconsin, and it gets made into new paper products like Kleenex and toilet paper and other things, and gets a second life and doesn't end up in the landfill, and certainly doesn't end up with somebody being able to tell what your social security number was or what your medical diagnosis was or any of that stuff. It then becomes safe because it's been shredded. All right, let's see if we can show you the document destruction room, Ben.
...2007, we started the document destruction. That gave the developmentally disabled job training.
What was that?
For them to have job training, and with document destruction, they don't read what's coming in.
Oh, I've been working here since 2019.
I've been working here for a while.
I've been working here for 2 years. Oh, well, let's just say I've been working a lot of jobs here.
I could just put some the white papers in the black buckets and the color the blue bucket.
Basically, you see colors. You see white, you see color paper. So they learn how to segregate stuff and send it through the sorter machine and shred it. We have a lot of different clientele: lawyers, doctors, banking, churches, other nonprofits. They ask us to come in, pick the stuff up, and destroy it. We employ about 25 total every now and then. And we also have volunteers that come in to come help with different projects.
Can I get to shred papers and stuff? Well, including doing some sorting paper and then shredding.
Well, I save my money and put it in the bank.
With the money for the bowling and for the water park.
Paying the rent and bills. Yes, and sometimes we going out shopping for groceries. Clothes or a TV.
Well, I'm sorry, I love Cass.
What I like about working here is the people. You learn a lot. The developmentally disabled clients that we work with, you learn from them instead of you teaching them. It's a lot that you learn from them. They could teach you. It also humbles you. If you come and you think that you got everything all together, you realize you don't. They're here and you're here to work together with them, and you learn a lot.
So you have a visual of that document destruction room. What happens is the paper comes in and locked in bins. We often pick it up. The bins get opened up and then they go down that long conveyor belt that I often liken to Lucy and Ethel at the chocolate factory. The men and women in the program separate color paper. By that I mean yellow or red or pink or blue from white paper. The reason for that is paper with color takes a separate step in the process to remove the color before it can be recycled. So by segregating the two sorts of paper, you earn more money off a bale that doesn't require that second step. At any rate, once they're divided into mixed paper and white paper, then it goes into the shredder and it's made into long strips of paper that go up towards the ceiling and then down towards a baler that crushes it together into big blocks. And the blocks are then what are added onto the truck to make up the 15, 16, 17 tons of paper at a time. Now imagine when we started this program, there was no recycling in Detroit. So all of the paper that wasn't paid for by a separate service by a firm ended up in the incinerator. Since then, we're doing better as a city at recycling and not incinerating paper, but still, it's kept all of these resources out of the incinerator or landfill, has meant we haven't needed to cut down as many trees to create new paper, and at the same time has it provided employment for some of the men and women you saw in the video. Companies contract with us to come pick up once a week or once a month, or sometimes a big purge. For instance, if somebody's retiring and they have to clear out their whole office, then we have what's called a purge price. And then we are able to provide a document of chain of custody for them so they can prove to their accountants or others they need to certify that the paper was watched and safeguarded until it was destroyed. It's a good program. It's an active program. It kept going through COVID, even though we didn't have the same number of workers to keep up with the product coming in. We've actually spent the last year working hard to catch up, but we're getting near to that now. So document destruction does both paper and cardboard. And by that, I mean all kinds of cardboard, right? Shoe
Yes.
boxes, cereal boxes, cardboard from Amazon.
Corrugated cardboard.
Pardon me?
Corrugated cardboard.
Corrugated cardboard, right. And that too gets made into a big block with the baler that's sent off to the paper mill in Wisconsin. So it's truly a good program. Again, If you donate $25 this hour, we will gladly send you a mud mat made by Green Industries men. We'll send you a small one. If you want a larger one, we'll talk. But otherwise, tell us what colors you would like the spacers to be in, and we will be glad to make it in the combination you suggest and to get it delivered to you. If you come in with the $100 donation mark or more, you'll be added to the drawing from the 7 to 8 o'clock hour for the dinner for four at She-Wolf with Chef Anthony. What else do they need to know about Green Industries? Either one of you? You've both worked in there a long time now.
We do a lot of recycling. We do a lot of picking up of tires all over. We get phone calls saying it's tires dumped in a vacant house. Can somebody come pick them up? We get to the house, it's the whole entire house. It's loaded from top to the bottom with tires. And we sit back and say, how do you get the tires all the way up in the attic? And then they're in the basement. How do they do that?
And why?
Why? Nobody reported them dumping them. We find out after the fact, but we're there, like we're the cleanup crew. And we put them to good use. And it's wonderful working with Green Industries, all the people that you work with, developmentally disabled adults. They can teach you a lot and tell you when you're doing something wrong, or tell you if you're doing something right. Exactly. And if they like it, like, well, I want to go to work. I want to go to work. Come on. I want to stay. Sometimes they don't want to go home because they want to stay, continue to work. That's how they make their money. So
they're very loyal employees. Some of the most loyal employees I've ever met.
Yes. And they love coming to work. They love learning and learning different things about Green Industries, things that we do, and our micro jobs. That helps them a lot.
So I know that, but people listening may not know that there's a catalog for the products online on our website, castcommunity.org. And that the most busy time for us to pump out products is when during the year, Brandon?
Christmas time.
Christmas, because everybody wants to get them for Christmas gifts. So if they were going to order something for Christmas, when should they get an order in by?
They should get an order in before not the day before Christmas, but ahead of time. October.
No, we can still take it, but maybe if they did it by the 10th of December, that would give us time. Often right before Christmas, we're driving stuff to houses because we know that people have ordered it as gifts and we want to make sure you have it, but it makes for a very chaotic 3 weeks.
Yes. 3 weeks in advance.
Yeah. Because we also provide them to fairs. I know maybe 4 different churches this year put them up for their holiday fairs that are alternative sort of ways to shop.
And everything is handmade.
And we appreciate that because it means a whole new audience for us and gets the word out. I'm trying to think of the farthest place we've shipped a mud mat to. Have we shipped them to foreign countries? I don't think so.
Yes, we have. We shipped
Did we send
to
one to
Canada.
Australia? I thought.
We shipped shoes to Australia.
Yeah.
We shipped mud mesh through Canada.
Yeah, we did.
Like you name it, we'll ship it.
I think the one thing we didn't talk about are the coasters. We started making coaster sets. Did you? I'm sorry.
With dilapidated wood.
Using wood and glass and pictures. And the first pictures we used were from the Wailing Wall here in Detroit, which is up by 8 Mile. And it was a real wall that was erected by a developer to keep African American people on one side and Caucasian people on the other side. It still stands today. It's covered with actually quite beautiful artistic paintings on the one side now. But often when we get groups from out state, we take them to see the wall to explain that racism isn't something that just belonged to the South or belonged to an age gone by, but was active and alive here in Detroit, and some of it continues, right?
A lot of people don't know about it.
So the first set of coasters we put out had pictures from the wall, and allowed us to tell the story about the wall, about the housing discrimination, about racism and redlining, and the fact that initially, anyway, we had men who were unhoused, homeless, making the product to tell the story. So that's where it began. But since then, we've been able to do different pictures in addition. For instance, lighthouses in Michigan, and tiny homes at Cass, and some
Downtown.
other. I'm sorry.
Downtown area.
Downtown, special places. But we can do anything on them. If you had a family reunion or sorority or fraternity or whatever, we can put any pictures on the coasters. They're nice.
We also make tea.
We also make tea, organic tea. We also use pallet wood to make Christmas trees and flags and other things. We are not averse to borrowing somebody else's idea to make a product out of what otherwise would be considered trash. Again, right behind Chandra is a Christmas tree made out of hangers and lights. Very simple, easy to do. You didn't. Oh, well, now you do. We're always looking for new ideas. Many of the things we now make are embroidered using our machine with the Kim Center that you'll probably hear about the next hour. All right, so let's try something new. I'm trying different questions with different people. Your best day at Cass and why? Don't fight over the chance to go first. Go ahead, Shorty.
Okay, my best day at Cass was when we had a bunch of people and they were doing Thanksgiving. And we just had people outside, and I needed a table. I ended up just going outside, grabbing somebody off the street. It was a homeless person. Grabbed him off the street, said, "Come help with this table." And he had nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm.
By that night, we done had him in a shelter.
All right.
And to this day, he sees me, say, "Hey, I remember you. Come on, it's time to the table. It's Thanksgiving time. We got to the table." That was one of my best days ever.
Yeah.
And I didn't know him from Adam.
Right.
To this day, that person still bugs me. It's in a good way, but that is one of my good success stories.
Holidays here really are special, first of all. Second of all, there's a real sense of community here that I've never felt anywhere else. That people, it doesn't matter if you're a volunteer or a staff member or a guest in the shelter or resident in a program or a member of the Kim Center. It's amazing. People know each other by name and look out for each other. I don't know how to describe it other than that, a real sense of community out of sort of chaos. What about it, Brandon? Your very best day here?
My very best day at Cass is when giving people food. That's my best day. My best day at Cass. There's not a day go by when somebody asking for a food box or anything.
Yeah. Often you're the one delivering the food boxes, right? Or helping to organize and give out the food boxes. And
yes,
it's a humbling thing, isn't it, to have somebody say to you, I just don't have enough to eat. Can you help? And
yes.
of course we can, but it's a humbling thing.
Yes.
To know how much most of us have.
It's a very humbling thing. Yes. Don't want to go starving or I don't have enough to eat. Well, here's more.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about Brandon. He never says no when you ask him to help with something. We have moved, bed bugs. We have dealt with flooding occasionally. We have summer like this last one where it rained every other day and had to keep the grass cut on 14 blocks. We have hung solar lights together. It just doesn't, he has never said no, and I've asked him to do a million different things with and for us. He's always there.
Always.
Shorty, on the other hand.
I'm the number one person to go to.
Everybody knows her. Everybody knows her. She's been here a long time and started in the kitchen, didn't you?
Yes.
All
Meals
right.
on Wheels.
Meals on Wheels. So we used to do 15 zip codes for Meals on Wheels in the city of Detroit, and then DAAA changed how they funded that program. We lost it, but that was a lot of drive. And then we did the precinct meals for the Detroit police. You didn't deliver those, did you?
Yes.
Yes, you did. That was always a stretch because they had to go out every single day to every single precinct, no matter what.
Power went out. It was some years ago.
Yeah.
When the grid went out.
Yeah.
And nobody could get gas or
Yeah.
anything or food. And the precincts was like, okay, what we gonna do? They called on us like we need extra this, that, and the other. We were still open.
Yeah.
To help get sandwiches made, even though they were peanut butter and jelly. We got them out. We got them delivered. We had people coming in, homeless people coming in. We still was there to help.
Yeah, it was 9 days, as I recall. It was 9 days with no electricity.
So
You could bowl down the major streets in the city because nobody was
Nobody's
going
out.
out. And we couldn't even get gas.
Right.
And we had to drive to each precinct every night. So we were siphoning from one vehicle to the next, but making sure they had the food to feed the people who would be held in lockup.
Had a skeleton crew, but some staff, we understand they couldn't come in. And then others said, okay, well, we can't do it. Who's going to do it for us? You still have the people who can't do for themselves.
Yeah.
You have to help them the same way you help yourself and help your family.
Right, right.
Step out the box and do what you got to do.
Well, I know that for a minute we lost our custodial crew until we got the new crew. You led some people in making sure every building stayed clean. And I will never forget that because that's more than an ocean.
Multitask.
Yeah.
What you got to do.
All right, then. I think we're just about done with Green Industries since the two of you have shared everything on your soul.
Yes.
Everything on your soul. All right. Can we, Ben, show the Christopher video, please? Good job, you two.
I'ma have a good day. Things will go my way. Focus on me. And be the best I can be.
So the Kim Center at Cass Community Social Services is a skill building program where we teach life skills to special needs adults. We have about 60 consumers right now. Every morning we have 5 routes that go out and pick up clients. Those who don't get picked up on the routes, they come in through like MetroLift or families bring them in. But most of our guys are transported on Cass vehicles to and from every day. And we teach them everything from like hygiene, so cleaning ourselves and grooming to cooking, everything that you and I may like take for granted growing up knowing.
What about the camp center is I really love it very much. I enjoy some fun activities, team building. All is about working with others and how well you do with them. And I like to do this like being my own self. That I like to just color, do a little meditation, which I lead the meditation class. And I like to enjoy bingo, playing Unos and stuff like that. But hey, that's all the fun stuffs.
We go on all types of trips and outings so they get to learn how to engage and interact with people, teaching them like social skills and just using manners and we just keep improving their skills so that one day, hopefully, the goal is for them to at least have a little sense of independence so they're not so reliant on their families for everything.
I'm here cleaning out vehicles, kind of like vehicle cleaning detailer.
He loves coming to work. I get him on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9:30 to 2, but as soon as he comes to the door, he's happy to be here. When Christopher first came aboard, I thought that we was gonna have to show him the cleaning of the vehicle, the process and everything multiple times, but he caught on very fast.
First, I vacuum any car surfaces that needs to be vacuumed, and I do a lot of deep vacuuming. Then afterwards, I do a wipe down any smudges or dirt or some of the stuff I see. Then afterwards, you gotta do the windows because the windows, they have some smudge lines on it. Then afterwards, gotta clean them out on the outsides, like bird droppings or any kinds of dirt. But hey, it comes in dirty, leaving out clean. Clean as a whistle.
And he goes back to the center and tells people how much he loves his job. And we love having him here, so it works out.
And what's some of the fun stuff you do with your paycheck?
That's for me and me alone to do something with it. Nobody else. If I had to tell you, I would have had to hunt you down. But nonetheless, like any other jobs, I still working on the one thing I have to do is saving and budgeting. But that's the whole thing, because sometimes I liked it a little bit, but I'm still trying to do my very best with it. But hey, I always enjoyed it very much with the paychecks. I can't expect it big. I always gotta accept what I got, because hey, I ain't greedy. I ain't crazy for money like that, because hey, it's the way of the world. So I really like what I got. It was really good. Loved it very much.
We have some who do lawn care, so whether it's summer or winter, they go out on a shovel or put salt out, or they've been learning how to like use tractor, like lawnmowers and things. And we have a team that goes and cleans the shelter and sanitize everything. And we have people who work in our center doing maintenance, doing cleaning our bathrooms, make sure everything is clean and sanitized. So, and they take so much pride in that. It's awesome. Even if it's just for like an hour a day or just 2 hours on a week or however it is, it's something that keeps them motivated to keep doing a good job.
I really enjoy it. Pretty fun, pretty easy. But I just don't want to get too carried away. But it's still an important job, because like out here, like any other outside jobs, I always take it seriously and not try to screw this up. So in other words, kind of like it here.
Okay.
I like it here.
I would definitely recommend this program to other agency operators like myself. I think it's an awesome program. Even if it was offered to me, I would take in more.
What would they be doing if they didn't come to CAS?
Honestly, most of them just sit home. They don't do a whole lot. It's a big job. It's a lifelong commitment when you have someone in the family with special needs. And families get overwhelmed sometimes, so them having this like break in the day is awesome on both ends. So they get to come and interact and have friends, and they have relationships, and then the families, they get to go and do what they have to do. They work or take care of business. It's just awesome on both ends. So Reverend Fowler, she just wants to help people. She genuinely wants to help people. So the fact that she has come up with like program after program just within CAS, it blows my mind. I'm like, where'd that come from? You know, like the Sustainability Institute. I never thought about just teaching the guys about recycling. And so the Sustainability Institute is a 6-month program that CAS has implemented to teach guys about sustaining the planet. We learn about recycling. We learn about clean water sources and just different ways to keep the planet going, because a lot of them have like no concept of recycling or what it is to be sustainable. So it's like a whole new world for them to learn about. It's so simple, but it's so impactful.
Sustainability is pretty much, it's kind of like going to school, give or take, but learning new stuff I never even thought about learning good stuff, because never been to any certain programs in all my life. Me certain faces I'm not familiar with, but hey, it wouldn't hurt to, be open-minded, being spiritual.
At the end of it, we have a big trip. So 2 classes were able to go to Niagara Falls. One went to Mackinac Island. So that was awesome, especially considering none of them had ever been to either of these places. Most of them have rarely left Metro Detroit, so it was like a big thing for them.
outings, these trips, very good, very enjoyable. It's kind of like going to places I've never been. It meets some nice, wonderful people. Get to be with them, take pictures, make it all memorable.
How did anything that we do at the Kim Center prepare you for working at Avis?
I know that the key parts of having a job is knowing what your strengths and weaknesses are, how well you do with others, and I always gotta put a smile on my face, have a good positive attitude. If I give out good vibes, hope I get one back. That's the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated.
Hey, welcome back. We're glad to have you here at Cass Community Social Services live stream. Give Thanks. It's our third or fourth, we're not sure, annual live stream. It's a chance for us to tell people what we're doing, what we're up to, what we're dreaming about, and to give you all a chance to participate, become our partners in this important work. I need to stop though before I begin to give some thanks, excuse me, to Bubble, who does a lot of renovation work for us here at Cass. Often at the last minute, they come in when plumbing is bad or roofing is bad or something else is bad. And you can count on Pat and his team to show up as they did for this live stream as well. So thank you for your corporate support. In addition, we received donations from Rick and Marilyn Kress, $100. Recently married Connor Rubin, $100. Reed and Pam Vanderkakove, $100. And Terry and Jim Mock, $400 for a total of $700 the last hour came in. I know, came in without the corporate sponsors, without the match money. So we're filling up envelopes full of good stuff. So keep it coming. You see on your screen where you can call or where you can go or how you can make it happen. We're very grateful. Anything up to $25,000 is matched. So we're hoping to make at least $50,000 today, maybe even 100. I heard if we met the first 25, we can find 25 more to match a second time. So don't be shy. Call us up. We'll be glad for $5, $10, $20, $50, $1 million. We'll be happy. So help us in this important work. I'm joined now with members of the staff from the Kim's Center, Brittany and Tanya and Colleen. I'll let you introduce yourselves, and I would ask you to do so by saying how long you've been with us and what you do in the program. Let's start with you, Colleen.
My name's Colleen Bukowski, and I have been with the agency 17 years. It's a long time.
Sounds like a prison sentence.
No. It's been, I never ever pictured myself in this kind of setting. My background is hotel restaurant management, and the Kim Center is a long way from hotel restaurant management. But I do believe that God puts you where you're supposed to be, and this is where I'm supposed to be. Prior to COVID, I was the medical biller, and I had my little laundry room closet. Now I have a corner office with a window, glass block, but a window. Yay for me. And I'm serving as the interim director. After COVID, not too many of the upper management, actually none of the upper management came back. They all got really good jobs with the city, with COVID work and stuff. And I also was working there, but my term ended, and Reverend Fowler so graciously asked me to come on board. I was doing part-time, getting Tanya, who did open it back up, doing the paperwork. And now we are almost 70 strong. And I have an amazing staff that's making that happen. And my amazing staff is 100% into what we're doing here today, and have all donated. So my program staff, 100% donation.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm talking
team.
about.
Yay team.
Feel the pressure, rest of the staff's here.
But they truly love what they're doing. And you'll hear some stories from Tanya and Brittany about how they just love what they're doing. And they make every day special and wonderful, and the clients are why we're here, and we just love what we do. So the Kim Center is a skill building center for adults that are intellectually, developmentally disabled. Say that 3 times fast. But we've had some that have been in program as long as I've been with the agency, 17 years. We've watched many of them grow up. Unfortunately, we've watched several of them pass. But it's, they're just wonderful. They make your day worthwhile. And like I said, God doesn't make accidents. He puts you where you're supposed to be. And this is where I truly am supposed to be. So that's what I do. I love being here.
Hey, I'm Tanya Blackwell. I've been here with CAS for 17 years. I started out with working with people with developmental disabilities in the 70s. So
Wow.
I started out when there were institutions.
Really?
I actually worked in an institution, which was in Watertown, Wisconsin. So I've really seen with this population really grow from institutions to group homes to apartments to activity centers. So there's been a lot of changes, positive changes. Here at the Kim Center, we do skill building, as Colleen said, and the guys that come here, they love it. They love it. They just love coming, learning the different skills. We're going to be closed like the day after Thanksgiving, and people are already crying because they want to come, Friday. But yeah, that's me.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Brittany Grant. I am one of the program assistants I used to be a driver. Now I just fill in as a driver in the Kim Center. I've been here for 5 years.
Yeah.
I just hit my 5-year mark. So 5 years. I really do love it. I always said if I leave here, I'm just going to be an entrepreneur because I don't know where else I want to work or who I want to work for.
Right.
But I love what I do. I love going out with the guys. I love our adventures and all of our activities that we do. I love that we literally laugh all day. It's the most fun place ever. And yeah, it's just an awesome, overall awesome work environment. I got the best boss. She's the greatest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's the greatest.
Yeah.
I have the best other boss.
What am I, chump change?
Tanya, the mother of the center. Rev is awesome too. You're great. You do great. I love traveling with you.
Yes.
We travel well together.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's me. That's Brittany.
5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
So,
Isn't that wild?
17 is 34, almost 40 years sitting here with the 3 of us.
I started right before COVID, and then I got
Yes.
fired. No, I'm kidding. Okay, then I got laid off for 6 months, and then I came back. We've been going strong ever since.
Since, right.
Yes.
So maybe I should tell that story. It was probably one of the top 3 worst days of my life at CAS.
Yeah.
Because what happened was COVID hit the city hard,
Right.
and the governor, no fault, closed down smaller and smaller numbers of people who could gather.
Right.
And we at that point had 120 people
Yes.
in our program.
There's no way we could
And
have.
then this particular program is set up through the Detroit Wayne County Mental Health Board, which is something else now, DWIN. Yeah.
Detroit Wayne
Yeah, okay.
Integrated Mental Health.
At any rate, it's set up that you get reimbursed by the number of consumers you see.
Right.
So once the governor said you can't see anybody,
Right.
we had no funding coming in and didn't know if or when it would ever return.
Right.
So we just simply couldn't keep a staff on because there was no money coming in to pay them.
Right.
Right.
Could have kept you, just couldn't have paid
Paid
you.
you, right.
So I
No.
had to call them all into what was the boardroom at
Right.
that point, and they all hated me. I mean, I
First time
could,
in there.
I could see it in their
You know
faces.
what was
like,
wild?
what?
It was the day after my birthday. I was like, oh God. But no, I understood why it was happening.
Right.
We all did.
We
Well,
did.
you know,
You may have understood.
the whole,
but-
it wasn't just Cass.
Yeah. So basically, everyone was let go. Everyone
Yeah.
was let go. Right. And as Colleen mentioned, many of the upper staff members got lucrative jobs with the city. So
Yeah.
then I was mad at the city. Right? Okay, good.
Sorry.
Is that you?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
So it was a long time before they gave us permission to open back up. Was it a year? Was it a whole
No,
year?
it was August.
We were 6 months, I
6
believe.
months.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it was
then,
So that's pretty good.
after people were gone all that time, some who had gotten new jobs,
Right.
how do you reestablish a program?
Right.
And so I reached out to a couple of you and said, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. I know that the people who come to us for a program really miss it.
Right.
But that in order to open it back up, they'd have to come back and wear masks and they may not understand it.
The whole lifestyle change.
Right, they may not be able to
distancing.
come in one van because you have to still do the
So
6 feet, right?
Right.
So everything changed.
Right.
And it took us a whole year to get anywhere near. So if we're at 70 now,
Right.
we're still just a little more than half of what we were. And by the way, we moved buildings.
Yes, we did.
Right.
We used to be down in what's now called Midtown, the Cass Corridor. And now the program is here in the World Building on the campus with everything else,
Right.
which I always thought was good, but it meant that people had to adjust to that too, right? They weren't used to going up a floor.
It was, I wouldn't even say it was hard because our guys are so loving and they just want to hug you and they're all over you all the time. So social
Right.
distance wasn't a concept to them.
Right.
So even that, like getting them to know, hey, you got a fist bump or elbow
right,
love.
right.
They were like, what?
Yeah.
What's that? I want to hug you. I want to cuddle up on you. But so it was just an adjustment for, and even us, because we're like, okay, you know,
Right.
but it was an adjustment all around.
Yeah, it was.
It's cool now. We get it.
Yeah.
They understood why.
So if we had to explain to somebody who's watching what it means to be developmentally disabled, or the new term is intellectual and
IDD.
IDD, what is it? How do we say it in a sentence or two?
Well, how do you say it? Well, Brandon, presents as a very nice young man. Brandon's success story is that he started off at the activity center and now is employed full-time with Cass. And you can see he has delays. They have a delay, or they have a hard time connecting A and B. It's just, they're not broken, they're whole, they're just different.
Yeah.
As all of us are, we're all different. We all have different quirks. And some of them are very
Disconnect
quirky.
somewhere. Yeah. Right.
So I often say, and maybe this isn't right, maybe you all need to correct me now that we're together. I often say it means they stop developing at a certain time. And there's a whole continuum or spectrum. So they're not the same, but you might stop at 6 and you might stop at 15 and you may
Some
stop.
don't make it to 6.
Yeah, we have
Right,
70
right.
teenagers up there.
So one reporter said to me one day, well, why don't you just teach them to read? I was talking about this second. You can't. You don't
Right.
understand. It's not that we don't want to.
Right.
Because they don't have the ability
Yeah.
with those skills. And yet, if they're like autistic, they may have some things they're different about, but other things they're exceptional with numbers or details or
Yes.
computers, or so it's figuring out where their assets are and where they're lagging behind a little bit and finding out what they dream about doing or
Yes.
being or
You hit
that
it on
kind
the
of thing.
head.
Is that
Yeah.
pretty
That's
accurate?
fair. I always say they have superpowers.
Okay.
Yeah, because some of them, we have some guys who are math whizzes, but they can't hold a conversation.
Right.
You know,
Right.
or they're
I've dated men like that.
they're like these beautiful artists,
Artists, yes.
but something is just lacking, or like there's a disconnect somewhere. So yeah, everybody has their strengths and everybody has their things that they're still working on. That's what everybody,
And that's
not
what
even
it
just
is.
in the program.
And that's what we have to figure out, is
Right.
what their strengths and weaknesses are. And so when I started, I was there 6 months as a program assistant doing what Tanya and Brittany did. And I went to my boss and said, I can't do this. And she says, why? I says, because I'm a fixer and they're not broken. And
Nice.
it was something inside of me that was broken that couldn't do it.
Right.
17 years later, that's it. In charge of the
So you're
program.
a slow learner.
I really am.
Is
But
what you're saying.
here again, it's been a wonderful 5 years being up here and being over here. I love the space upstairs.
Yeah. So one thing, again, that not everybody may understand is that years ago, you brought it up.
Yeah.
Years ago, if you had a child who was delayed,
Yeah.
he or she probably ended up in a state hospital.
Yes.
For like the rest of their lives. They'd go in at 5, 6, 7 years old, and that was it.
Yeah.
Now, there are pros and cons of institutions and that sort of thing, but then the rules changed, that we would put people back out in the community, sometimes with families, sometimes in group homes. And there are some good things that happen because of that, and there are not some good things that happen because of that. Then the other thing people may not realize, and we call that deinstitutionalization, by the way.
Right.
The other thing is that you can stay in public schools until you're 26 years old.
Right.
And then you're bumped out.
Yeah.
And unless you have a program like CAS or a really active family, there's a good chance you're not going to have much of a quality of life. You're going to watch TV.
Right.
Like it's your babysitter,
Yeah.
right? But I think, though, even during my time at CAS, I've been there 30 years now, it's changed because people who came out of institutions weren't as independent as young people are today. Even we run a summer program, and we get these young people who are still in school, and they come and they're full of energy and ideas, and they're leaving us all tired and needing a nap by 4 o'clock. You know? So there's a difference within the population even, and because of that within the program, what we do and where we go and what we see for them.
Right.
You think that's true?
That's true.
Yes, very true.
Yeah.
So who's been with us, and you don't have to tell their name, but have we had somebody with us 30 years?
Well, we
Trying to think if there's
kind of
anybody
close. There were some folks.
Pretty close.
I know
But they're
back
not-
when we did Miss Cass, some of those
Yes.
folks were there when I
Mhm.
started.
Yes.
But that's been 10 years or
Yeah, because we had a young lady that had come back. We'd open here, up
Mhm,
here,
mhm.
but then she ended up catching COVID, and they just kept her home. So, and she had been around for a long time. Yeah.
So part of our attendance thing is families are afraid because of COVID. They don't want
Still
them-
to this day.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Still to
Where
this
families
day.
still want their family members to wear masks. So
Yeah.
my clients all wear their masks.
Yeah.
And sometimes
And
it's not
initially
easy.
that was a problem, but I don't think it is anymore, is it? They just do it.
Some of them.
Some of them.
Well, they don't mind it. Some we just have to remind, like, all right, pull it back up. Like they'll talk and they'll pull it down. They'll leave it down. So it's like, all right,
And
put it
they
back.
know the sign language.
Yeah, put it up. Like, oh.
or here comes Colleen.
Yeah, but a lot of our clients have older relatives that they live
Yes.
with. So that's a huge risk. So a lot of the families do fear because of that. But
Sure.
but they also don't want them to just sit at home. So it's like,
Right.
what you gonna do?
So how did they get here, Colleen?
Well, we have 4 vehicles that hit the road at 7:30 in the morning. One goes this way, this way, this way, and this way, and they pick them up. And those that we are outside of our boundaries, we have Metrolift services that we reimburse. And now we have several families that want them here so bad they bring them themselves.
Okay, that's good. That's good. It is a lot of wear and tear on our vehicles and our staff.
It is.
And yet we want people to come.
Right.
Yep.
So we go anywhere in Detroit, Highland Park, and Hamtramck?
Up to 6 miles.
No, the northwest side of
It's 8
Detroit.
Mile and Southfield is where
Northwest side of
one
Detroit.
group. And then over, not as far as Kit, Outer Drive is that
Mhm.
way, and then over to the Southfield. And that's about down to Midtown.
Let's see now. And how do they get into the, if somebody had somebody at home and they wanted to get them into our program, how do they do that?
So they have to have a support services through Detroit Wayne Integrated Mental Health. And those agencies, NSO, Goodwill, All Wellbeing, Gesher, and Team Wellness will refer them to the program. And then they come in, they go through a tour, they have a tour, they meet us, we meet them, and they decide whether or not they want to come in. And then I got to go to the supports coordinator and say, give me authorization. And there's where the problem comes up, is getting our authorizations. But once we get that, they start right up and they get right into it. One of the young ladies that started this last week, her very first day was she got to go out to eat at Golden Corral. It was like and then Friday was a pizza party for a birthday for one of the other clients. Families are so wonderful with us, and they know that their family members love us, that they will say, here's money, go and have a birthday party for them. And, get pizza or cupcakes and whatever.
What is true, what I've found to be true upstairs is that they really like to eat.
They
love
yes.
to eat.
Yeah.
Anything that involves food, they're in.
Right.
They like cooking too.
Cooking, yes.
That's a big part of their independence. Even just using a microwave, they're like, ooh, yeah.
Right. Yeah, something as simple as making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich that we don't think nothing about. But for them, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, I did it.
Yeah, I did it. Right.
The other thing it seems to me they really love is dancing and karaoke.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a regular activity that if you come on the day they're dancing, you're dancing too.
They are not shy.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Not shy at all.
No, absolutely not. So we showed the Christopher video up top. Tell what, because I'm picking on you because I know you have to leave early.
Yep.
Tell what a job means to somebody from your program.
Well, Delano lives with his dad. It's just him and his dad, sorry. And he really helps take care of more of his dad than I think his dad takes care of him.
Yeah.
But, it's the groceries, or actually he's found out that his bank card he can use on Amazon. And
okay.
So he's ordered a few things on Amazon, not without me being right there with him, but he will do that. We've had one client that's had the vending business now before in the activity center. He has 3 vending machines in the agency that he services twice a week.
Do we have any idea how much money he makes on that every year?
Actually, right now, his profit margin's really, really slim because he didn't raise his prices even though inflation's gone up.
Oh, he should.
Yeah, so we've been talking and looking at that. So,
Okay.
It's a slim profit margin right now.
That's not good.
No. But he's okay. He's okay. He's not rolling in the dough like he was at the activity center. But, he still gives back. He will throw a pizza party once a year for his peers because they support him big time.
Right, they do.
They just love to work. They love that paycheck. I'll never forget when we were talking about the shredders and they first got their jobs.
I wish we had a video of that day.
And they got their first paychecks. It's like, you thought they won the lottery.
Yeah.
And it was like a $6 paycheck, but they thought they won the lottery.
They were happy. They were dancing.
I love it.
I mean, it was something.
They don't make, they don't work a lot of hours, but they were paid a very fair wage. And they think it's $100 in. It's wonderful. They're just so excited.
It is wonderful.
It is.
Yeah.
But
I think it's more about like the independence.
Yes.
That's like a responsibility thing. They're like,
Right.
oh, when people are grown, they go to work, they get
Right.
a check. So me even working 1 hour a week or an hour a day,
Right.
and like they get that paycheck, and it's just wow. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I might just go buy some McDonald's or something,
Right.
but they love it. It's theirs.
Yeah.
And we have very high standards for them.
Yeah.
We
You have to
want
actually
them
work.
to do the job and we want it done right. And they've really stepped up to the plate on that. Before, they might be sorting paper, one here, one there, one here, one there, and put it back in the metal and do it again. But now that they work for what they're getting paid, and they're proud and happy of
Yeah,
it.
and they talk about, giving money back to their families. Like, oh, my mom works, my dad, oh, now I work,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And if you ever need anything, they're the first ones that are called because they are so willing and cheerful and happy about doing whatever it is needs to be done.
So I know part of the program is they set their own goals.
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me who, but can you tell me 3 or 4 goals that different people might set just to give the audience an idea of what they're working toward?
Well, I know one individual that we had in the program. He wanted to get his driver's license. And that was a goal. And
Did
we
he?
worked- He did.
Wow.
He did. We worked on
rules,
the
the laws.
rules. Yeah, we worked, read.
We never drove them though.
Right. But just them trying to pass the written test, because
Yeah,
now-
sure.
So they have to get up on the computer, and
Right.
we did all that.
So
and
he's one of the younger ones.
he was one of the younger
Yes,
ones.
yep.
Yes. Yep.
Very good.
Yeah.
What about another goal?
A lot of them have work goals. So, because eventually, even though they work here and they get their time here, eventually the goal is for them to branch out and be able to enter the workforce and actually do a good job, like not just our standard, like our standards are low or anything. So we teach them good quality of work. So that's what they have to do in order to keep that job. Because if you're in the real world, if you don't do your job, you're not going to have the job.
Right.
Is there a danger if they leave here and get a 40-hour-a-week job? And I'm not opposed to them leaving here, but is it a danger if they do that, they'll lose their health care and that sort of thing?
Oh, see.
And
I
they
think that
lose
is a big
their
risk.
benefits
Yes.
are-
So they can work like 10 or 20 hours a week and still be okay, but they can't work 40 hours and still hold on to health insurance.
Right.
Is my guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big.
But
that's a
but
biggie.
to Colleen's point, some organizations pay what's called a deviated wage, which is less than minimum wage.
Yeah, it's like
So we
$6
pay
or something.
slightly more than minimum wage because we
Right.
feel like if you're doing a job, we should pay you for it.
Right.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Other goals they might have had, getting a job,
Just
learning
some of
to
them
drive.
participating, being with their
Right. Participation.
Yeah, and communicating. That's a big one.
Communication, yeah.
Communicating.
Community inclusion.
Just saying hello to your peer, saying hello to staff,
Okay.
Yeah. Having a conversation.
Right.
That's why we do things called coffee social.
Uh-huh.
And part of that includes talking to somebody that's across from you.
Boy, we could offer that to half the country. You go into a restaurant, everybody's on their cell phone.
Right.
Taking pictures.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Some of the guys, they even just have to identify their name,
Yes.
identify letters,
Right.
be able to point your name out in a group of names, which one is yours.
Right.
And some of them struggle with that. So we start from the very basic level.
Right.
Identifying numbers. Can you tell which number comes after or before a certain number?
Right.
And everybody has their challenges, so that's their
Right.
goal.
Right. So I know both of you two have been on trips. What do they like about going on trips? I know they do some here locally, they do some overnights. What is it about trips that excites them?
I think just getting away from their families.
Yeah.
And it makes them feel just independent.
Like they're grown-ups.
Yes. And that's exactly what they say. Like, I feel like I'm an adult. I don't have to worry about people yelling at me or getting on me about this or getting on me about that. Freedom. That's the biggest thing we heard.
I
Freedom.
remember at camp how the women stayed up all night. I think talking about boys.
Yeah.
They were all tired the next day, but
They had the best time.
They did.
Oh,
They
they
did.
And one of the things the Kim Center did that was never ever attempted with Activity Center is we took them to Cedar Point. We rented a tour bus and we spent the day at Cedar Point, and they just absolutely loved
Had a great
it.
time.
It was
Yeah, they did.
wonderful. It was the first time they'd ever done anything like that.
Yeah, yeah. And I would point out, I think this is true, that most of them never leave the city.
Right.
They just don't go
Right.
anywhere.
No.
Because
they don't.
their families don't travel, they don't do vacations, they just
Right.
don't. So to
Right.
go experience anything new and different
Yes.
is exciting for them.
it's a job being able to travel with someone who you have to 100% care for. You know, you have to tell them everything that they need to do.
Right.
And so to even get them out of the house to go to the movies or go out to eat is work. And some families have the energy, some families don't.
So maybe this is the time to give a shout out to families.
Yes.
Because,
Yes.
you know, most families
Yes.
have a child and you raise them until they're 18 or 20 or
Right.
whatever, and you're basically done.
Right.
Emotionally, there's still work. But when you have
You've
a
done the
child with
bulk of
special
it.
needs,
Yeah.
Yes.
you're talking the,
lifelong
next 8
commitment.
years.
24/7, right?
Yeah, it's not.
24/7, right?
And even when we go on trips, so somebody has to be responsible for the
Yes.
medication.
Yes.
Somebody has to make sure that they
Right.
brush their teeth. I mean,
Yeah.
I certainly couldn't do
it's
it
a lot.
alone.
Yeah.
Right? You need a team.
Yeah.
Definitely
That
need
sort
a
of thing.
team.
Yeah.
I'm just grateful that some of the families, like the ones who can't get them out and things, just get them ready in the morning to even come to the program.
Yes.
That's even a big
That's
job.
true. Yes.
Getting them up every day, making sure they have their lunch, making sure
Yes.
their hygiene is taken care of.
Right.
It's a lot that we don't think about half the
Right.
time because it's just second nature.
And
you
a
know?
lot of our guys have older parents.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Well, I like the fact that the families trust us.
Yes.
To
they
take them
definitely-
overnight somewhere,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Someplace they've never been before.
Right.
It must be scary for them.
Yes.
We do have some who are still wary because they're so like tight with them because
Right.
that's how they always have been.
Sure.
But usually after, we talk to them, they're like, okay.
We'll
And then they
try.
have the best time. And then they're
Yeah.
like, oh, all right. All right. I guess you can go somewhere else now.
Right.
Next year at
Right.
camp.
But
And
yeah.
the guys are still talking about the camp. we
Oh,
went
I
to.
know.
They're
Going
like,
fishing.
when are we going to do it again?
Oh, yeah.
Woo. And at
You
the
know,
end
we
of the
didn't
day,
even have fishing poles for them. We've got sticks.
Yeah.
that was fun though.
That
It's an
was fun.
adventure. It's
Yeah.
all an experience.
Right.
Yeah, well, I guess.
They loved it.
They did.
They're out there with their sticks.
Right.
I got it.
And one guy went too.
I think then we made them throw them back, didn't we?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. We weren't set up to cook their big fish. Yeah. Mhm. So we do lose a few occasionally who die.
Yes.
And it's interesting to take people to a funeral home
Yes.
because
Yeah.
they're not used to going.
Right.
And to see who shows up for the funeral, it's their family upstairs, right?
Right. Right.
Who knows them well enough to speak about
Yeah.
them
Yeah.
and care for them. And that,
Definitely know and love each other.
yeah,
So
there's a joy in that too. That
That was the
everybody
hardest
deserves.
thing,
That was
telling
hard,
them
yeah.
when he had passed away. That was just the hardest thing I had to do was tell staff first and then the clients, and they were just bawling, and we're losing another one
But
tomorrow.
still supportive of each other.
Yeah.
You know.
Mhm.
And they'll even come to the staff like, "Are you okay?
Right.
Are you okay?"
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we can't hide it.
Sure.
Then they
Right.
read us so well.
Right.
So even if we try to have a strong face, they're like, "Are you okay?
Right.
What's wrong?" And then they start crying, and it's like, "Oh,
Yeah,
Just
we're all
forget it.
bubbling.
We're done for today.
Yeah, we were bubbling.
So I know we talk about big trips that tend to be expensive, and we love doing those. But they even like just walking around the neighborhood. They like going to
Yes.
Taylor Park.
Yes.
They like going to the
Anything.
farm and cider mill. They just like anything.
get out the
right?
building."
Yeah.
That's it. Go for a drive. They love
Right.
it. We just go for a ride, and we go look at the lights. We're going tomorrow, going
Oh,
downtown.
nice.
So let's hang out downtown. We usually just park on Woodward and catch the queue line down.
Right.
And I have them. You got to remember where we parked at. Where do we park? Which stop did we get on? 'Cause when we
Right.
come back, I'm going to be following you. So, and all this is just them.
So a week
Learning.
later.
They be all. They be like, "You don't remember? You don't know where we got on." But yeah, all of it is learning. Everything we do is learning. So learn how to travel. You got to be able to get around. Your family. We tell them our families are not always going to be here.
Right.
Well, there's your point.
Yes.
I think if there was one concern for parents or families is what is going to happen to my child
Yes.
When I'm no
when
longer.
I'm gone,
Right.
where I can't provide.
Right.
And we're just starting to toss around that idea whether Cass could at some point in the future do housing.
One of our clients is actually getting an apartment next week.
Nice.
She's moving in this
But
weekend.
I mean, there's there's a lot of people who are in that situation with
Yeah.
aging parents who,
Right.
who need someplace safe,
Right.
nobody's gonna hurt them or take their money or that kind of thing.
We actually had one of our clients. We were talking about what are like our dreams. Like if we had $1 million, what would we do? You know, he's like, I want to open an apartment for all of us to go and live in because he knows that that's a thing. He knows that most of them are almost ready. Not most of them, but quite a few of them are almost ready, but they need assistance. They aren't ready to just be out there on their own, but to have a little bit of independence, but somebody overseeing them or just helping them in whatever way.
Right.
So that was his thing. He's like, I want an apartment, and then I'm going to have so-and-so and them come and live in there, and they're going to have their own apartment, their own room, and then some of the staff, they're going to come and help us out and tell us how to cook
And clean.
and clean,
right.
all of that. But that's what they want. They want a place where they can be from under their parents, under their families, but still just have guidance.
Right.
So that'd be beautiful.
We're just starting to talk.
Uh-oh.
It's a dream of
Just
mine.
putting it out there.
Yeah.
Just universe.
Just putting it out there. What else do people need to know about folks who come to the Kim Center? Who is Kim?
Kim was a young lady who was IDD. She was paralyzed from the neck down in a wheelchair, but very, very vocal, very, very smart, knew what she wanted and knew how to get it. And when she passed away, all her money went into a trust, and she has a wonderful, wonderful executor that keeps after the money and helped us be able to move into this building. And now Kim's Center, it will be going to Ann Arbor by Amtrak with the help of a donation from Kim's estate. So they can go at no cost.
Yeah, she's a wonderful example of generosity and love. However, her story begins in a rather tragic way. She was in high school, and coach told her to dive into the pool, and she was afraid, and the coach pushed it, and she dived into the pool. It was the wrong end of the pool, and she ended up paralyzed. And so she, during her life, took care of her family financially, and even in death took care of some of them, but asked her lawyer to make sure that the money went to help other people. And so he believes, and I believe through him, that she'd be very excited about the things she's making possible here.
Right.
Because she too struggled with some of the things our people struggle with. And isn't it wonderful that it's named after somebody who can relate to our people?
Yes.
And instead of just somebody who had a ton of money to put their name on a building. Kind of thing, you know? That makes me happy.
Yes.
And some of our guys, they did have accidents, and that's the way that they are. A lot of them weren't born with their special needs, or some of them. One of them got into a car accident, got hit by a car, you know, and it just altered everything. So there's different reasons. So yeah, that's nice to hear that she wasn't born with it. It just happened to her, and that's how she chose to shift her perspective. And
It's nice.
All right, so we talked about the meaning of jobs to them. We talked about trips with them. We talked a little bit about how someone ends up in the program. What have I missed? What things from the program should people know? It's a long-standing program. It started with deinstitutionalization in the 80s, started as an evening program only, and then the pastor at Cass Church went to the Mental Health Board and said they need more than that, and then came the day program. So it pre-exists me. Although it was much smaller back in the day, it was like 25 people instead of even 70. So they've always been a part of the Cass community story, even Cass Church, although COVID killed our attendance for people coming with developmental disabilities. Some of the houses closed. for one
Yeah, it
thing.
did.
And never
Removed.
reopened. And some of the people are afraid to send their residents out in the world because of the diseases.
Right.
But they've always been near and dear to the congregation as well as the nonprofit. What else have we have? Can you tell a story or two about an individual without listing his or her name that the program has made a significant difference in their life?
I can think of a person that he's autistic, really bright with math and drawing and coloring. And I can remember him going into a classroom and his peers could be facing him and he would literally turn his back the other way and not look. So of course they have their individual plan of services and we ask everybody like, what do you need to work on? So he was like, math. Doing some of my pictures? No. Writing? No. Well, Tanya, what do you think I need to work on? And I was like, communication. He was one, he wouldn't say hello to anybody.
Right.
If you say, I want you to read a paragraph, he wouldn't do that. And today, if you were, and he was in one of the first classes for
Sustainability.
Sustainability.
Yeah, for sustainability. And I mean, he makes speeches, he reads and out loud, greets everybody. Even if there's things that the staff miss, he'll let us know.
All the time.
So
Whether you want to know or not.
Right. So that's the one person that I really think about.
That's exactly who I was thinking about.
Yeah,
Me too.
yeah.
I really have to run.
Okay.
My dentist appointment's at 5:00 and I got a long way to
Goodbye.
go.
Goodbye.
I'd love to stay.
We won't talk about you when you're gone.
Sure you will.
Okay.
Besides,
Maybe a
to muscle
little.
my dentist finger donation.
There you go. We're on till 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
so-
thinking about the same person. though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even now, like, he's still not chatterbox or anything.
Right,
But
but-
he has improved so much. Like, I didn't know him when he was at that stage.
Yes.
I came later. But even when I first met him, he was not social at all. So now for him to volunteer to lead different discussions or volunteer to lead group activities, and he's one who's one of the guys who, when we have new people come in,
I was
he'll
just
like
gonna
take
say
them
that.
around
Yes.
and introduce them to his peers and his staff and show them where everything is. And it's like, wow, like Tanya told me how you used to be,
Right.
and I could totally see you being like that, knowing your personality.
Right,
But to
yes.
see this version of you,
Yes.
it's beautiful. I love it. He actually has some artwork that we're gonna print out.
Yeah.
He has a gallery upstairs of his art that we framed on the wall,
Right.
and he's so proud of that. So when new people come in, he'll show them his art, and it's really cool.
Yeah.
It's nice to see.
And he's willing to learn everything. Like
Everything.
with the sign language.
He loves cooking.
Once you show him once, he's got it.
Mhm.
Cooking, right.
I call him Professor.
Yes.
Yeah.
So both staff and participants are learning sign language.
Yes.
And why did we start to do that?
Well, we do have one client who is deaf, but
Mhm.
even without her there, we want to be able to communicate with people,
everybody.
with
Right.
everyone. Even if we can't have a full conversation, you're going to be invited and into our discussions. We're going to know something to say to you. Everyone knows some sign language. Some language is sign language, whether it's just hi and bye or yes and no, bathroom. Everyone knows the basic signs. So the more we know, the more we can include them in our discussions.
Right.
So that's the worst, to see someone who we know they can participate, but we just aren't at a level to have them engage.
Right.
So it's very important to us to be able to speak sign language. She's awesome. The one who, the lady who we do have who is deaf, she has such a cool personality, but we just can't hear her. She can't talk, but she reads lips very well.
Yeah.
So she always knows what we're talking about. If she doesn't know, she'll go like, "What are you saying?
What are you doing?
You know?
But
What
does
is
she know
this?
sign language back?
Yeah,
She's
she's
fluent.
fluent.
She's
Okay,
fluent.
all right.
And-
So we just have to catch
Right.
up.
Yes.
So and
Yeah.
she'll come and teach us signs. I'll write it down. How do you say this? And she'll show me. And yeah, so it's just up to us to continue doing our part so that we can continue to converse with her. And yeah, it's cool. It's
Very
nice. It's just fun. It's a
Right.
fun activity. They love doing sign language.
They do.
We have one guy who every day he's like, I want to do sign language. Every day. It's like, okay.
And he
okay.
knows it too.
He knows it.
He does.
Yeah, he knows how to do it, and he loves to meditate, and he loves to do our meditation and our exercise.
Chair yoga.
Chair yoga.
They love that. You walk in, the whole room doing
Everybody.
this and this. And yeah.
And it's funny because a lot of them have never been exposed to yoga
Right.
at all. So doing this was like foreign. Some of them was like, it's too slow. They want to dance. You know,
Yes.
they're gonna do exercise. They want to dance.
Yeah.
But we tell them that we need that.
Right.
Our bodies and our minds
bodies
need
need
that.
Right.
That relaxation and just stretching and just breathing. They don't have to be overstimulated all the time. So yeah, it's cool to be able to introduce them to new things. And I had never done chair yoga either before we brought it here. I done yoga, but not chair yoga. So it's all around new experience.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And the idea is you do chair yoga because not everybody can stand up and move the same way.
Right.
Not
Right.
everybody can sit in a chair.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's good, and many of our people need a little bit more exercise.
Mhm.
Right.
We just all do.
Right.
We're pretty sedentary as a people.
Yeah. My group, they know we're going to exercise. We're going to either go for a walk,
Walk.
or we're going to dance or something.
Right.
But they love it. They're always
Yeah.
down.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to know about the program. So how many days a week? What are the hours? All that kind of stuff.
5 days a week. We are Monday through Friday, and we go from 8. Is it 8:30 now? The hours are kind of being switched
It's going to
around.
be back, yeah.
So it's going to be back to 8:30 to 3 o'clock.
Mhm.
And so they get on their routes, they come on in, we do our goal work in the morning, whatever skill building they're working on. Throughout the day, we're always going to be skill building, whether
Right.
that's doing social skills or learning how to be safe in a community or
Right.
counting money or writing. We do a lot of reading. We've been reading different short stories lately, so working on everybody's reading skills. Even if you can't read the story, I'll read your line for you, but can you repeat after me? Can you?
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so
That's
it's,
good.
so it's all different levels.
And the one thing I always tell everybody when they come to the center, as soon as you step on our vehicles, skill building
Skill building.
begins. It begins.
All day.
Yep, all day. And they come in.
But make
with-
it fun.
Yep, and they
Yeah.
come in with, we do a daily affirmation every day.
All right.
And
Daily
everybody knows it.
So what was today's affirmation?
So our daily affirmation, we do a call and response thing. So
Okay.
you're gonna do it with me.
I was thinking it's good job,
So it say, I'ma have a good day.
I'm gonna have a good day.
Things will go my way.
Things will go my way.
Focus on me
Focus on me.
and be the best I can be.
Be the best I can be.
So that's what Christopher says in the
Yes.
video.
Yes.
Is that where he got it? from?
Yes.
We do it every day.
Oh, you do the same one every day.
Every
Oh, I
day.
thought every day was a different
Nope.
affirmation.
It starts our day off, and we can always tell when things are getting too riled up. Somebody will say, we got to do the affirmation.
Right. They'll say it now, right? We had a rough day with transportation.
We haven't
need
done
to
the
do
affirmation. I think we need to meditate and do the affirmation.
Wow. So the truth is, we've made it seem like the dream program in that the people are loving and affectionate and hardworking, but occasionally they have a bad day.
Yes.
Yes, we all do. But we talk about that as well. We talk about if it's to the point where you need to stay home,
Right.
do that, because we all need mental days. We all need those days just to decompress. But if it's something where you need to come in, Tanya is very big on using your voice.
Yes.
Use your voice. Don't come in and acting out. No, that's
Right.
not how we solve it.
Right.
We come in and we communicate. We'll have a discussion about it. If you want to put one of the staff to the side, we'll do that. If another client is involved, because like I said, they all have friendships and relationships and things, so they get involved in different things. We'll pull the whole group to the side and have a discussion on that. But we are always big on using your voice.
Yes.
That's the biggest part.
Okay.
no physical violence. We're not throwing anything. We're not hitting anyone. But because we all have our days, the staff included.
It's rare that we have physical violence. We do have it occasionally. But
It's very rare,
Very
but it
rare.
has happened, and it's going to happen in this population.
And I would suspect that usually when it does happen, it's medication related.
A lot of times it is.
Yeah.
A lot of
They-
times
they didn't
medication
get
is
their
off,
meds, or they're off
right,
their meds,
right,
or-
and we know them so well. We can pretty much tell when someone's off.
Yes.
So we'll pull them to the side or tell them, "Come on, have a seat over here." But some people may need to be sit by themselves for a little bit because they need that moment until
Right.
they're ready to come back in.
Where there's been times where we've had to take people back home.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we always say, just be honest with how you're feeling.
Right.
And check in with yourself.
Sounds like your messages are needed by the general public.
I think so.
Just be honest with yourself.
Right.
You need some time
Check
away.
in. And I always tell them, especially this time of year, this is that time of year when that seasonal depression kicks in.
Yes.
So we talk about that. Check in every morning when you get up. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
Do you feel like coming to the program
And
today?
we do
'Cause
see
if
a
not,
lot of
it's
change.
okay.
Yeah, we do see a lot of changes as it gets to the end of the year.
Right.
You know, and so we tell people if you need a break, take a break.
Take a
you
break.
know? Yeah.
Well, the weather's less
Yeah.
good for your mental health.
Yes.
That's one thing. The
Right.
holidays can be very hard for all kinds of people.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
Right.
I mean, the Surgeon General told us we're suffering from loneliness in the whole darn country. So
Yeah.
I suspect they're not immune from that either.
No.
So we have people who, they start thinking about their family members who passed away,
Yes.
and that gets to them, and then it's kind of like a domino effect. So one of them will get sad, and they'll start talking about it, and then the next person, oh, well, I miss my grandma, and it's like then we'll have to have this whole moment of just kumbaya,
So what was, I'm sorry. So what was true in the church is we have this Joys and Concerns time, right? Where you share things you want the church to pray about or think about or respond to. And it never failed if there was a member in the congregation who was also a member of your program, whatever was in the news that week.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we needed to pray about. And somebody was shot or some war or so. Doesn't matter. They don't know anybody over there.
Right.
But man, are we gonna pray?
Right.
And you could you just expected it, so it doesn't even need to be their immediate family. It could be somebody in Texas.
Yes.
Yes.
And we do that too because we do our current events. So we'll put the news on or whatever, and we'll just try to get updated with what's going on in the world. So they'll have all these questions, and then we try to keep it very real when we're talking about community outings. It's just being safe out there. So we'll pull up stories, or they've heard something on Instagram or on TikTok or something. So they're like, "What's this?" And I heard this, and so we have to go over that. And it just but they definitely pay attention to what's going on.
So just a question without getting political. Did they vote? And what did they think about the elections? Were they No, I mean they're US citizens, they have the right to vote. The question is they did vote.
A lot of them did.
And did they ask questions about what?
Absolutely.
They ask us like, who are you gonna vote for?
Right, who are you voting
And
for?
they'll just come up,
Who
right.
did you vote?
That doesn't seem fair, but okay.
We say, okay, that's personal. That's conflict. We can all have our opinions and our thoughts on it, but let's respect each other.
I'm kind of surprised I didn't know they voted.
Some of them take days off, because I'm going to vote on Tuesday. I'm not going to be here.
And then we had some people that helped at the voting polls too.
Oh, did they? They were poll workers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's awesome. It's cool to hear them even talk about the election or wow. But a lot of them, I always tell them, form your own opinion.
Yeah, sure.
Don't just discredit or hate on someone because of what your family thinks or
It's your vote.
Form your own opinion.
Yeah. Well, that kind of makes me happy that they were involved.
Yeah.
No matter who they voted for, or didn't vote for.
They were on it too, because I was one of the late ones. They're like, Brittany, did you vote yet? Did you go? Did you go to the polls? And I'm like, I'm going to go. Okay, don't worry about it.
So I went, just as a side note, I always do, because I want to know if It was the first time I had to stand in line ever in Detroit.
Wow.
So I thought this is good.
Yeah.
No matter who you vote for, that everybody wants to be involved.
Right.
Hallelujah.
Right.
That's how the democracy is supposed to work, you know?
Right.
So that's good. All right. Well, we hope you stay another 5 years. We hope you stay forever. And I'm very grateful for the work you do with our clients. It is clear to me this is more than just a job.
Yes, it is.
That you would do anything for them and they would do anything for you.
Yeah.
And I tell people all the time, when I am depressed, when I am discouraged, when I am ready to quit,
That's where you want to be,
Go
right on
on
that second floor.
I go upstairs.
Yeah.
I go
That's it.
upstairs. 'Cause not only are the clients just wonderful and make you feel like royalty, but the staff is very good.
Yeah.
Got a
Very, very
Because
good.
somebody's going to have you laughing at something.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
laugh,
They're going to make
whether
fun
you
of
want
you,
to
if
or
nothing
not.
else. You know? My. All right. Well, I'd say again to our watching audience, all donations are doubled today. So we hope you are generous and give. If you give $25 or more, we're going to send you this hour a free can of tea, organic tea that we make ourselves. If you send $100 or more, we're going to put your name and number into a basket at 7 to 8 o'clock. We're going to pull out a name. If your name is the winner, you'll get dinner for 4 at She-Wolf, served by Chef Anthony, who is the best. And I think I see some numbers coming in the door. Do I? Yeah, bring them on down, girlfriend.
We've had workers at She-Wolf too. I don't know if you mentioned that.
We do have somebody working at She-Wolf, and that person's been there quite a while.
been there a while,
Yeah, and they do you can't even get in there. Come on, just bring it up. We're waiting to hear. Yeah, drum roll, Ben. So in the last hour, while I've been talking to these two, formerly three, we received $20 from Brenda Clay. LaVon and Colette Ramsey sent in $100. Neil Anthony sent in $200. Elizabeth Reynolds sent in $100. Kayla Bukowski sent in $50. Rob and Sally Faree sent in $200. So while you were on, $670 came in. So we are very grateful for your time and participation. And we couldn't be happier with the work you're doing. So thank you so much. You are free to go.
All right.
While they're going, Ben, can you show the tiny homes video while our next guests are coming up here?
All right.
Hold on to me as we go, as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble in might drag you down. You get lost, you can always be found. Know you're not alone. I'm gonna make this place your home.
Morning, friends. And today,
Hey, welcome back. We're glad to have you here at Cass Community Social Services Give Thanks live stream, our fourth live stream here to raise money for the work of the Social Services Agency. You just watched the tiny homes video that highlights the fact that we have 25 done and 25 occupied, but 2 of them no longer belong to us. Now they belong to the residents who took ownership on September 30th, and we're very pleased to have them as owners. Also, you know, every hour we give away something if you donate $25 or more. This hour, since we're talking about tiny homes and home repair, we have a brand new color book made up of the 25 tiny homes for you or your children to color. We would be delighted to send it to you. Just send us $25. You can do it by calling 313-826-0282 or going online and making that contribution. If instead you make a $100 donation or more, you will be in the drawing to receive dinner for 4 at She-Wolf. Just one will be drawn, but we would love to have you included, just $100 or more, and we'll put you in the drawing. But right now we're joined by Justin and Stephanie, and we're going to start with Justin. He is the owner of River Shore Realty and is a contractor working with us on housing repair for senior citizens who have safety concerns here in Detroit, Highland Park, and Hamtramck with Stephanie. I'll let her talk in a minute. But he's the one who goes in with his company and assesses the house, the damages, the need for repairs, and then makes the repairs for us. And then we go in and say, oh, this is great. And the thing I hear about you, we don't spend a lot of time together, unfortunately, but what I hear about you is you've gone above and beyond. That you often, if the grant won't cover something that's needed, we'll find another source of funding. We'll sometimes just absorb the cost yourself. So tell us about the kind of things you have found and fixed, and maybe some of the things we can't fix because there's just not enough money.
Well, first, I just want to say kudos to the organization, Reverend Fowler and Stephanie, for all the good work over at Cass, and proud to be here celebrating a 4th year. I want to encourage everybody to call in and donate $100 for 4 people to eat.
Well, if they win,
it's not bad value. I encourage everybody to do that. But yes, so you know, nothing is a coincidence, and I have a heart for public service. I actually worked in the government for a long time, and some of the work I did with the union, coalition building work I did with the union, involved DAAA.
Okay.
At the time when they were really advocating for home health care in the state of Michigan, particularly for seniors or people with disabilities and things of that nature. So I'm very familiar with the work that DAAA did before arriving here. I grew up in the community knowing Cass, never had a chance to actually work directly with. But I'll say that first, it's proud to work with you all because, you know, the way that you really truly measure communities is how they treat the most vulnerable citizens that live in them. And, you know, oftentimes, you know, groups like Cass or even DAAA for that matter are the only voice for people. especially when in a low socioeconomic status, compounded with being a senior or living in a disadvantaged neighborhood. So, we're all lucky to have organizations like these that step up. And so for me, this was a new foray. We had never done this work with the organization. So part of it was just trying to make sure that we all were the village that we all need in supporting our vulnerable citizens. So whether there be a shortcoming, if it was, just absorbing the cost for the material or finding a contractor that would give a more reasonable price, or even if I couldn't do the work and saying it wouldn't be responsible to start a job with those resources, and maybe there should be other places we look. I thought it was important for the sustainability of programs like this to continue going on, because the work is really important. It's bigger than any of us. So I'm happy to be here. And again, I want to say thank you for that.
Stephanie found this talented young man. Stephanie oversees the DAAA home repair program for seniors that actually grew into 2 grants. She also is the program manager for the tiny homes development. You want to start by talking about the senior program, and then I'll corner you on the tiny homes?
Okay, well, the senior home program. I got a call from a young lady who I've known for 25 years at DAAA, and she said, Stephanie, you're at Cass Community Social Services. We have a grant. We have 2 grants, and we'd like to know if you're interested in home repair for seniors. And I said, well, this is kind of interesting considering I'm a senior. And there was a time when I could say, oh yeah, okay, I think that'll be fine. I'll go find some seniors. So now that I've been working with seniors for over 40 years, this was the first time I had the opportunity to really understand what's out there and what has happened to seniors in Detroit, Hamtramck, and Highland Park. So when they said, okay, we're going to give you the grant, I talked to Reverend Fowler, and maybe we prayed on it and said, can we do this? Well, I don't know. So I reached out to some friends of mine, and they said, we know just the man who has a company who can do this. So I reached out to this young man, and we met, and I told him, this is a project that not only you will have to meet the seniors, but you're also going to have them understand that we have X number of dollars. And living in the city of Detroit, I've lived in other cities, and the city of Detroit probably has the most houses that seniors have lived in. I live in the house that I was born in. I moved back into the house. So we have these houses where people are living in, and Justin, people are living in, and you wonder, how in the world are they living there? So the program started with me telling Justin, okay, let's go out and let's visit some homes, and we did. And then I said, oh, well, it's only going to be a few houses. So Reverend Fowler and I went to a community meeting on the east side, and dear Lord, what did we do that for?
We weren't thinking.
We really weren't thinking. So then I called Highland Park, the mayor of Highland Park. Then I called Hamtramck. Then I called several churches. What did I do that for? I mean, we have probably 500 people on the waiting list who, it is amazing to me what really is a safe house. And Justin, you've been inside these houses, and they'll call me and say, I just need a rail. That's all I need. I just need a rail to go down to the bathroom. Okay, that's fine, Miss Jones. You know, we only have a certain amount of money. And then Justin will call me and say, why didn't you tell me we had to rebuild her house? And I'm like, what are you talking about? This lady not only needs a new front porch, this lady needs a new bathroom, this lady needs a new this, she, and Justin, it's good and it's bad, Justin.
I know.
Because they talk to you, they're kind of like, oh, hi. And he's like, yes. Well, what's your name again? Justin. Well, Justin, I not only need that toilet, but I need something for the so-and-so. And then it got to be a point where, Justin, could I have a blue toilet? Because my walls are blue. So can I have that too? And Justin's like, okay, this is my budget. But he started looking outside of the budget to how can we do this? And I talked to a lady the other day. She said, oh, Stephanie, they can sound so pitiful.
And I'm like very diplomatic.
Right.
So I'm like, I'm listening.
Right. And she said, I can't go down my front stairs. I said, okay. She said, 85. I said, okay. Where do you live? And she told me, and this is one of the better neighborhoods in the city of Detroit, Boston, Edison. So you're like, oh my God, I know what this is going to cost. And so she said, I can't get down my front porch. And she said, you got to help me. You got to help me. So I started feeling bad. And I said, okay, right now we're taking a little break, but we'll be back. And since you're 85 and you can't get down the stairs at all. No, I can't get down the stairs at all. So I said, how do you get in and out the house? I go out the side door. Well, so you want to beautify this big house on Longfellow, but you can use your side door. Well, yes. It was nice. I'll put you on that list.
That's what you call shooting your shot.
Yeah.
Right.
At least she's honest,
I mean,
an honest human being.
Right, it is. So we have.
But I do remember that house.
A Longfellow.
I remember that house. And when I went in the house, because there was a bunch of ways to do that job, but the one that I thought was most advantageous for the young lady that lived in it was to make it more fit to the original condition that the house was built in.
Yeah.
As opposed to just running in real hastily and scrapping everything and starting over. And she was really happy at the end. I mean, she was so happy. She actually called me back to do some other work.
Well, Justin, just thought I'd let you know that this is her neighbor.
We get that a lot.
This is her neighbor who called me yesterday.
Yeah.
It's not her.
I see.
It's next
I got
door.
you. Okay.
So you did such a great job
Yeah.
that I'm getting calls
I think
from
the whole block like those.
the whole block. And it is just it's a program that now I hear throughout the city, that we have all of these seniors who are living in these homes who can't get in the tub. I don't mind giving you a toilet. It's not going to be blue. When we first started, that was okay.
And in some cases, the requests are a little subjective. So you go in and you tell them, well, I know what you want, but this is what you need,
Right.
to truly be safe. And when we leave out of there, the good thing about it is we're not walking out of those situations with any loose ends. We're feeling good about the guarantees we've given people. We warranty the work. If it's not right, we'll go back and make it right, And it's hard because, like you said, these people have been living in the house. Sometimes they have inherited homes. That just a great responsibility. These are some of the oldest homes in the country. They're brick. The material's not cheap.
They are.
The replacement costs on these houses are double what they're appraising at. And so you really just have to kind of help people along, because it's been a lot of divestment in these neighborhoods and people need that leg up. So
one thing I have learned, and I'm probably like this myself. Yes, I can make the phone call, I can make the visit. But what do these 80 and 90-year-old women like? They like these young men. Well, Stephanie, do you think the man, what's the name, Justin? Do you think he can come back? No, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm going to fix your house. No, I
Yeah,
think
they're not interested in you.
no, they're not at all. No, I think I want that Justin to come back. So we are excited about doing this project, and I just wish that there was more money available. And that's probably why we're here today to talk about, how do we make more money? How do we make money available for the seniors that are living? They're not in poverty, but they have these huge houses. They have these 4 or 5 bedroom houses that their DTE bill, I can't even imagine how much it is. They have steam heat like I have. And we really have got to figure out, they don't want to move to a nursing home. They don't want to move to assisted living. They want to stay there, but they want it to be safe. Okay, Reverend Ballard.
We're done. Have a good day. I'm kidding. So, a couple things. Our money comes from Detroit Area Agency on Aging. We want to thank them, first of all. Second of all, we want to say our money comes with a match component, meaning we have to raise money, not as much as they give us, but we have to raise money to match theirs in order to retain their funding. 2 is last year we did 86 houses. Is that right?
Almost 100.
Almost 100 houses all across the region. It's not just Detroit. It's not just the area around Cass, but the whole darn city, Highland Park and Hamtramck. And Stephanie's absolutely right. We have a waiting list that's way too long, right? So we try and do, try and take them right in order and do what we can do and be honest with people if it's too much. If the whole house is going to fall down, but you put a new grab bar, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Right.
So that's why we bring in somebody who knows construction to tell us what's salvageable and what's not.
Yeah.
What can be done and what needs more to augment the funding we have. So if you want to make a donation to have it help the DAAA program, we'd be happy to help more seniors. And by and large, they are happy. Occasionally we get a complainer about, I wanted a green toilet instead of a blue toilet or whatever the heck. But by and large, and they do things, Justin and his company do things like ramps and grab bars and non-slip flooring. And I'm trying to think of the other biggies, lighting, maybe ring doorbells are good for people. So just basic things, but even the ramps are darn expensive.
Oh my
Like
God.
4 or 5 grand.
And they are. I mean, we had one lady who, and this was very different, who lives in Highland Park, and she can't drive. She can't go to PT and OT and whatever. So we redid her garage.
Oh, wow.
To make it,
So that's where her exercise equipment was. So she got we had one woman, remember, who was actually in a nursing home. They wouldn't let her go home until we fixed the home. So, I mean, that's the kind of change we're able to make in somebody's life if we know about it.
But I think now that word has gone around.
Unfortunately, if we could get the seniors to stop talking to each other.
Well, it's really a great thing, because when you think about it, that empowers the choice. People don't normally have to stay home. When you give people that option, when you make their home more fit for them. And then frankly, this is a value add for the entire community, because that nursing home care is very expensive. And anytime we can keep people in their home where they frankly want to be,
I would want to be in my home, wouldn't you?
It's a win-win for
who wants
everybody.
to be in an institution who can be at home where you're comfortable?
Well, as we said before, Detroit has the oldest homes, I say, in the United States, because the homes were built when people were working in the factory. So therefore, they could afford these houses. And if you haven't had a house note in 60 years, you don't want to go to assisted living or someplace. You still want that backyard. You still want the front porch.
Want to keep your cat or your dog.
Absolutely.
And you want to be able to sit out and have a picnic.
Absolutely. So you just, but Justin just has been just fantastic, and he's made a donation to us, and that's what I think is really, really important when we have a contractor who says, I'm going to make a donation. So we will gladly.
Let's put on the record, $100 donation on the record. We're doing that right now. All right. And I want somebody out there to match me,
Okay.
not you guys. Someone out there in the community to match me. Okay.
Very good.
Thank you so much for the work that you all do.
Thank you. So I understand you before us, you were flipping houses. Is that true?
Yes.
Buying old houses, fixing them up, and then
Yep.
selling them?
Yep, fixing
How's
them up.
that business going?
It's actually
Still
really
okay?
good. Yeah, Detroit's market is really good. I mean, it's a unique market in and of itself.
Yeah.
Prices have been really suppressed, and the word is out now. Like, there's no secret now that Detroit is probably one of the fastest growing
Coming back.
metropolitan
Yep,
areas in
yep.
the country. And so because of that, it's sort of been insulated from like national trends, and the property stays in high demand. So it's a good business to be in Detroit.
Good for you. Maybe you should get a show like the Bargain Block Guys.
That's right.
You know,
That's
I'd
what
watch.
it's called.
Wouldn't you
Working
watch?
on next.
Two men flip houses on a whole block.
Yep.
Initially, they were living in those houses
They
with no
were.
heat or electricity.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, it's a really popular show, and they do really creative stuff. But they do a whole bunch in a row, and then they sell them for a decent price. And
Oh, wow. Well, when we first started doing this program, and we have another contractor too, but he's not a real estate agent. I said, wow, this could be a win-win for you, because you're looking at these houses, you become the grandson. You're like, oh, here comes my grandson,
Right.
And so many of these people I am amazed at how many people don't have a family that cares about them. And so you become the grandson,
That's right.
and then you're the real estate agent. And as you just said, property value in Detroit is but where do you go?
Yeah.
These people don't want to leave
Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah.
They don't want to leave the east side. They've been at 48217,
They used
and
to.
that's what they know.
we don't want them to leave Detroit. I mean, they've been here paying taxes, cutting their grass, being good citizens forever. It's our turn to take care of them.
Right, absolutely. And we are, but we just didn't know how bad
Yeah,
the
in
houses
some
were.
cases,
Yeah,
The
that's
shape that
that's
they
the
were
thing.
in. That's what we didn't know. So we are really just, we were fortunate enough to get another grant for another year. But as Reverend Fowler said, there's some matching funds that we have to
Right,
put
we
with the
gotta
grant.
raise.
Can you explain that part?
Sure, lots of grants are that way. Government grants anyway. They'll say, we'll give you X amount of dollars, but you have to raise Y, right? So with DAAA, I think we have to raise $25,000 to get their grant.
So that's the way a lot of grants work.
Yep, every HUD grant is, they give you 80%, we have to raise 20.
Really?
Yeah.
So when you talk about a small nonprofit,
You have to work hard at raising money.
I mean, how do you really make that work? Jesus, you have to be a faith follower.
It's a tireless job. You just always working at it.
Yeah, you're always raising money. You're always trying to tell people what you're doing to see if they'll partner
Yeah.
with you.
Oh my
No doubt
goodness.
It's a never-ending battle, but it ebbs and it flows, right?
And that's why I am so fortunate to be a part of this program. And that's why I want people to understand what we're doing. And if you give us $25, and tell your cousin, give us $25. You never know when you may need
Right.
Cass Community Social
Right.
Services to come and put a rug in your bathroom or some shower curtains. It's just a small thing.
Or even more simple than that. Like, I sell houses to a lot of people that are buying with HUD funding, loans, VA loans, FHA loans. And those homes, that have porches that are 18 inches or higher cannot be sold without a handrail. So it might seem like we're doing a simple $500 fix, but if grandma ever intends to sell her home, and this affects the entire family potentially.
She needs to hold on to that rail
Right.
so she doesn't break her neck going up the stairs.
And that reason too,
Yeah.
but a number of reasons as to why these types of things are important. And these are just gap fillers. That's all we're doing. We're just filling the gap for people.
Right.
But it's really important.
When I see those commercials on TV all the time, and they're always about oh, you need a new tub, you need a new so-and-so. But they don't say it costs $20,000 to change that tub to a shower.
No, they just do the wipe this scene and it's a new tub and then it's sparkling.
All in a day.
Right. And one thing, they don't show the seniors there, because it's how can you afford $20,000 to change that tub to a shower? So therefore, I'd rather have a grab bar. Can you put 2 grab bars on there for me? We have one client, he hasn't taken a bath in years because he can't get in the tub. So now that he has a grab bar, he's like, oh my God, thank you. So
It's amazing what a difference those make.
yes, it really.
So if you're looking to buy or sell a house, you better give Justin a call because he's one of the best men on the planet, and he's been a big help to us, and not only us, but all the seniors we're seeking to keep safe in their homes and allowing to stay in their homes. So it's River Shore Realty,
Yep.
which I'm sure you could just Google
Yep, I have a
search it.
website. It's rivershoreagency.com, and I can be reached at 313-333-6772.
Not only that, he came and gave us money. So, if we can send some love, we can send some love back to him, we should. But we're going to talk about tiny homes. You can stay if you want, or you can leave if you want. You're not going to hurt our feelings, okay?
I'll stay for tiny homes. I love the tiny homes.
Okay. So, Stephanie, what are tiny homes?
Well, we have 25 tiny homes in our little small community off of Woodrow Wilson. And people tell me, are those the houses that we see from the John C. Lodge Freeway? And I say, yes, that is the one house that you see from the John C. Lodge Freeway.
The lighthouse.
Right, which we call the lighthouse. And they say, oh my God, I am amazed at how many people really have heard about us, but don't know where we are. I don't know. Had you taken a tour of tiny homes prior to?
I knew the tiny homes, where they were in proximity. I always saw them off the freeway. And I had never driven down the streets, but always really impressed with the concept itself.
Well,
I went viral for a minute, it was all over the
90
internet.
million views, yes. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not really much fun.
Yeah.
Your turn.
Well, tiny homes, oh yeah. Well, tiny homes, I've been here 7 years, and I came as a volunteer to Cass Community Social Services. And then they were just starting to build tiny homes. And somebody said, wow, we're going to need some security for tiny homes. I was like, oh, that sounds exciting. Now, my friends were like, what are you doing? I said, I'm the security for tiny homes. So they said, do you wear a uniform?
Yeah, that'd be cute.
I said, no, I don't wear a uniform, but I could sit in my car, and then when cars come by, I go outside and I said, how can I help you? And then they asked 1,000 questions. So it got to be unbelievable being security for tiny homes from 8 to 4.
I can only imagine.
Yes. So my friends start coming by too. Hi, Stephanie, you're the security guard. And I'm like, yes, I'm the security guard. So the houses got to be I was fascinated with them because I don't know construction. I came from a political background. So to do construction was the people would come from all over the country. Reverend Fowler told me, you just wait until you see the people coming. And they came from all over the world to see tiny homes. And yes, you can go online and look up tiny homes, but they're not our tiny homes. They're that tiny homes. Maybe, something that you can put on a trailer and take away. So we started building them, and people started qualifying to move into the tiny homes, calling, how do I get a tiny homes? How do I get a tiny home? And I think our smallest tiny homes is 200. What, Reverend Fowler?
25.
225. Yes. Could you live in a house that's 200? Okay, take the kids and
Well, you got kids.
take the
so.
kids, take the kids and the wife away.
And the dog.
Oh,
dogs.
wait a
We got
minute. We got
dogs.
lots of dogs. We
Lots
have
of
lots
dogs.
No
of
German
dogs.
shepherds.
No, they're big ones.
We got bigger than
We got
that.
pit bulls, baby.
Yes.
I will say, when you invited me for the first time to the tiny home, because we were doing we were putting a screen on the door where the screen had been damaged or was missing. We were replacing it. I was really impressed with how small but efficient the tiny home was. You know, I'm a 6 foot. My house is humongous compared to the tiny home. So, you know, but the thing that stuck out to me is I'm in the house, and you know, the kitchen and the bedroom were respectable sizes.
But you were visiting the largest tiny
I'm
home
sure it was,
that we
but
have.
still, I mean, but still, like, from the outside looking in, if I made my judgments about this space before I got in there,
Right.
I would not think that the kitchen was as big as it was. I mean, this
Right.
kitchen was as big or bigger than some average size houses.
Right.
So I was impressed.
Yes, absolutely. When people go in, I take people, I'm telling you, for the last 7 years, I have met every nationality, every language, everything. And before they were all occupied, we had houses that we could show. And now it's very, you know, when they say, can we see one? And I'm like, no, they're occupied. I do have a couple of residents who will let us see the inside of their homes. And people are just, oh my God, I can't believe that the tiny homes are actually tiny homes. You know, 300 square feet, 400 square feet. One man told me, he said, where will I put my clothes? Now that's what women say. This man, he said, where am I going to put my clothes? And I said, well, I don't know. You know, I said, they have things that you can put under the bed, things, and you just figure it out. And do you know, he turned us down because he didn't have a place to put his clothes. But then we have, you know, waiting lists of people.
But this program is working. I mean, you guys have got now people who came in as renters that are now owning the homes.
So you want to tell us about that?
Sure. So we decided to build 25 tiny homes, 225 through 480 on the first round. So they truly are tiny. Anything under 1,000 square feet is considered tiny. We set up a program instead of a mortgage, meaning we don't want you don't pay for the home. You pay $1 a square foot, so you pay $225 through $480 a month. Your only other bill is electric, and it's offset by solar. You are during 7 years, if you're accepted into the program. In addition to paying rent, you're supposed to live in the home and attend a monthly meeting or every other month meeting now. Get some financial literacy classes and volunteer 4 hours a month, every single month for 7 years. If you do that, live in the home, pay your rent, come to the meeting, volunteer, financial literacy, we give you the deed. So the first 2 people to move in, one was a senior who'd never owned a home before. One was a young man who didn't grow up with his biological family. And they both got their deeds in September. One of them was valued by Zillow as being worth $70,000, and the other was valued at being worth $90,000. So you took someone who started as low income. You have to have an income because you can't own a house if you don't have an income.
Right.
But low income.
Yeah.
And now owns an asset worth almost $100,000.
It's incredible.
That's the American dream.
That's a true American dream.
It is, isn't it?
Or
So-
rewriting the script. Oh.
Yeah, we have made a couple mistakes, but we have been nimble and addressed things and tried to make them as right and tried to include the residents as much as we could through the process. We didn't know what we didn't know when we started. Nobody else had done it before. And then, so we got all 25 built. Amanda, can you grab that poster for me with the next round of houses that's on the table? And we have enough property to do another 20 to 25 more, all in a row on Cortland, we're slated to have 8 new houses. And as you can see, like the first houses, they're all different on purpose.
Yeah, that's nice.
We did it that way so that people could say, I'm in this house, I can describe it, it's different and it's attractive, unlike low-income housing that tends to be ugly and identical, right?
All the same.
So we do it all with private funding. There's no government money in it at all, which has allowed us to experiment. People have come from all over the country and even out of the country. The mayor of Paris came to see it. Going to speak in Tennessee next February to talk about them instituting it there. So there's a great interest in not only affordable housing or a roof, but assets, economic mobility, which
It's affordable housing with a pathway to ownership, and that's a whole different ballgame.
which is right. It's how you join the middle class, if you will, and it is the American dream that too many people were excluded from.
Yes.
So we're excited about it. It's not going to solve poverty worldwide, but for potentially 40 people, 40 families, they're going to have a whole different future than they had when they moved in.
Well, to think that our youngest resident is 21. She just turned 21. In nursing school, she lived in an apartment on campus at Eastern Michigan and got sick, and she had been, she had rented before, so she knew what it was to pay rent. And she came back home and she got a job and she applied, and she had her 21st birthday party at her house. I mean, 300.
Wow, man.
That house is probably maybe
300.
Maybe 300. And her girlfriends came and they were like, "Oh my God, right? This is cool. This is cool."
Yeah.
So our oldest resident is 81. And I met with him this morning. We are learning a lot about this project and a lot about people who have been homeowners, or it's not rent to own. What do we say?
Rent then own.
Rent then
Rent
own.
then own. I like that.
And you meet with people who don't know about how to make this work. My phone rings every day, all day, and it's helping them get to that 7-year period when I'm gone. Stephanie is gone, Reverend Fowler is gone, and you really become that homeowner. Stephanie is not there to change your light bulb anymore.
Clean your gutters, right? Say something and now I've forgotten. So once they own it, they own it. They can sell it. They may be calling you, "Hey, I want to sell it." They can use it as collateral. Say their new heating system goes out. It's going to be 10 grand to replace that. So they now have an asset. They can go to a bank and they'll give them 10 grand, right? Or they can leave it in a will to a child or a grandchild, so that generationally we're starting to think about poverty, which makes me happy. There's nothing wrong with running a soup kitchen if that's all we've ever done.
I love it because I know the neighborhood so well, and we're kind of juxtaposed in a neighborhood where there were almost no homes on the street. Past the freeway and a couple of skips and a jump, and you're in a historical neighborhood. But this is truly, we'll look back, histories and really tell the story, but we'll look back in 30 years and say that this saved the neighborhood. We have homeowners in the neighborhood as a result of this program.
Well, if you look for real estate listings now, they'll say in the tiny homes neighborhood.
Yep. You have comparable
market. 5 blocks away that have nothing to do with the tiny homes. Okay.
Right.
All right. Right. The problem is, Justin, is that as we try and grab a couple more properties for houses,
now
the cost has gone way up, right? To buy a lot is no longer 1,000, it's now 50,000, for an empty lot in the middle of nowhere.
Well,
So.
it is, and that really you think about it and people say, well, how many more are you going to build? Well, what are you going to do? Is it still going to be the same program? Is it still? We have learned so much in 7 years, and it's what are the next 20 houses going to be like? It's going to be a little bigger, but I have people calling me now and saying, I have 2 kids. I've got 3 kids.
I have 2.
I'm like, what?
None of them have more than 1 bedroom. So
Right.
Fair Housing says we have to show you everything, but you're not going to move in with 7 kids in 1 bedroom. You're just not.
Right.
No?
No.
Oh,
You're
man.
just
I
not.
thought sure I'd be able to come and bring my kids and all.
Yeah.
Once you
yeah.
move in and you have children, then that's different.
We told them not to have sex. They would not listen. I thought I had some authority. No.
Yeah.
I mean, we have residents that have dogs, and nobody has a cat.
No cats. I
Nobody
think
has
there
a
are
cat.
We're saying 30 pounds and bigger.
Yeah. Nobody has a cat. We have 3 turtles.
8 dogs and 3 turtles.
Wow.
One of the turtles got lost, ran away from the porch of his house, and so everybody was looking for this turtle. And we're like, "What are you looking for?" We're looking for the turtle. We're looking for the.
Available before. On the back of the coloring book are pictures of all 25 houses, and I understand some adults even like to color these days, so $25 or more gets you that. Every hour is a different prize, so this is only good until 6 o'clock. The other thing is, if you make a donation of $100 or more, you would be put into a drawing during the last hour, 7 to 8 tonight. We'll pick out one winner who will receive dinner for 4 at She-Wolf, one of the best restaurants in metropolitan Detroit.
$100?
You're put into a drawing.
Goodness. Wow.
And the big thing is the chef Anthony will cook it for you. So it's not just dinner at his very fancy restaurant, but the big cheese is making you dinner. So I can guarantee you that's well worth more than $100.
Yes.
So
And the food is excellent.
the food is excellent. Reminder that everything is doubled until 8 o'clock tonight. We have $25,000 down as a match, and we were told if we match that, somebody else would give us 25 more. So there's a lot of money on the line. I don't know exactly where we are right this second. They keep bringing me sheets of what's come in the last hour, so we'd be glad to receive that. We have several big events happening in the next month before the beginning of the year, including a Rochester breakfast at the Royal Park Hotel on the first Sunday in December. It's a very nice affair with a great breakfast and programming, including children from Cass who are going to sing their little hearts out and do bells. And I don't want to give anything away, but they've got red noses for one song. We also have an event at Birmingham First United Methodist on Maple Road in Birmingham, obviously, on the Friday the 13th, starting at 7 p.m. Elvin Waddles is a major part of the event, but almost every name is a big name in the music field that night. There are no tickets. It's a free will offering with an afterglow where you can meet the musical talent after the show. So that's a biggie. We have the Cass Christmas store coming up. Last year we gave out presents to 1,350 kids.
Wow.
It made us just absolutely bonkers. So this year we're taking 2 days to do it. We can use volunteers. We can use donors. We can sneak in a couple of shoppers. You'd have to contact the office at extension 201 to do anything there, 313-883-2277-201. So those are the big events coming up. We've also got an event at Franklin, but I believe they're sold out. So that's what I'm talking about.
So I have a question for you about the volunteers.
Sure.
Can Justin and his wife and 2 children come and volunteer?
Sure.
As a family?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would be great for
the kids.
For your kids.
And we get the real story on you.
Yeah.
From your wife
That's
and
right.
your kids.
They tell it like it is.
It's on a Sunday and Monday?
For the store, yes. Sunday, let me see here. Sunday morning, they're setting up. Sunday afternoon, they're open to the children from the Fox Family Center. Then Monday, we're open all day.
So, not to take them out of school.
Yeah,
So
sure.
Sunday
Yep.
would be great for the kids. I just think, I don't know why I thought about that. And I
I
said,
think
what
kids
a
helping
big-
kids is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and for your kids who have everything in the
Yeah,
world.
that's right. Yeah, they need to see everything that
Right, to see children
different
who,
from what they
right.
experience.
Absolutely. So
Yep.
I'll make sure you get an
For
application
sure.
for
You
you
can
and your
count on it.
family to come and spend a couple hours
Yeah.
seeing
sounds
all of
good.
the stuff. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so we've talked about the home modification for seniors and safety. We've talked about the tiny houses and both the ones that are done and the ones that are planned. Anything else you want to share, Miss Stephanie? Really? That is so hard to believe.
I don't want to get in trouble.
We've never exhausted her free speech. You know what I
don't want to
mean?
get in trouble.
Never, ever, ever, ever.
Thank you for giving Justin and I the opportunity to talk about tiny homes and to talk about the fabulous DAAA project. We have learned a lot,
So much.
and we really going to learn more.
Absolutely.
We got more to do.
Yeah, we really have. Every time you hear somebody is talking about what we don't have in these houses, and these are not just for indigent people.
No.
These are people that they're living on a budget. Husband died, and this is what they have left. And they've got these $500 a month DTE bills. And, can you just help me? Yes.
And I think that we represent organizations help because often seniors are leery of letting people into their houses as well. They
that's
should
true.
be, by the way.
Yeah.
Those
Well,
folks take
they let
advantage.
this nice looking man
Oh,
in.
yeah, hello. Can you say Mrs. Robinson?
See, he's just so cute that you just kind of say,
Yeah, he grows on you,
oh,
doesn't he?
yes, we'll let him in. Because I would say 3/4 of our people are women.
Yeah, I would say so. I think we helped maybe just a couple of gentlemen. But everybody.
But the gentleman that we've helped, their wife just died
Yes.
recently.
And do you have any idea, like, what's the average age of somebody we're helping? Are most of them older in their 80s or
Yeah, I
younger
would
in
say
their...
certainly older, definitely older than, I would say average about 65, 70.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Younger then?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
they're-
And where's
they're
our cutoff? Is it 55 or 60 for
60.
DAAA?
60.
60
okay.
is the cutoff. And the ones that are maybe 60 and 70 were the first ones that found out about the program.
Right.
And they were the ones that wanted the blue tubs, the blue things.
Yeah.
And as it got out into the community, the DAAA, because they do Meals on Wheels and whatever, found the word got out that because a lot of seniors, and in this day and age, well, we don't know if that's true. We don't want to give out all that information, especially the ones that are 80 and 90 years
Sure.
old.
Yeah.
So now that they have found out how, this is real. This is real. This is really true. So our age has really gone up and the need has really gone up.
Yeah, everyone's always thinking like as soon as I'm wrapping up and I'm doing sign off and compliance documents, they're always thinking about who else they could refer before I can get out the door.
Stop it.
They're like,
Don't
when
tell your
they want to pass
friends.
me a note on the way out the door,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah.
just call Stephanie.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we have one lady, this was real crazy, and I'll make this quick. We have
Sure.
one lady, the contractor, not you, Justin, thank God, went to this house on a street, knocked on the door, and the lady said, he didn't say her name. He said, I'm here from the contractor's company, so I understand that you need a new so-and-so and so-and-so. And she said, yes. So they signed up for the work and everything, and then called me and said, we went to Miss So-and-so's house. I said, who is that? And it was the lady next door. And she had heard about the project.
Oh, wow.
So she wasn't going to tell that she wasn't the real lady for the project.
She just needed some grab bars. That's all she knows.
So did you get the work done?
Yes,
Oh,
she did.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I mean, we had signed off on everything and whatever. And I'm like, oh my God.
She
Who
was
is
a
that?
senior though, right?
Oh, she was 80.
Okay. Well, then
She
I'm
was
okay.
80. We don't have anybody that has applied that, has said,
Yeah.
I think it's the way that we approach the program and say, because you could get scammed,
Sure.
but we're
Of
not.
course.
Yeah. We got this nice Justin, and we got other contractors, and you got me, and you got Colette. So
Yeah.
we're all good.
We're pretty careful too,
Yes, we certainly are.
But the nice thing about this program with DAAA, you don't have to do all the paperwork
Right.
where I'm sure the seniors would feel we're prying into their personal business. You don't need to know that stuff.
Yeah, we don't ask.
As long as we know you're a senior, as long as we know you're low
Yeah.
income, we're fine. Or not even low income.
Not
you
even
can be
low
any
income.
Yeah.
Not even
As long as we
in-
know
we're-
you're.
we're just
We
talking
need to know
about-
you're a senior and you own the
And
house.
that you own the
Right.
home.
You're 60 and you own the home.
Yeah.
And that's why I say Detroit is really to own the home. We got
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of folks that are homeowners
Oh, yeah,
here.
for sure.
Hey.
All right.
What time is it? Oh,
Well, you did well. You could be movie stars.
thank you so much. And I don't have
Well, I'll be back for the next one.
Okay. Good. It wasn't that bad, was it?
It wasn't, no.
Like our chairs, we just got them.
I do.
Where did you get these
Dearborn
from?
Inn. They're putting all
So this
new
is some fancy
furniture.
upholstery.
Aren't they nice?
I remember when they called.
Yeah, all new furniture in their
This is
When I
hotel.
sat down here, I said, well, where did this
comfortable
stuff
as
come
They just
from?
look so perfect for things.
I mean, when you sit in a chair for 30
I
minutes
know,
or an
I know.
hour,
I've
you
been here
kinda
since
start
noon.
wanting to move around.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
This is comfortable.
Wow. When did they come?
Today? 2 days ago, I think.
Very nice.
Where are you going to put them? In the
I don't
Fox
know
building?
yet. I don't know where I'm going to put them, but they're perfect for this.
These are just beautiful.
Yeah. All right.
Goodness, we're off air, right?
Can we, not yet, can we get the video from Spencer up next? Short clips.
Hello, everyone.
We're here at Cass Community Social Services wishing you a very happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Hey guys, we're from UMD, helping volunteering with the Kim Center. Just wanted to wish you guys a happy holiday. Happy holidays and happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy Thanksgiving from the Kim Center. Hello everyone. We're here at Cass Community Social Services wishing you a very happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Hey guys, we're from UMD, helping volunteering with the Kim Center. Just wanted to wish you guys a happy holiday. Happy holidays and happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy Thanksgiving from the Kim Center.
Hi guys, thanks for watching. I'm Mariah, I'm the program manager of Outreach. I just want to say happy holidays. Hi, this is Miracle with Cass Community Admin Department. Wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Hi guys, it's Tamonte. Happy holidays and continue to be blessed and stay positive.
Happy holidays from the Kim Center.
Happy holidays from the admin department.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Apropos. Jake Bass. Want to wish everybody at Cass Community Social Services a happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and happy holidays.
Greetings from Will White, Cass Community Social Services Fox Family Center. Happy holidays. We are family. I got all my brothers and sisters with me, yeah. We are family. Hello everyone. We're here at Cass Community Social Services wishing you a very happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Hey guys, we're from UMD, helping volunteering with the Kim Center. Just wanted to wish you guys a happy holiday. Happy holidays and happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy Thanksgiving from the Kim Center.
Hi guys, thanks for watching. I'm Mariah, I'm the program manager of Outreach. I just want to say happy holidays. Hi, this is Miracle with Cass Community Admin Department. Wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Hi guys, it's Tamonte. Happy holidays and continue to be blessed and stay positive.
Happy holidays from the Kim Center.
Happy holidays from the admin department.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Apropos. Jake Bass. Want to wish everybody at Cass Community Social Services a happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and happy holidays.
Greetings from Will White, Cass Community Social Services Fox Family Center. Happy holidays. We are family. I got all my brothers and sisters with me, yeah. We are family.
And not sure where I'm going now. Am I still on? Okay, of course I'm still on. Okay, all right, real good. Maybe someone can adjust the camera. I know I see me too, but it looks rather odd for two people to be having the trees shining and No, just look at there you go. That's better, slightly better. Okay, good. All right, I have some donations to announce. An anonymous donor gave $25. Sue Jeffers and Richard Lord shared with us $200. And another anonymous donor gave us $75. And Louis Micah gave us $125 for $425 the last round. So it keeps growing. It grows each and yes, Mika. I know exactly who he is. Can you stop talking to me while I'm on air? So each of these represents a bunch of donations. We're getting a little slap happy here, just so you know, but we're going to stick with you and you should stick with us. This hour, we're joined by Sue Patoon, who is in charge of our volunteers here at Cass Community Social Services. And I know. Okay. Has been, why don't you introduce yourself? Sue, how long have you been here and exactly what is your job?
Oh, it depends on the day what my job is, but I've been here since 2010, the day that school would have started because I retired from a teaching career and came here. My title is Church and Community Relations Liaison, but I do pretty much whatever needs to be done. I organize volunteers. I organize, prioritize our maintenance projects. Right now I'm working really hard on opening a new program, food boxes because it's Thanksgiving time and turkeys galore. It just depends on the day.
Very, very good. So when you started, do you recall how many volunteers you had that year?
No, because I wasn't keeping track of it then. But the first year that I was keeping track myself, we had about 1,500. Yeah, 1,500 in 2010. In 2019, 7,200 volunteers.
So it grew a little bit during your leadership.
Just a little.
And as I think about it, the summers are basically youth groups that come from all over the country for usually a week at a time. The spring and the fall are generally designated to college groups that are coming for spring break or fall break. The rest of the year, we get VIM teams or corporate teams or church groups that come usually for a day at a time. Occasionally in the past, we've gotten someone to spend several months with us, like the VIM person. Why don't you tell his story?
So it's called Volunteers in Mission, or Mission Volunteers, something like that. It's through the United Methodist Church. I read an article and followed up on the article. It said these people would come to serve in a location for 2 weeks up to 6 months. So I applied. Because we can always use extra hand around here. So I applied. They called and said, we'd love to send you this man. However, he's 80. And she said, wait a minute before you react. He's a really healthy 80 and he'll do whatever you need. I said, okay. So Clarence came from Wisconsin. He stayed with us for almost 6 months. And he truly did everything that you could do around here. He repaired things, he painted, he repaired more things, he figured out things in our tiny homes that we didn't understand. He was a godsend.
He did the work of 3 people. He worked 9 till 5 every day. He was never late. He didn't complain. We sent him into some pretty miserable conditions sometimes. He left once to bury his sister. He left a little bit early, maybe a week or 2 early because he needed a new heart stint. But beyond that, this man was like, I don't know, just full of energy and knowledge. And the thing that surprised me, an 80-year-old man who was not afraid to Google what he didn't know.
Right.
So he'd go right online like somebody who was 20 and figure out how to fix something or replace something. And I was just amazed at that sort of skill set in him, the willingness to try new things and to make it work. So all of this to say, if you're thinking, boy, I'd like to volunteer at CAS, but I'm too old, impossible. There is no such thing as too old, because you have a lot more experience at life and situations than those of us who are slightly younger and very much younger. So please don't let that be your reason not to come. So he's probably at the oldest end of our spectrum. Who are the youngest volunteers who come to CAS?
So one year we had a baby in a papoose thing. Now, obviously that baby wasn't doing a whole lot of volunteering, but the mom was there as the pastor leading a youth group. And so she brought her child with them. And so that child is going to grow up knowing that that's what you do in the summer, is that you go someplace and you volunteer. Now, normally we say that our minimum age is about 10, but occasionally with the right supervision, we'll get kids who are 5 and 6 and 7 years old, especially working in the kitchen. They can stir and wash dishes and help pack lunches. They can do a lot if their parents are helping them out.
Or if they're with a group that has good leadership.
Right, exactly.
Because sometimes we get brownies or Cub Scouts or whatever those little people are.
Those little people.
Those little people. Part of the nice thing in the summer is that often we get smaller groups, like 20 to 30, and they come and get to know each other, right? That's kind of fun to watch, especially if you're from a church with a smaller group and they don't have many kids to hang out with. So then they're making new friends, often from other cities or other states, and then they begin to correspond, and then they get married, and that's how that goes. But so lots of religious organizations, and by that I mean every denomination you can think of, Protestant and Catholic. On Christmas, we get Jewish groups. Why don't you tell us that one?
So in the Jewish faith, they have a mitzvah day where they give back in the community, and they know that our staff is mostly not Jewish. And so they come on Christmas so that our staff can have the day off to be with their own families. So they start in September by contacting me. Do we still want them to come? Of course we do. And right now their sign up has gone live. I got notification over the weekend that their sign up is live. So we will probably have 20 or 30 volunteers in our kitchen on Christmas Day, various shifts, and they will allow our staff to have the day off and have time with their families.
And that's a very nice thing. And last year I was here on Christmas Day, and they stayed the whole darn day. I mean, they worked very hard, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and clean up, So I took them home after we were done here to clean up my house, and they didn't seem to mind. Corporate groups, do we use them? And if so, what have we used them for? And
so corporate groups come often for team building events, because especially now as everyone is getting back into working together instead of working remotely, they'll come to do team building events. So they mow lawns. One group painted a shelter room. Another group did a whole lot of fall cleanup a week or so ago. All corporate groups, some of whom haven't seen each other in person ever. And so it's good for them to get to know each other in person instead of just online. And they do a lot of good work for us. We also get school groups. A lot of the area schools have a volunteer day where their whole class, their whole junior class, or their whole sophomore class comes to CAS for the day.
Tell about the Brighton High School Honor Society.
Oh my goodness. They're just re-upping that program. Prior to the pandemic, 3 or 4 years prior to the pandemic, I think, a church youth group had come to CAS. One of them had been a member of a Brighton High School class. And she went and told the class leadership of the week that she had had at CAS and that they needed to come. And so the weekend of the ACT test or the SAT test, one or the other, as soon as the test was done, they came 100 strong. And the program went on for years and years until the pandemic. And they're just actually got a phone call last week. They're trying to restart it now. But they come for Saturday afternoon, all day Sunday, Monday morning. They go home to meet their buses at the end of the school day on Monday.
And they get a lot of work.
A lot of work.
I mean, I can't stress enough how much work gets done around here by volunteers, whether it's lawn care or food preparation or cleaning out buildings, painting something, parties for some of our program participants, collating mailings. I mean, just everywhere you look, there's the room we're sitting in right now is our classroom that didn't even exist before the pandemic. And in came a squad of volunteers, including Don Redding, who led the group into building this room. I don't know what we would have done during COVID-19 because we didn't have any place we could meet that gave us the 6 feet apart. And we've used this room almost every single day since then, and it was all done by volunteers. You know, we had an Eagle Scout this last weekend who started putting the fixtures in the dog park for us. I mean, raised the money, brought the friends, dug the trenches, put the stuff, bought the stuff, put the stuff in. I mean, we don't ever have any extra money to do that kind of thing. And yet what a quality of life difference it makes here. The group from Saline that comes in to work in Taylor Park and make the flower beds just beautiful. And to rake up leaves, another group came in recently. And we just appreciate all the muscle and help and sometimes brain power they bring to here to share with us. And usually they do it without much supervision from us. We may have to run to Home Depot. They know Sue by name at Home Depot.
They do.
I don't think they even look at her credit card anymore. But, you know, to send her out to get paint or wood or whatever, and they come and say, okay, this is what you're doing. And then often they take care of the job on their own, and we meet up at meals and say thank you then. But so the groups that come in the summer, which are primarily religious, I think they're all religious. What happens with them if they come and work we don't work them from, 8 in the morning till midnight. What else happens with them?
So their typical day starts with breakfast at about 8:30. They work from 9 until noon. They get an hour off for lunch, which it certainly doesn't take an hour to eat, but everybody deserves a little bit of a break. They work then from 1 to 4. And then they have some free time. Each evening we go to a site in Detroit and do a little bit of history of that particular site and tie it in with something religious so that the leaders are happy with that as well. And if they stay more than 3 nights, we actually take them out to dinner one night just to thank them for all the work that they have done.
And sometimes, and this is the amazing part for me, sometimes they're from very small town USA. So they've never been in a big city like Detroit. So not only do we take them out to dinner, we usually say Greek, Italian, no, not Italian, Greek, Mediterranean,
or Mexican.
And we used to have soul food too until we lost Steve's downtown. And so they're picking them. Lots of times they've never even been to a restaurant like that. Then we take them to places that help them understand the history of Detroit. Certainly we do the River Walk, we do the Wailing Wall, and other places like that to give them a sense of where they are beyond Cass. I remember one group, we sent them to get the makings of s'mores because we have a fire pit and and they were gone forever. They were just gone for hours. Turns out they couldn't find any place to buy the chocolate and graham crackers and marshmallows. They ended up buying it at a gas station in sort of a rough neighborhood. And but it gave us a chance to talk about food insecurity, right? In ways you probably never would have thought if you come from the Upper Peninsula or the Upper Thumb or whatever. So those kinds of experiences are as good for them as they are for us to orient them to a different kind of life, a different style of life. Oh, I'm going to get a hat. We occasionally get people who are volunteers who are coming because it's court ordered. We had that one woman, good
Oh, my
God, I
goodness.
wish she'd get in trouble again because she just worked like a mule. I mean, it doesn't matter what we asked her to do, clean out this basement, it's flooded with diapers and water, and she's in there and, knee deep in water, pulling stuff out, and then come cut the grass and then go do this, and never a peep like, how could you treat me this way? I was so sad to see her leave. I thought, do you have any criminal friends you can send our way? Because you made a huge difference here. The only thing we can't, all kidding aside, the only thing we can't take as an agency is anybody with a conviction for a sexual crime. And that's because we have so many children on campus and we have so many adults who are quite vulnerable on campus. And so we screen for that kind of thing. But otherwise, we're grateful for the help, quite frankly. We're going to talk about interns later, so I don't want you to talk about interns. In terms of volunteers, any unusual volunteer who came to do something we didn't even think we needed a volunteer for?
So we have a woman who comes once a week, and she helps with the financial situation. She records donations and makes sure that all of that is good and gets deposits ready for the bank. Who would have thought that would be a volunteer job? But she's been doing it for years. Ever since I've been here, she's been coming to do that, and she's a great help.
We have a man who's been an architect for at least 20 of our tiny homes, and he redoes the plans so they go into the city with the right markings and the right signatures, and has never taken a dime from us. How's that for a volunteer? Trying to think of people who've done unusual things in their volunteer time here beyond that, and I'm not drawing a blank right this second. We have people who took our stuff from Green Industries up north and sold it at stores. We're looking desperately for some more churches to come back into the rotating shelter. That, even though it doesn't involve people coming here to volunteer, it allows us to take our people there because of their volunteers. So that's an area we could use some help. When you hear feedback from people who have volunteered, both youth and adults, what kinds of things are people saying to you, to us?
So we had a group 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. They had heard about us from another church in their community. And so they sent 3 people kind of as scouts to check us out and make sure we were a worthy organization. They loved it here. And so, and they told us that throughout the week. And on the last day, he said, expect to see 12 or 15 of us twice a year going forward. So they came and they saw what we did, and they were impressed with what we did. And so that's the next step is the 3 scouts, which I just thought was kind of funny that they sent a scout group out to make sure we were good. They have now gone back to their church, and they're recruiting for the first week that they come as a group of 15.
So if you have a group of volunteer spies, we're okay with that. Just send them down. We don't have anything to hide. We'll show them around. We'll let them see our accommodations. I know of something that people probably wouldn't have thought of. We send out 6,000 annual appeal letters. Like every other organization, it's the end of the year, and we're asking you if you'll donate to the cause, to a good cause. And one of the things I learned early on at CAS is if you put care into that letter, it'll make a substantial difference. Meaning, if you put a real stamp on it instead of a nonprofit post office thing, if you have a color envelope, if you hand write an envelope. Well, my handwriting is really bad. People often say, "What did she write?" You know, how could you even decipher this stuff? So I said to Judy Harnish probably a decade ago, help, please help. And she got a whole bunch of people up in Honor, Michigan and Beulah, Michigan from the St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. And they handwrite 6,000 envelopes. So when you get your annual appeal in the mail, you know we've taken great care with it. And over the years, the amount of money that particular ask has raised has grown exponentially. So again, when you're thinking volunteers, you're thinking coming here, we ship the envelopes up, they hand address the envelopes, they ship them back, and we say hallelujah. But there are bound to be other jobs like that. We're about ready to go through our CARF accreditation. And that involves many, many people helping us with organizing files, painting and cleaning spaces that we have missed since the last CARF, you know, that kind of thing. So we'll desperately need people to help do that. Do we sometimes just get families who volunteer?
Yeah, so I have a family that comes once a month to work in the kitchen, a mom and a dad, and I think 3 kids, 10, 12 area age-wise. They come once a month. They spend 3 hours on a Saturday working in the kitchen. They asked me when they first started, so what are we going to do in the kitchen? And I never know there because it's a revolving situation. Sometimes you're going to cut vegetables. Sometimes you're going to wash dishes. Sometimes you're making lunches. I never know. And they have come probably 5 or 6 times now. And I talked to the woman, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago. She said, we've never done the same thing twice. We love it.
Very good. I know we had a book club come on Halloween trunk or treat. About 4 or 5 of them showed up. They decorated their trunks. They put on the costumes. I mean, they're pretty creepy people. And handed out candy to the children from the Fox Center in the neighborhood. And, you know, when you think of volunteering, maybe you don't think about that. But what a difference it made to have 4 or 5 more cars all decorated up. So there are all kinds of ways to get involved that may not be the traditional ways you think about. How would I go about finding out about volunteering?
Well, there's information on our website, of course, but I get calls every day about what can I do, how can I volunteer, and I'm certainly willing to answer those questions. We'll find something creative if your group is not a traditional group. We'll find something that is appropriate for your group, and we'll move on. There's always something to do. Someone called today and said, December 19th, will there still be something to do? I just laughed.
Did you say, will Jesus have returned by then? Because otherwise, there's work at CAS.
I just laughed when she said that. I said, you know, right this minute, I couldn't tell you what we'll need to have done. Yeah. But yes, please come. We'll schedule it, and I'll call you the week before and tell you exactly what you're going to be doing.
Why don't you talk a little bit about the castmates and who they are and what they do? Because they're volunteers, and what a huge impact they've had here.
So the castmates started with one woman who, as the pandemic was starting to settle down a little bit, she wanted to volunteer, and she wanted to volunteer by herself. And so we started her doing some organizing in one building, and then it got cold for that building because it's not really heated well in the winter. And so she came to this building, to the World Building, and said, I need something to do here. I took her to the 4th floor which had become a depository for everything because we didn't have so much staff during the pandemic and didn't have the people that, or any volunteers for that matter, and didn't have the people that could organize the donations that we got. I think she was a little taken aback, but she said, okay, give me some time and I'll call some friends. And that she did. The group has evolved over time. I think there's about 15 of them now. They don't all come every week. Most do, but people take vacations. So it's a revolving group. They have organized that 4th floor into something that looks like a department store. There are shelves, and they all went out and got donations from their friends to buy the shelving units. So there's shelves everywhere. It's organized by glassware and pots and pans and bedding and you name it, electronics. And now they have what amounts to a department store every week. Folks from the neighborhood come in. It's kind of garage sale-ish, but very organized. And people come and they buy stuff for their homes, and we help folks that are moving out of our situation into their first house or their first apartment, and we help them out as well. They're wonderful, and they've been now coming, for 4 years, 5 years, every week.
And the sense of community up there is just incredible. I mean, they're working. I think back years ago when you'd have a group in the church kitchen and they'd all be doing dishes and cleanup, but you'd think you were going to a big party because they're all just talking and laughing and carrying on. That's how it feels up on the floor with the Trading Places stuff. Yes, it's like Macy's. It's all organized and shelved and it's clean, and there's a Christmas section, a Thanksgiving section, a Halloween section, as well as old glasses and new whatever. But the people have a real sense of camaraderie or community that's unmistakable. It really is fun.
They've named themselves the Castmates. I'm not sure how that name happened, but that's what they call themselves. They have T-shirts that all match. And once or twice a year, they all go out for lunch afterwards.
So sort of like speed dating up there. Castmates. Yeah. I'm just kidding. They're all senior citizens. All right, I'm trying to think what else I've forgotten in terms of volunteers. How about corporate groups? Who would they contact and what kind of things can they do? Should they do? Might they do?
So a lot of corporate groups go through some kind of volunteer bureau within their corporation. General Motors, Ford, Chrysler all have some kind of volunteer organization within the company.
Mm-hmm.
Other companies have that as well, but it's not quite as sophisticated because they're smaller corporations. The bigger corporations often give employees a day, a quarter, or a day, a year, whatever, that they're supposed to go out into the community. So those folks would contact that group, of course, but their people are contacting me. So we all work together to make it work.
And some corporations not only pay their employees, which many do, but some corporations pay us when their employees come. Ally Financial, every time an employee comes here to give their time, we get a small check.
We get a check.
So we want them all to come here. Yeah. The other thing to point out is sometimes in the holiday season in particular, if your company will match a donation you make to CAS, the company then, who is it, Blue Cross Blue Shield, does a match for us during the cold months when an employee makes a contribution. So check with your company. That might be a way to double your donation, whether you give today or not, because it makes a big difference. Obviously, our board of directors is made up of volunteers. Nobody gets paid to serve on our board. It's a 3-year commitment with 3 possible years after that. And it's a very active board in terms of not only coming to meetings, but helping with fundraising and awareness for the larger community. Often they bring expertise that we simply can't pay for. So we have medical people, we have legal people, we have accounting people, we have you name it, real estate people who help us either by doing pro bono work or finding somebody who will do it, or a really reduced rate, which allows us to make good use of our money. By the way, I should be thanking today over and over again Comcast, who set us up with a phone call system and has done it every single year. So this is not the first time they've been a good corporate citizen at Cass Community Social Services. So yeah, yay, Comcast. I don't think I've done a shout out yet to Strawberry Solar. They are a Detroit-based company, and they have given us a contribution, financial, but beyond that, they were the first company we turned to in doing solar work on our campus. They put in the solar on the roof in our world building ramp. They put the solar on top of our car wash, our 1-cup car wash. They installed the solar array at the intern house, and soon they'll be putting solar at the warehouse. So we really believe in their good work. They're quite knowledgeable and flexible, and have worked with us from the very beginning when we didn't know anything about solar. We're expecting to put up a vertical solar array on the World Building next year, so that in total between all of our buildings, including the tiny homes and including the Fox Center, we'll have enough electricity generated from the sun to handle the electrical needs of 24 houses. So it makes a dent. But I just wanted to call attention to Solar Strawberry, who is located in the Green Garage down in Midtown. So if you're looking for someone to do solar at your house or business, I would recommend them highly. Talked about the board. Do you want to talk for a minute about the Christmas store and how volunteers are used for that?
Sure. So I don't schedule those volunteers. Those are scheduled, those volunteers for the Christmas store are scheduled online with a sign-up genius, but I'm told 200 either individuals or shifts that those individuals cover. So have we talked about the Christmas store at all prior to this?
Just a little.
It's now a day and a half long store where folks from our situation, our shelters, our living situations, and those from the neighborhood can come and shop for their children. All the items in the store are brand new, donated by folks, so not really volunteers, but donors. And then 200 different shifts of volunteers come and run the store. Now, of course, there's some people that stay for 3 or 4 shifts, but it encompasses quite a few folks.
Very good. Also, an e-news went out this morning. If you didn't get it, send us an email and we'll send it to you. But it indicates how you can sign up to volunteer. It also lets you know how you could give presents to the store. Everything we give out is brand new. It's the one time we insist that the things people get from Cass are new. Otherwise, we're all about recycling, reusing, all that good stuff. But Christmas morning, you want the children to have something new. Board, Christmas store. How about Martin Luther King Day? Are we doing something special for that?
We don't do anything particularly special, but we always have volunteers on MLK Day. It's a day of volunteering. That's part of what it's all about. And so very early on, that day fills up. We will have folks, I think, from Novi this year and from Ann Arbor coming to work at Cass.
So the denomination comes to Cass, or at least the district does. They've come now 4 years in a row.
I think so.
It's an event called Hands with Detroit. And on that day, about 100 people show up from all over the district, about 85 churches. and they work all day, morning shift, afternoon shift, have lunch together. How did we get started with that? And what are some of the things we can thank them for and invite them to the next day?
So we got started in the very first, it used to be Hands for Detroit. Now it's Hands with Detroit, which makes much more sense to me. But we got started on that on Labor Day weekend when it was going to be the first Saturday in October. So 6 weeks ahead of time. It had started out at just a large food collection. And someone decided that it should be a volunteer event as well. And so within 6 weeks, we came up with a whole bunch of different places that people could come and volunteer just for the day in Detroit and experience Detroit and give back a little bit. So it's evolved over time. Now we spend all of our energy here at CAS because we have a lot of different things that can be done during the day. And all of the people can then be in a concentrated area. So they work in the kitchen, they do yard work, they paint, they do repair work. A whole lot of different things happen that day. Again, about 100 folks, 150 folks, split between morning and afternoon shifts. They're coming this year, the first Saturday of May, and we will entertain them, and they will do a whole lot of work for us.
Very, very good. The Christmas holiday, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, the days in between, anything special going on then?
Probably, but we're trying to get through Thanksgiving right now. Last week, donors gave lots and lots and lots of turkeys and food boxes, and we used volunteers to help get those out in the community. We try to do fun stuff, especially for the kids that are here during the holidays. So volunteers come and help with all of those activities as well.
Seeing no questions from the audience, can we see Spencer's short clips?
Hello, everyone. We're here at Cass Community Social Services wishing you a very happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays!
Hey guys, we're from USB, helping volunteers with the Kim Center. Just wanted to wish you guys a happy holiday. Happy holidays and happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy Thanksgiving from the Kim Center.
Hi guys, thanks for watching. I'm Mariah, I'm the program manager of Outreach. I just want to say happy holidays. Hi, this is Miracle with Cass Community Admin Department. Wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Hi guys, it's Tamonte. Happy holidays and continue to be blessed and stay positive.
Happy holidays from the Kim Center. Happy holidays from the admin department.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Apropos. Jake Bass. Want to wish everybody at Cass Community Social Services a happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, and happy holidays.
Greetings from Will White, Cass Community Social Services Spark Family Center. Happy holidays. We are family. I got all my brothers and sisters with me, yeah. We are family.
we kept hearing that from people, that it's fine being in a shelter, it's fine coming. That's good, isn't it? All right, welcome back. We are almost at the last hour of this year's live stream, Give Thanks, from Cass Community Social Services here in Detroit. You should know that already our viewership has exceeded that of the 2021 live stream, and we haven't even included all of the YouTube people who are watching. I would say that we've been very lucky to have great corporate sponsors: Supreme Heating, above all, Contractors Fence, River Shore Realty, Strawberry Solar, Comcast, all have helped us with this event. We also have a matching gift of $25,000. If we reach that goal, somebody else has given us $25,000 for a total of $50,000 in matching money. So keep the donations coming. You can do it over the phone, 313-826-0282, or you can obviously do it online. You can see I've fixed my hair with some Christmas lights. I know it's not Thanksgiving, and normally I like to wait until after one holiday is done before I start on the next holiday. I get kind of ornery with people who celebrate Christmas before we've gotten to Labor Day, but this is Thanksgiving week. It's late this year. Otherwise, I'd be in the right season. So forgive me. But each and every hour, we give away a gift to anyone who makes a $25 gift to Cass. This hour, it is the Draft Dodger. No, it has nothing to do with the United States military. It is a snake or some other reptile. I'm not sure which. He's got cute ears like a dog and whiskers like I've never seen on a snake that lays in front of your door to keep the cold air out and or the hot air in. Trust me, they work.
Yep.
I lived in a Victorian home that didn't have any insulation, and these babies make a huge difference. So for $25, we can get one to your house before it really gets cold. This is Michigan, it will get cold. If you make a donation of $100 or more, your name will go into the turkey right before the end of the broadcast. We will pull out a name. If you are the name selected, you will win dinner for 4 at She Wolf, which is a great restaurant right next to the church in Midtown or the Cass Corridor, whichever you prefer. And but the dinner will be prepared and served by Chef Anthony, who was the winning chef at the Cast Iron Chef event in the Eastern Market this year. And it really makes a nice meal. So hopefully, if you have it, you'll give $100 and be in for the pick. We're much better than the lottery. The lottery is like 1 to a gazillion. Right. We're probably 1 to 20, 30, maybe 40 tops. So your odds are much improved by giving money to Cass tonight, today, right now. So you know how to do it. We're counting on these dollars to help open a brand new drop-in center for unhoused men, women, and children who can't get into the shelters because there's no room at the end. They're full. We've been full. And so to have a place to have the law enforcement be able to drop people off, to have a place to have hospitals refer from their emergency room, to have a safe place for people who are suffering from domestic violence to go is our goal. But we're having to put in 4 new showers and 6 new bathrooms and brand new washers and dryers and offices and desks and, computers and everything else to really serve the people well. And consequently, we need money, even though the city has been very generous with the money committed to running the drop-in center. The funds required to open it are up to us to raise. So we're hoping you have something you're thankful for this week, right? That you could give a gift to celebrate the fact that you have a house or a car or a bed or water or hot water or heat. I mean, I could go right on. Or health or family. 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 100. Every gift matters. So please, if you can, help us out. I'm going to introduce you to a couple of our really great staff members. One is Pat McCaffrey Green, and the other is Mariah. I don't know your last Mullen.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I only know because our emails are set up first initial, last name. That's the only reason I even know. Who's newer with us, and I'll let you explain. How long have you been with us? What do you do? How long have you been with us? What do you do? Okay, that's pretty simple.
So my name is Pat McCaffrey Green. People call me Pat Green for short because it's easier to say and easier to remember. I have been working with Cass as a volunteer since 1993, if you can believe it. So before we were an agency, really, before Reverend was even Reverend Fowler, yeah, before she
Before I was born. I was gonna say before I was born. I was born.
Stop it! Just cut it out.
For a
That's
long
not-
time,
That's
let's
not
say.
funny.
Let's just say for a long time.
Yeah.
Anyway, and what I do now is just a compilation of things, sort of like Sue described her position as doing a lot of different jobs. I have been privileged over the years to work with Reverend Fowler in her visionary talent as the doer in many cases. When she would think of a great idea and pass it off, I would often be involved in working on it. And that included a lot of the facilities and includes a lot of the things we're doing now. And I also supervise interns, of which Mariah was one until the summertime.
Right. We know talent when we see it.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Mariah, tell us where you're from.
Okay, my name is Mariah. I've been working with Cass for over a year now. I started as an intern while I was getting my master's in social work, and then they hired me with Pat's encouragement. And now I'm the program manager. Well, I started as an outreach, just case manager, and now I'm the program manager for the outreach team, as well as one of our seasonal shelters, which is rotation, where we bring in, we're doing single women now. We bring in single women, and they can go to churches for a week at a time. The churches love on them, and we provide the staff and the supplies and things like that. And outreach is where we go to right to where the people are. So the overpass, the abandoned house, the cars, and we offer them services, try to connect them to the services, bring them in to the to talk to, get connected to shelter, or just give them food, even if it's just giving them a sandwich or a can of tuna, which they actually like tuna the best. So giving that out, blankets, hand warmers, and stuff like that. So those are programs that are really near to my heart because we're trying to get the services to the people who may not be able to get to us.
Good job. So I'll come back to you in a minute. So we actually hired 2 of our interns from last year. We hired Rebecca, right? And we hired Mariah. But we had 4, one from Maine. Not even sure how he commuted from Maine, but you know.
They asked me to supervise him remotely.
Yes. Sure, that's what they asked.
Yes.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're getting more and more interns for a couple of reasons. One is we do so many different things. So some of us come to us for social work, right? They're getting their bachelor's or their master's. They come to us because we have religious people on staff and they're going to be ministers. They come to us because of environmental issues. They come to us because we do innovative things. They come to us because we're open all the time. And a lot of people who are in school are also working and raising kids. And it's like, oh my God, how do I fit that into my life? And so we're an attractive site because we're open Saturday, Sunday, midnights, holidays. We're just open. We don't ever close. So I think all of those are true. We have 5 now, a couple from Wayne State, 2 from Oakland University, 1 from Madonna. And then in January, we're getting Howard and Case Western.
I'm not sure about Case Western yet.
All right. So the reality is it's not just that they come here and they help us, and they do, but they come here to learn as well as to teach. And so Pat serves as sort of their supervisor to make sure they get connected to people on campus and that they're getting a true experience. It's not we're not just giving them slough work or busy work, right? That they actually are interfacing with other staff and they're having engagement with consumers and stuff. So tell me how the program's going. What's really working well? What excites the interns? What doesn't excite the interns? Tell us about that stuff.
Well, the first thing I would say is, I guess that the reason I got to be chosen to be the supervisor is because I have a license as a master social worker.
Right.
And so we were able to graduate Mariah and Rebecca last year under my supervision, but under the programs of other people. And so they got to work in different areas. This year we have the 5 that Reverend Fowler said, 2 are MSWs and 3 are BSWs. The one coming from Howard will be another MSW.
So for people who might not be college
I'm
folks,
sorry, a master's in social work.
Good.
Or a bachelor in social work. So
Good.
they're getting their degrees, and they have already done a substantial amount of work, both in the classroom and sometimes in real life, sometimes in their jobs. We have taken in people that have many years of experience, but not under the supervision of a licensed social worker. So those hours don't count toward their licensure, toward their graduation. And so people like Mariah and Rebecca had to put in 220 hours of supervised work a year, in addition to the work they were doing for their jobs, in addition to the fact that they both have children at home. So, you know, it gets to be very difficult, and that's probably the first thing people talk about is how am I going to manage all these different things all at the same time?
Right.
And so the first thing we try to do is make sure everybody's calm and try to figure out a way. Okay, how are
It's
we
harder
gonna
for
do-
some people, right?
Let's figure out what the first problems are. What are the basic issues? Sometimes we might need a primary care physician to be in place in order to help do other things. Sometimes we might need to buy a car or get better transportation. So there's always things to work on that help the student become a better intern. And the things they love this new building across the street. They love the Fox Center because it's new and everything's brand new and bright and shiny. And they disliked when they had to walk into the Scott building and the people were moving and everything was in piles and piles of stuff. Yeah. And so we had to talk them out of some things.
Yeah.
We had to talk them back a little bit. But essentially, I am excited about working with the interns because they teach me so much. They teach each other, and they learn a lot. They tell me that they learn a lot. And it's just an exciting process to be in. I'm not really a teacher, although I've done a lot of training in my career. But this is a really exciting program for me.
And exciting for the agency, I think, to be young, smart, dedicated, wanting to enter the field, people on campus, you know, every day is pretty darn cool. And they come with a wealth of experience. One of the interns this time is a police officer during the day.
She's a detective.
A detective. Well,
yeah.
she's works for the police department,
Yep.
you know, which is, I'll be eager to read her papers, you know, because it's such a different slant on things.
Yeah.
But how cool that she wants to know,
Yes.
right? Even if she ends up disagreeing with us.
Well, she sometimes disagrees a little bit with something we might say about how to deal with this or that or something else, because she's been trained with a different set of skills. She has a different slant on things than we do. So as a social worker, she needs to be able to be compassionate with everybody and work with everybody, no matter what they might look like or what they might.
Excuse us, we're having technical difficulties. It ends at 7? Oh. Okay, don't try this at home because we're professionals here. Right. The last minute to turn in your $100 donation to end up in the turkey, not to be cooked for Thanksgiving, but to have your name potentially be drawn, is 1 minute away. So feel the pressure. I can't tell you how many are going in, but you know, I wish I had some Jeopardy music to play or something. I don't. Law. So it's 6:59 according to my clock, and da 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 da. Ah, dang, I'm good.
Just right there.
So I hope you got it in, because I was singing to you. I'm sorry, Mariah. I really am listening. They're trying to keep me
Keeping us on
out
track.
of whack here, but
Keeping us on track.
they're making fun of my singing now.
It was good.
Go ahead.
Oh, would you ask?
Where were we?
You were talking. I think
okay.
it was you.
I was
Mariah.
saying something.
I think she was.
I was
done.
talking. Mariah, go ahead. Tell us about your internship here at CAS.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to being.
So what school did you come from?
I came from Case. Thank you. I came from Case Western Reserve,
Which is Ohio.
It's in Cleveland, Ohio.
Are you from Ohio?
Yes, I'm from
Really?
Cleveland. Yes, hopefully I might have some Ohio people on here. Trying to donate to something in Detroit.
Okay.
But yes, I'm from Cleveland. Case Western is actually like very school held in high regard in
Yes.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Here too. Yep.
One of the school held in high regard, and
It's not quite Albion, but it's okay.
right, but not for no reason, because the program was very rigorous. We had class time, homework outside of class, group projects, and then the internship hours. So it was very rigorous. Working with Pat was great. Like, she was very helpful in making sure I had my personal life in order, so that, like she said, I could be a good intern. I would say here I was with the help of Rebecca, because Rebecca was already here. Probably met her earlier. She was already here, so she was able to help me on site with a lot of things around the agency. And just, it was great to come here and actually see like agency that was on the ground, have Reverend Fowler, be able to actually see her every day. I worked at other agencies before, and I didn't see like the top person as often as I see her.
Top dog.
Whacking weeds or whatever she's doing.
Whacking weeds.
Yes, I see
That's
her
my
doing a lot.
education at work.
I do see her do a lot of landscaping. I'm not telling you. I'm not lying.
Thank you.
But I'm saying, like, you know, just being accessible, being able to ask questions, and being able to take feedback from me, and be actually interested, you know, in how things are going in outreach, because that's what I did most of my internship hours in outreach. And that was just a good experience, because I never worked with people that were like in that bad, I guess, situation. Like I said, literally homeless is what HUD would say, but like in a car, abandoned house, under an overpass, like literally, like, I have food, you know, yep, you know, talking to people literally under an overpass, who don't have phones, who've never heard of CAS, or maybe they heard of the tiny homes. That's a big thing. A lot of people know about that. Yeah, but maybe they heard about that, but they didn't know. Oh, I didn't know you guys did this. So it was just good, and it would just be so great to see people like say thank you, or I was so hungry, I haven't eaten all day. Thank you for a blanket. Thank you for the hand warmers. I'm freezing. You know, it's just, you the first person that's acknowledged me today, because a lot of people do act like they don't see homeless people that are, you know, outside with this, you know, panhandling or just sleeping. Some people are, you know, just sleeping, but some people just ignore them. They walk past, they don't look at them, acknowledge them. So they were like, you're the first person that acknowledged me today. And that was just something that just really warmed my heart. And it was a lot better than being like just in an office doing paperwork. And that was something I always shared with Pat too, like about how outreach was just very, like I said, touching to me, and felt like I was making a difference, basically. So I felt like during my internship, I did learn a lot about, and I will say it helps to learn a lot about like mental health, and the things that people deal with while living on the street. What you say is, if you didn't have trauma before living on the street, you'll have it after living on the street. If you didn't have any mental illness that caused you to be living on the street, or before you lived on the street, you will definitely have it after living on the street for a long time. So I was able to use what I was learning in class and
see it like in real life about trauma-informed work and things like that. So Cass was a great place to do my internship.
So how did you end up from Case Western to Cass? That's one thing I don't understand. If you're going to school in Ohio.
Well, I lived here, so
Oh.
because it's a virtual program. But when I said we did have to go to
Okay.
class, we were on class on Zoom, and they said they were doing this before COVID.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they
All
were.
right.
This was how their program was set up even before COVID. They would have the opportunity to have class on Zoom. So I thought that was pretty cool because other programs you would just like respond to discussions online.
Mm-hmm.
And then at Case, we were able to like have discussions with our teacher and our cohort. Yeah, face to face. It was on Zoom, but face to face. And those teachers, they were serious about that camera being on. Like you can't be driving while you're in class, all that stuff. So it was like very like legit being in class. And so I lived in Detroit. My undergrad is Eastern Michigan University. I got my undergrad in my bachelor's of social work from Eastern Michigan. And I've been living in Michigan ever since. I like Michigan. So still Ohio State fan, but I like living in Michigan. Never mind.
I thought so.
Never mind.
Yeah.
So that was like a lot of papers. Okay, you guys doing good.
That's quite a few. Quite a few. We'll give it a minute. We'll let them sit there for a minute.
Right. How did I end up?
So outreach goes out to try and engage men and women primarily. Occasionally you get kids.
Yeah.
And you go to places where you know or you've discovered that they're staying. Sometimes they've just gotten out there. Sometimes they've been there for months. Sometimes they tell you, no, they won't come in.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden one night they'll come in. Maybe it's because the weather is so severe. I'm guessing many of the people have mental health issues. Some people have substance abuse issues. Yes. Some people have both. Are you ever scared?
I would say we use what we call like the buddy system. We usually go in pairs, or sometimes it's 4 of us. It can be a little bit scary, but we just have safety procedures that we follow if we're ever unsafe, to leave the situation or call the police. But more than likely, we try to lead with like we have food. We don't just invade someone's space, especially like imagine if you've been laying on a sidewalk and you finally fell asleep and someone wakes you up and asks you, do you want to come inside? Like, dang, I just fell asleep. So we try not to do that, leave people that are sleeping. We don't want to startle anyone.
Right.
So we do follow like procedures like that. But normally I'm actually not really scared because they're people, like they're people, and they probably may or may not have done things in their life, but at the end of the day, they're still people. And one of the things I learned, and I've been telling my staff, is that in an agency like this, we help the people that have nobody, especially people that are homeless. 9 times out of 10, they maybe they burn their bridges, and maybe rightfully so, but we're still here to help the people who have nobody, everyone has turned their backs on them.
And what I often say to myself, to remind myself, because some days I'm tired or grumpy or whatever, is this is somebody's brother. Yeah. This is somebody's mother. This is somebody's son or daughter. They're related, and maybe their family's given up on them. Then we have to fill that role if we can. We have to care for them.
Yep.
Especially if they can't care for themselves right now.
And that's what I'm learning too. Is like sometimes we might see people that have different paths, but like you said, we step in that road to feed somebody, acknowledge somebody, just give them eye contact. Like you said, some people just walk past them.
They just want hope.
Even if we don't, sometimes they ask for $1. So we tell them we're not allowed to give you money, but we have food, we have bus tickets, things like that.
So I know there's a church, Franklin Church, among others, that give us monthly hygiene kits filled with washcloths and toothpaste and combs and just all kinds of stuff. Can we use more of those?
Yeah, we definitely could use a lot of those. They do like people love to be able to something you take for granted, being able to bathe yourself, being able to brush your teeth, And it's nice that when they include like the water bottles so that people can actually have water to brush their teeth with, because can't even go, especially since COVID, the bathrooms are locked, the restaurants, McDonald's, gas stations, they don't let people just come in and use the bathroom anymore. So we definitely could benefit from more of those. They like, people enjoy like the socks, the toothpaste, the wipes and stuff like that, and people are so grateful for those things.
How about snacks? I know we can't. You mentioned tuna, right?
Like that.
I don't know how you make tuna out on the street because you don't have a can opener usually.
You have to have the
pull
top.
Now you know
so
I'm a vegetarian. I don't even know tuna comes that way.
You have to make sure you bring. If you donate, bring those.
Yeah. So any food you give would need that kind of opening for somebody out on the street. What other sort of food products are A, good for people, and B, they like?
So we usually have like peanut butter crackers. So we do have the kitchen. They make us sandwiches, and that's like perishable stuff. I don't know the number. You might know how many sandwiches you guys make a day.
Yeah, a ton.
Yeah, so we give out the sandwiches, and then we like to give people what we call a snack pack, which is like the peanut butter, the crackers, Ritz crackers. They like those, tuna, canned chicken, beef jerky. People like the beef jerky.
A lot of meat. They're looking for meat.
Meat protein so that they can stay full, for longer, basically.
All right.
Candy too, like the candy too. Sometimes around like after Halloween or stuff like that, we get candy in them sometimes. So they like the candy, and me too.
So you're bad for them.
Right. The candy treats too.
So Pat Green, you've been here a long time. You worked on securing the funding for Tisdale, which was a $10 million project that took us 3 years in the middle of a recession.
5.
Whatever.
Wow.
You helped us secure funding for Cass House, did you not?
Yes.
Which is housing for homeless men with HIV/AIDS, the first of 8 in the country. I'm trying to think of the other big milestone ones you worked on. Help me out here.
Well, my first grants that you asked me to do when I first came on were the grant for $500,000 for Scott for the building from the Federal Home Loan Bank.
Yep.
And then
which we got.
Yes, we did. We most certainly did. And the $75,000 for the kitchen, which I could not believe you're going to put a kitchen in that space. I go, what are you talking about down here?
Just knock out a wall, grab a sledgehammer, we got it.
This is what I mean with Rev can envision something that at least I don't see ahead of time. But she has this way of seeing through it to know what it's going to need and be. And then I like to go after the money. For a long time, I was the development director.
Yep.
And brought in a lot of money. And then now I'm working with the interns, as I mentioned. But in the meantime, I'm now working on a program with the homeless seniors, where we hope to house homeless seniors. And I brought a fact sheet here for you, Rev.
Okay.
1,400 people age 55 or older were homeless in 2022. So if we only got to fill 41 slots, that's not even.
We should not have trouble.
Yep.
Yeah, so you've got 2 really big projects in addition to 6 or 7 interns.
Yes. And CARF, don't forget CARF.
Oh, yeah. Well, a little thing like CARF, which is our accreditation survey, which happens next year, which is a lot of work. One is we're looking to develop a building for 41 senior citizens who've also been homeless here next to the Fox Family Center. It would be a brand new facility, ADA visible and livable.
And it'd be our first brand new construction.
Other than tiny homes.
Other than tiny homes, right?
Yep. So it would be a huge thing. And what we've learned with Cass House over the years is, A, people are able to live longer, even if they've struggled with major diseases. But B, because of the diseases, they need special physical help within the building. And so we're going to be able to design this building so it's actually good for them.
Yes.
which would be wonderful. So that's number one, and that's probably a $13 million project, is my guess.
This is correct.
The second thing is the old Visitation Church that we talked about today as part of the capital campaign, which will take Visitation Church, which was built in 1920, and rehab the whole darn thing, turn it into a community center, including entertainment and a gym and probably a grocery store right next door. But before we begin, we're working with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, on removing the lead and asbestos, which we thought was going to be $500,000 project, and now it's probably about a $700,000 project by the time we're done.
And then some.
And Pat has been working with the professionals to get that work started and done so we can get in and begin construction. So she's doing heavy lifting. I know it sounds like she just lays around all day watching Oprah, but she does heavy lifting for the organization and has some institutional history that many people here do not. So we're grateful for that, and we're grateful that you encourage young social workers to not quit.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, we had a social worker from the University of Michigan down at the warming center down the street, and smart, capable. First day she quit.
She didn't last a day.
I said, what? She quit. I said to the director, what happened? She said she saw a mouse. I said, she saw a mouse? Yeah, she saw a mouse. She quit. I thought, well, we have an exterminator. Getting rid of a mouse is not a problem. So she comes back 3 days later. She says, Reverend Fowler, I've changed my mind.
Oops.
I said, no. If you're going to go into social work, you're going to have some experiences that stretch you, right? Not just at Cassett, anywhere. Not that we want mice, and we do have an exterminator that does a really good job. But occasionally, this is Michigan, and you're going to get a mouse. And so I wanted her to realize that you shouldn't quit when it's hard or it's unexpected. And I don't think we've had any interns quit, have we?
No.
That they all
Not that I know of.
stick with it.
No. They've all stuck with it, and they all are being stretched, like you said.
Yeah,
before,
of course.
Like I am.
Of course.
Because they do realize that everything is not like the Fox Center. You know, they're going to go into Scott, and it's not going to be perfect. And the warehouse is not perfect, although it's looking
It's getting there.
It's looking
Let
a
me
lot
tell you.
better than it was. But certain facilities are not up to the standard of, and Tisdale used to be called the Taj Mahal by the people in Cass House and so on. And now, you know, I got to go into a Tisdale, 10 years old.
You should have been there the night I took the board through Tisdale.
Yeah.
First of all, when we bought it, it looked like a scene from a World War II movie of a bombed out building in England somewhere. And it was just, and I turned to the board as we're up on the second floor. We had walked up and said, isn't this great? And they looked at me like, we're sending you for drug testing right now.
Immediately.
But, you know, that building had squatters in it who were selling drugs.
Yeah.
And so we used to watch it to try and help them relocate somewhere else. And I'm sitting in the parking lot at Scott, and I see this guy pull up on a bike. And he stops at the back, and he throws a stone up at the window on the second, I think it was the second floor. And out the window comes a rope with a bucket. I mean, what in tarnation are you doing?
Buying.
And he puts money in the bucket, and the bucket goes up, and the drugs come down. And then, oh my God, what did we just buy? Right? So we encouraged him to relocate, and he did. But then we had to clear it out, and it involved, you know, people had been living there with no running water, with no electricity, I think with a few guns, and we had to go throw everything that was, you know, eaten or moldy out the windows, a few dead rodents. I mean, I tell that social worker, you're going to see a rodent.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a social worker for a decade or two, you're going to catch a baby or see a rodent.
Yes.
You just are. And if that's too much, it's like I really wanted to be a veterinarian, except I faint at the sight of blood.
Yes, you
so
do.
I knew that was not the clear choice for
Yes,
me.
you do.
Right? I'm just saying. So if a mouse is going to make you squeamish, No. Go become a computer something or other. But to see that we showed earlier today, we still have the video from when the building was purchased and empty and nasty.
Oh, I saw that.
And I showed it because it showed Erica when she just started
She was
at
a
CAD.
teenager.
Yeah, she looked about 12. It was pretty cute. And but lots of faces in that video. I saw that I remembered both clients and staff, some of whom have passed on, but it's been open 11 years. We've had some people live there 10 years, and it really has been a lifeline, you know, to think that most of them were chronically homeless when they moved in. It wasn't like they just lost their house last week.
Yesterday, yeah.
Right.
Couple years.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing that we haven't put a lot of emphasis on is the disability that many of these folks have is persistent mental illness, persistent and severe mental illness. So the same folks that, for example, the police shoot in some places because a man might be sitting naked in the middle of the street talking to himself.
Right.
This is the guy that we're outreaching to. This is the person that we're working with. And that's the reason our detective intern wants to be a social worker, because she said, I can make such a difference.
Absolutely.
In the work I do, you know?
Yeah.
So, and in the work that other people do with her.
Yeah.
So.
And I think we have, I think it was you who said to me they wanted you to go out with the police to go talk to somebody.
Yeah.
Often we don't want to do that because it shuts people down. They
Yeah.
think then we're in cahoots to get them arrested or something,
Yep.
which of course we're not. But I do think there's a sense in which we need to work with police so that people don't get shot, right?
Exactly.
So walking that tightrope is really, really important. Can you tell us a person or two who the outreach team was actually successful in bringing in without giving us a name or description?
Well, actually, I would say last year when it was really cold, like zero, I think it was like 0, 2, 3 degrees, sometime in February, I believe.
Yeah.
And we did reach someone. This is during like when the cold blew, and we actually have to bring, even if we don't have space.
Right.
We can't turn anybody away. I mean, within reason. Yep. But for the most part, we can't turn anybody away. So we're reaching out to people who we've been, trying to get in. And we had this one client who was like, yeah, he lived in like this abandoned building or whatever. He didn't really like people. So that was what his main reasoning for not coming into shelter. But we were just like, we want you to come in. It's really cold. Like people can die out here in this weather, especially you were talking about the seniors. A lot of the people we work with in outreach are over 55, because like you said, and they've been homeless for years.
Right.
And so we were able to get him to, come inside. He's like, yeah, I think this winter I'm going to have to stop being stubborn and come in. And we were able to get him in. And it takes time to build a rapport with them. And that's why I say, like, we always lead with the food or the blankets. If not that, we have like bus tickets to get people, because some people just ride the bus during the day to stay warm too. But we give them bus tickets to like get their documents and things that they need that they can't get to if we can't take them. So we kind of use that, not necessarily to bribe, but just to create a relationship. It's not a bribe. It's to create a relationship with them so that they can trust.
Some bribes are good.
Right. Right. I was like, we're not bribing people, but
yeah.
But it's to build a relationship with them, because we do. Sometimes our vans are marked, but sometimes they're not. So sometimes we just have a white van and we're like, get in, So we have to kind of
that could be
give
scary.
them, we're like, get in. You guys want shelter? Come on. So,
you're somebody's mother. Right. I'm just saying. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So we have to have something. So sometimes we have to see a person like a while, months, before we can kind of get them to even get in the van with us, to give us their name, because like she mentioned about the police. Some people are like, well, when you guys come, the police come later. What's that about?
Yeah.
So, we have to kind of let them know, like, we are not the police, one, and we just want to, we're here to support you, and we're here to, provide the basic need of shelter, bringing you inside. And so once we build that trust with them, then that person, they came inside. They really like Cass's food. Everyone says our kitchen is
We
great.
got good food.
Yeah.
We
Everyone
got good
says
food.
they love the food. They're like,
Well,
the building might be old, but the food's great.
The flip of it is the police, when our vans have signs, they recognize us as sort of good guys. So right after the pandemic, I was riding with Zach when he was just starting with us to sort of teach him outreach, the little I know of it.
Right.
And then as we're riding around, he pulls right up into Hart Plaza. I mean, pulls up into the plaza. I'm like, what the tarnation are you doing? He says, oh, I do it all the time. Police know who I am. Oh my God. It was the coolest thing. We went underground. We we're just all over. And the people who were living on it knew him right away. Yeah. And we were down there with flashlights like we're coal miners.
Yeah.
I mean, it
was helpful because during the draft, that reminds me of during the draft, we were like, they let us come down like the wrong way street. With the police were escorting us, but we come down, the wrong way street to engage with some people, to offer them services and stuff. So it is good to work with the police because they know who we are, and they're like, okay, they like you said, let us drive the wrong way down the street, escorting us, or where it was normally blocked off because of the draft. They had a lot of streets blocked off, so they were able to let us drive in so we could meet with people in a private place too, because we're asking them questions, personal questions. So we need them to be able to come in the van so that they can have
some privacy,
a private, confidential place to talk about, their story.
So another reason that they would know, the police would know Cass is all the sandwiches we used to deliver to them.
That too. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We used to provide every single precinct in the city of Detroit with the meals. 3 meals a day, sandwiches every meal. So it wasn't a lot of creative menu stuff. But we did that for several years until the city went bankrupt.
Yeah.
And when the city went bankrupt, we lost our contract and they started making the meals at Ryan Road Prison.
Yeah.
But it became a good way for us to have decent and we used to drop off plates of cookies for the holidays and that sort of thing because they were working hard too, right? And we wanted them to know we appreciated them.
So I was going to say, I don't know if you remember this, but we used to have an outreach program long before Mariah came along. Back in 2002, we got a small grant from the Mental Health Authority and put together an outreach team then that when the funding went away, you refused to let that program go away. So we've had outreach really all the way since 2002.
I think
I do too, with some number of people who knew what they were doing,
I think it's one of the most important things we do. I think that you all keep people from dying, quite frankly.
We have saved so many people.
Yeah. And part of it's weather. I mean, clearly the media concentrates on it when the weather. The funny thing is the media concentrates on it when there's snow. Most people don't care anything about the snow. They care about the temperature.
Yes.
The temperature and the wind chill. That's when it becomes dangerous for them.
Or the wind.
And the dampness.
A lot of wind.
Yeah. But it's just as dangerous to be homeless in March or April or June, depending on what's going on in your life, right? And so we not only help people and save people during cold, but are you eating? Are you taking your medicine?
Yep.
Are you can die just as well in June as you can in February.
Yeah.
And I believe those steps at building relationships give people the sense that somebody cares about me, somebody's looking at stopping to see me, maybe not every night, but once a week or however often you get there. And that gives them a lifeline to hang on instead of slowly committing suicide, quite frankly.
That's what they want is hope.
Yeah,
and some give them hope.
Yeah, that's what they say. And some people, like I said, we are like only people that talk to them, acknowledge them, besides the people that they create a community too for themselves too, like in the encampments and stuff.
Absolutely.
They create a community as well. But they call and then sometimes they call us every day and like we can't come every day, but we will definitely direct them to where they can get. Like,
I wanted to hear your voice
when we can't come, but yes, sometimes they'll just talk to us and just go off and on about whatever. they want to talk about. Sometimes we're just, a listening
Yeah.
ear.
And
Like you said, saving lives. There was a time where we came to like an area we stopped by bi-weekly, and someone was having an overdose, and we were trying to use Narcan.
Yeah, talk about Narcan, because that really, when I started at CAST, the big thing was crack.
Yeah.
I mean, you could tell somebody on crack a mile away, and
Yeah.
because of it, people were stealing like crazy. Now it's not. Now Narcan is something we teach all our staff how to do. How often do you have to do it? How often do you see somebody who's overdosing? I know in our own residential programs we've had problems.
It's not that often, but it happens like maybe once or twice a month. And like you said, it's just good to know that someone is coming, just in case. And it's a big thing. It's kind of controversial with the like harm reduction. It's not well received by everybody, but we just want to provide people with a safe way to decide when they're on their own, when they're going to seek treatment and things like that. And one of the things we do,
you said it's not a big deal, but you're saving a couple lives a month. You're saving a couple people's lives a month if you're using Narcan with people that are.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. So, and that was a training that we were provided with our job. And yeah, actually, that is a big thing. And it's not always even well received by the person, actually. Because sometimes they are intentionally, but they're still, when we see them again, they're grateful. They're happy to see us. And so, so we work with other, people that help the Detroit Recovery Project. And we're working with them because they don't have the housing part, the shelter part, but that's what we do at CAF. And then another thing we're a part of too is DHOT, which is the Detroit Homeless Outreach Team, and that's with the mental health DWIN. They go out with us
All together.
And we all go out together. And that was one of the stops on DHOT where we did see, like, I think it was two people that we ended up having to use Narcan, call the police and stuff like that. So it was just good to feel like we saved somebody, be a presence there. And they know like someone's coming. So I do think, with outreach, we are saving lives, especially in the cold, but every day,
Right. So Sunday at church, I know I'm not supposed to talk about church, but I'm gonna. We've started working with the juvenile lifers group, so young men primarily who go to prison for life for something they did under. And we send them a book. And we say, if you'd like to start a relationship, writing letters, we'd be happy to. If you don't want to, that's okay. And we got our first letter back. And basically, this person said, thanks for the book. And I'm going to school. I don't want to give too much away that's specific to him, but I'm going to school. I'm going to end up with an associate's degree and then potentially a bachelor's degree. And he ends the letter, though, by saying, "This feels so good that somebody knows my name." I think that's what happens with the people you work with. That somebody knows I'm alive. Somebody cares about me as a human being, not a number, not a report, not a I have to. That'll get you through a lot of bad days.
It does get you through. Like sometimes, she said, sometimes you're grumpy, you're tired, or you're just overwhelmed. And it's nice to actually meet with somebody who's like, thank you for just acknowledging me, speaking to me. Some people I keep saying that because a lot of people say that. Some people just walk past, they're like, just if you don't have the money, like we had one person, like they were panhandling. And he was like, if you don't have the money, you could just say no, or you could at least say hello.
You don't have to walk to the other side of the street.
You don't have to walk to the other side of the street or, look the other way purposely. You weren't even looking that way, but now you're purposely looking another way, to avoid me. Like, at least you spoke to me. I know you guys can't give us money, but, you can say hello.
Let me just be controversial. The truth is not every panhandler is homeless.
That's the truth.
And I don't ever give out money, but I'm always going to talk to you. I hope you have a good day. I hope things turn out better. I hope, whatever I can say to hope with you and for you, but I don't give out money. Give out food, yep. Tell you where to get housing, yep. All that good stuff. But But clearly, you got to remember that they're people.
They're people. Yeah, exactly.
All right, how are we doing? A reminder that if you send in money, $25 or more, you could have a snake for your house. It's not going to attack your children or your dog or your cat. It doesn't need to be fed. It just lays in front of your door and keeps you warm or cold. We call it a draft dodger, but that's probably politically incorrect. So we're going to stop doing that. We're just going to call it a snake. Every house needs a snake or 2 or 10. If you give us $25, you get one for free. We'll drop it off your house and you could have it there for Christmas to invite your family to see your new pet.
That's snake.
We have a couple people who gave us $100 or more. I don't know which one of you wants to pick. Mariah, don't look. Don't look.
Okay.
Lucky winner is. Oh, wait, drum roll. You don't know how to do it. Oh, you did it?
I picked up.
Oh,
They
wait,
were anonymous.
You got to show it to the camera because they're not going to believe us.
Who is it? Says
Anonymous.
Thank you.
Why they even put it in there, I don't know. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, not with you.
Pat, you pick one.
It was me. No, just kidding.
I might be in there. So
Oh, okay. Pass it over then. Oh, don't throw it back in.
I put it on. Okay. I can't even figure it out.
Yeah,
All
Veronica
right.
came here after a full day of work
Yes,
downstairs
I did.
and outside.
Okay, we have Connor Rubin.
Oh!
Thank you, Connor,
All
for
right.
your donation.
Thank you, Connor Rubin.
That's
Nice young
Very
man.
nice. Yeah.
Very good. We'll make sure he gets his dinner for 4 at She Wolf, donated by Chef Anthony. You can still get a snake though, $25 between now and the end. We're still looking to pick up a few donors to try and match that $25,000. I don't know if our call center has put in all the corporate money so far, but I know we're moving in the right direction. So we're very happy with that and the people who have given us at every single level. We're talking with Mariah, who is the program director, manager, thank you, of our outreach team. They go out 5 nights a week to all kinds of places you might expect, like under bridges and vacant doorways and laying on park benches and under freeway overpasses and sometimes abandoned buildings. You're not supposed to go in alone, but I know that we have.
Yeah.
They holler from
Cars.
Yep,
Lots of times we've had families pick up from Belle Isle in their cars. We get notified and then try and see what happens is it's a matter of pride for some people. That they don't want to come in because this is the first time in their whole life they've had to ask for help and they don't want to do it. And so they think they'll just stay in their car, which works for a while until it gets so cold you have to run that motor around the clock and then the price of gas. And not to mention the bathing. I know that in the past, some people, they go to the public restrooms and try and wash up at the sinks, but that, that's not perfect. So our teams go out and engage people 5 nights a week. During COVID, we were 7 nights a week. I feel sad that we're not anymore, but I understand you can only do what you can do. Often we have people here during the day that direct people at night too. So it's not just the evening hours, but we have good relationships with the shelters, good relationships with CAM, and try and get people in when they're ready to come in, which isn't always the first time. Actually, it's next to never the first time. Sometimes it takes a couple months, but it's life-saving work in terms of being connected to people, in terms of having food and hygiene supplies, and also in terms of coming in. Eventually, most people come in eventually. They may not stay in forever, but even a few nights after cold or after being sick makes a big difference. And then Pat Green, who's been with us since Jesus was lost in the temple. She has done a number of jobs, all of them well here at Cass, including securing funding for major programs that we're still very proud of, and going after new development work in terms of seniors and homelessness, in terms of EPA grant and doing remediation for what will be our community center, as well as the interns, as well as the CARF. I mean, there's nobody better at writing policy than Pat Green.
Yeah.
She is
Oh, yeah,
very,
my policies. Yeah.
she is very, all of it needed for CARF to make sure we're up to the current standards. There's thousands of standards they check us for when they come, and we've always passed with flying colors and good accreditation. So it's nice to have that outside affirmation that we're doing good work, right? That we meet the standards.
It also gives us a roadmap for the whole agency of our business functions and departments and the kinds of things we should be doing in each of our departments, and as social workers, not just the things we learn in school, but the things that we are committing to in our CARF programs. So it really helps us as a whole agency, and especially I think helps the clients particularly.
Yeah, it forces us to do things consistently and to modern standards, which are always changing, by the way, not only standards for CARF, but standards in terms of social work. So yeah, it makes us examine everything and have outside eyes tell us where we can improve, if and when we can improve. All right, what else do you want to say about the agency? We only have a couple minutes left.
I guess I want to say that I've been privileged to work here for a long time, and I've enjoyed it. Some days it's very difficult work, but it's always pleasureful at the end of whatever it is I'm doing, because I know that it's helping somebody do something. Usually it's helping a client out of the, out of the streets or out of the gutter or whatever.
Yeah.
We've saved people's lives in the streets before. That man that the city kept calling about was in his, was in the garage or the
Behind his
valley.
garage,
Yeah,
yeah.
what am I trying to say?
Yeah,
The alley
yeah.
behind his house.
We
Yeah.
did some real bribing on that one.
Yeah, and the Tuskegee Airmen that
Right.
we saved out of a condemned home. And just, I mean, when you look back at the years and the things we've done together, the accomplishments are immense. They're just immense. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and some of it's just emergency day after day after day after day. You have to do like whether feeding, right?
Yeah.
You can't say, "Oh, I fed last week. We're not going to do it again now."
Right. Exactly.
You should be full from then, right? You
Right.
just have to do it, and you say, "Well, this really isn't solving anything." Well, if you're hungry, it's solving your hunger.
Yes.
So that is consistent and has to be done over and over again. And yet other things we're trying to do, big systemic things as well to tackle inequality and to some degree racism and other big systemic problems that have symptoms with the people we're trying to work with, right?
Yep.
And I think that's been good. I think we've got a great board as well as a good staff that are willing to take risks that other organizations probably wouldn't take. When I just look at the balance sheet, when you look at the depreciation for the tiny homes, because they're 7 years, they depreciate, which means on your balance sheet, it looks like you're hemorrhaging money everywhere.
Right.
Now, we know it's not true, that we never, but you have to print it that way on the balance sheet. And so, but a lot of organizations, boards would have said, well, we're not doing that. What do you mean we're giving away $3 million worth of homes? Yep, we are. So I'm proud of them and proud of the staff who make sacrifices each and every day so that we can be lifesavers occasionally, that we can work with people who are ready for help, and we can, in a way, transform a neighborhood.
Yeah.
When you think back to 2002 when we opened Scott, that's all we had.
Yeah.
Now there were some good stakeholders here. There were Job Corps and Repertory Theater. I mean, there's some decent things here, and some long-term residents
Around the neighborhood,
who also
yeah.
deserve credit. But there was a lot of vacancy and there was a lot of drug activity, and now look at us. We're 13 blocks.
Whole campus.
Whole campus. So you can walk to what you need. You don't have to go to Southwest. You don't have to go to the East Side. You don't have to go to the suburbs. And we're working, because of the density of people now that we're able to work with, we're allowed to dream big about a grocery store and a community center, right? And a gym for everybody, like a family life center here on this campus. It's kind of amazing what we've been able to do together.
Yep. I would say just in my short time being here, you know, I really have learned a lot about social work from everybody here, and this just a great agency. You can actually see the work that's being done every day, even if you just are a volunteer that's just, like I said, helping with landscaping or helping paint a wall or something. You can still see like the work that's being done and the care for the community. This you know, community. We might not be able to save the whole city of Detroit, but maybe we can save and help the blocks that are around us. Like you said, getting a grocery store, stuff like that eventually, so people can walk to it. All the departments, the Kemp Center, seeing the people, the developmentally delayed adults learn life skills, outreach, the family shelter, seeing people finally get keys. Like we had someone from I think one of our apartment buildings, but when they got displaced because of the fire, unfortunately.
Right.
But he was like, I got to go to town. I got my keys. He was so excited to show me his keys. So it's just, and it's stuff that we take, people that have homes take for granted.
Take for granted.
Just having a place to turn the key. And so that's just stuff that you see here every day. And it's such a blessing. Even if days get hard, seeing something like that will be like, okay, I could stay for however long, more longer now. I'm not
at least till tomorrow.
Right, exactly. I could come back tomorrow. Because some days you just burned out.
And don't forget the volunteers. I mean, my gosh.
Yeah.
7,000 people coming here to help us do our work is amazing. I stop and say hello to every volunteer I see and thank them for their service because they have other places they could go. You know?
They can go anywhere.
Yep.
And yet they like the friendliness of the staff. They like the friendliness of the residents. I think they really like when they go to Green Industries, they're working side by side with other volunteers and with staff and with people who live with us, right? And everybody's just doing the same job. Often the people who are teaching the volunteers how to make a mud mat or make a coaster or make a whatever are people who are just moved into our buildings. And that is just the coolest thing.
Yeah,
on the
they
planet.
just learned last week.
Well, but they get to be leaders. They get to be the experts, which often doesn't happen in society. So that feels good, I think.
I think so.
All right, we're winding it up. We're down to next to no time. We have 13 minutes. If we got like $10,000 each minute, that would make a substantial difference here. So maybe if we just, come on, bring it on. Let's bring it home. And I put on this goofy hat to try and get you to, open your purse or your wallet or pull out your plastic or Venmo or whatever you use. I know I'm old. Is Venmo, do you pull out your Venmo? No. How do you do that on your phone? On your smartphone. You do your Venmo.
Yeah, if you're smart.
Ooh, boy, I just went to Italy, and before I went to Italy, I had somebody add to my smartphone Uber. I still have never. I never used it.
Sorry.
And Delta, so I didn't have to print my ticket.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I've joined the right century.
Yeah,
it's taken me a long time to get here, but the only reason I bought the new phone is it has a really good camera. It's a great camera, and it's so much easier than carrying that big old Canon around in a case and then somebody stealing it at the airport and all that stuff. I'm just saying, it's
the best part
cool.
of interns is they're all younger than me, and they all know how to do things that I don't know how to do.
Well, that's why we have interns during the summer. They teach me how to do things on the computer. Do I have another envelope coming? Bring it on. I've been yelling at him to send us money. Come on, Lola. Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it. Who's got the drum roll?
hand is.
Oh, that was anti-climactic.
Thank you.
Oh, it was.
I was trying.
Okay. Oh, is it still playing? Okay.
It was the drum roll, apparently.
Okay, so we have some new donations to announce. The Supper Club from Cass UMC, $25. Stacy Tekoski, $50. Spencer Hayes, $10. Anonymous, you probably the one who got pulled from the turkey.
Yep.
It's $50. Jacqueline Sellers, in honor of Erica George, we all honor her, $50 for another $185.
Buckaroo.
Would you add $50 from the interns at Cass to this?
Done. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. This has been a great day to tell the story, to receive some funding. We definitely needed to keep working. We'll put some pictures up on our Facebook page of the drop-in center that should be done by the 16th, so that we can welcome all the people we're supposed to welcome. But it has made a huge difference to us in terms of operations. We're grateful that people have been watching and giving and coming to be interviewed. You know, we didn't, unlike the political parties, we didn't give anybody a script up front.
No.
They had no idea what I was going to ask or what the proper answer was.
We didn't have a teleprompter.
No teleprompter. No, nothing. We didn't give them a prize. We gave them a cup of coffee if they wanted, but that was it, you know. And some of them are on staff. They didn't even get a chance to say no. Like Reverend Fowler, I'm busy. I'm washing my hair that night. No, I just sent out a schedule and said, this is your time slot. See you there. Don't wear anything too provocative or loud, you know, because people are going to be watching this thing. And they've made for a great show. I mean, if people really wanted to learn about what we do as an organization, all they'd have to do is watch 8 hours of us talking and some videos. Yeah, it's all good.
That's all. Small favor.
That's all. So we're about to enter this holiest of seasons with Thanksgiving. And there's so much to be thankful for. I told everybody when I came back from my vacation, I was lucky enough to get to go to Italy. And a couple things really struck me. As I was in the airport in Milan, there was a sign on the wall that said, if you smile at us, we'll smile at you. Meaning the people who work in the airport probably get their share of folks who yell and scream at them as flights are delayed and all that stuff. And I'm not a real big smiler, but I tried. And then I flew to France and Paris, had a layover, and I'm sitting in the airport thinking, okay, I should be smiling at people to remind them, you know, that they're humans and deserving of kindness. And as I'm sitting on the bench next to this woman who was a Muslim woman, I said, I smiled at her and I said, are you going on vacation or are you coming home? And she said, I'm leaving my country because they're having a war.
Yep.
And I thought, oh my God, I've never had to leave a country that was having a war.
Yeah.
So if you don't think you have something to be grateful for this year, you're wrong. Nobody's ever bombed my house.
Nope.
Nobody's ever hurt my children. Everything I need, I have. It's probably true for you too. Maybe you're not on America's richest and famous. They don't need half of what they have either.
Yeah.
You know, they just don't. I'm not sure it makes them happy. But if you have your health, a lot of people don't. If you have people who love you, whether they're family or just family you've adopted and grafted in, a lot of people don't. You can pay your basic bills, your lights are on, your water's flowing. You're not in an eviction process. Shouldn't have to be reminded to smile
Yeah.
because it's a good year. And I'm not sure that we're blessed because of anything good we've done. I don't think that's how God works. But I think being grateful really colors everything in your life. That if you can find things to be thankful for, then you can find more things. And if you can't find anything to be thankful for, you're just going to be dark and depressed and miserable. And by the way, trying to make other people miserable. When I listened to our staff today, they talked about how they were able to connect with people, some developmentally disabled, some who were unhoused, some who were mentally ill, some who were medically ill, some who were just hungry.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you, I always have food. I always have food. It may not be healthy food. It may be king dongs and,
Right.
it's always Diet Coke. If I don't have Diet Coke, I'm going to the store right now. I don't care what's in my schedule. And I always can, right? I always can.
Yes,
I always have enough money to buy a Diet Coke.
Yeah.
I may have to take my pop bottles back.
But you have pop bottles to take back, right?
Yeah.
So if you gave something, thank you. If you didn't have anything to give, maybe we can help you. If you're going to give later, good for you. We appreciate every single thing, every single person who makes this work here, because we're just a small organization with a big heart.
Yeah.
Trying to do a good thing, trying to work with people and help people so that they can survive whatever they're up against. And by God, I don't know half of what they're up against. And maybe you don't either. And you don't know how you live through that until you've lived through that.
Right.
So when you're saying your prayers at Thanksgiving at the table, thank God for the food. Thank God for the workers. During COVID, we call them essential workers.
Yeah.
Those are the ones who sheltered at the shelter, and sheltered at the hospital, and sheltered at the whatever station, and showed up again and again and again when they were tired and they were worried about getting sick too. Thank God for them. Thanks for joining us. We're about to check out. We'll post online later how much money came in. But when we started the day, we didn't have any of it. So we are grateful. And I know we're going to have a really good day here on Thursday, right before the Lions win.
That's right.
That's
Again.
right. Yay.